Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Nenagh Open 2025 here at the new Institute Snooker Club in Nenagh, Ireland. Fitting to be an exciting day, lots of moving and shaking. We're going to find out who's going to move on to the main draw and who's going to be in the second chance tournament. It's David Burney in the booth along with Christian Youngers. We've got a great match here. We've got Ireland's #1 ranked player, Ryan Cronin, taking on Paddy Kelly. Tough one to pick, but we're underway with the first frame.
Yeah, there's a little bit of drama in this group as well, as we were talking about yesterday. The third player in this group, Ernst Besmer, played both players already, so he's done with his bout in the group stage. He lost to Paddy, but he managed to pull up what I would call an upset for sure in this tournament against Ryan Cronin yesterday, 4-2. So this could be a big match. Assuming Ryan were to win this match over Paddy, could be a three-way tie in terms of match score. So it'd come down to some tie-breaking situations, which would have to figure out. But a lot of drama, a lot of pressure on this match. I think if Ryan wins, he's in almost no matter what, unless it's a decider. Something like that can get kind of dicey. But if Paddy wins, he's going to win the group, would have beaten both players, and I think Ryan would be out of the knockout stage. So this could be a big match for the Irish #1, Ryan Cronin. A lot of pressure on him.
And there is a link in the description to find out where all the standings are. As well, the chat is open and active if you have any comments or questions, or do let us know where you're tuning in from. This is early morning, well, not super early morning over here in Ireland, very early. We're on the west side of the Atlantic. And we'll see how this fares. Usually it's a slow start for these early morning matches. Both players just kind of trying to get their feet wet.
Yep. I think yesterday we figured out all the technical difficulties, so I think today we're ready to rock. Clean match. We're ready to go.
It's a nice red. Fortunately, yeah. Just going to roll up to the green here. Very fortunate that it hit the horns there. Quite a pacey shot. These are quick tables. New cloth, heated slate. Players are really enjoying it. Looks like Paddy's taking on this long red. Can run through and hopefully come off the cushion beyond the black. Paddy's giving Ryan an opportunity for a couple of reds. This is a little tricky, but he should be able to put it in.
And this leads natural to the black. Oh, he's come a bit short, though. Still have a shot. These are the little bit kind of dicey ones, even for the top players that don't have to go in. It's just got to be careful. Should still be a favorite to make this, though. Great pot. gotten a little bit unlucky that this red has bumped out and doubled him up on these other reds that are open to the right middle pocket. Otherwise, he'd be off to the races. Don't think the red closest passes to the middle, or maybe it does. No, he's playing a safety. Yep, good shot. Got tight to the jaws there, but he's okay.
Cannon into that blue, so giving Potty a mid-range. Red, he's going to have to use the rest if he wants to take that red. It's closest to the cue ball.
Got to be a thin one here. I think it's going to come down to who can cut off the right side of this pack. Maybe with the blue, yellow, kind of up in that area, because... Oh, never mind. Nice shot to nothing, found the gap. Great pot. It's not going to have a ton of reward from it, but he's going to gain initiative. And what I was saying was, if you can cut off that right edge, yeah, maybe with the brown right there, it means that Potty's going to have to come down the left-hand side, and there's much more traffic to deal with there. It's kind of what ended up happening a lot. If you can snooker him, great, but as long as you cut off the right side of the pack where the table is wide open to come back up to bulk, you kind of prevent the player from just doing a thin cut off the pack and coming up table. So
just sneaked in there for Ryan, and he's off to the races here now. Some open reds, good chance to put a profitable break.
Yep. The black's going to be close to this spot. It's going to be a pretty silly mistake if he hooks himself here, but I think he's just okay. Yeah, no problem. Looked a little bit dicier when the spot was there without the ball. Got actually kind of a nice angle to go off the two cushions to come up for the black now, so off to the races indeed. I didn't really watch much of his match yesterday, but he must have had an off day for certain. I mean, we know Ernst probably played out of his socks to get the win there, not taking anything away from him. But sometimes it comes with a good situation. Some good pots here from Ryan. He's going to have to find a way to run into this pack cleanly. I think if he hits the pocket, that little space between the two reds closest to the black, right there, perfect. Ends up splitting the pack, and he'll have a guaranteed look at the red to left corner next, but that way, if he maybe gets a better look at a red to the right corner, he can take it, but he's always guaranteed his mark to shoot this red closest to the black, right above it, to the left corner next. This is going to be a bit of a stretch. He might opt to take the other one just because, but I think the angle on the red to left corner is going to be going a little too close to the black. This one leads more naturally to come off one cushion and lay nicely. got a good angle. A little bit farther maybe from the black than he wanted to be, but should still be automatic from here. Play into this pocket to the left of the pink, that kind of open space there. You'll have black to right middle, or sorry, excuse me, red to right middle, red to lower right corner. Very good.
Yeah, nice angle to sign up and cannon into that red below the pink to hold for that red that he's close to into the opposite corner pocket. He's just going to run through to play for a red into the middle. So definitely it's all there in front of him to take the first frame.
A great start to this match for Ryan Cronin. Razor, they call him, I think, is his nickname. As well as listening to from Andy.
Yeah, it seems all the players here do have a nickname. Not inflicted by us, the commentators, but a lot of the Irish lads know each other quite thoroughly.
He's lost his white here. It's going to end up in the pink, up on the blue spot. I was a little bit worried because these two reds, kind of the lowest, closest to the black, block each other to the right corner pocket. Yeah, you can see he was trying to get over there, have option for red to left middle or red to left corner below the pink spot. That would have been ideal. That's the one you want to get rid of. You might have to take the one closest to the right corner next with the rest. Think that, or have better queuing and queue this up into the green pocket. This doesn't have to go, though. Struck it well. Good pot. Perfect angle on the pink. Now, does he go for that position again? The only problem with this positional shot is if you run into that red above top of the bunch, you could cause it to cluster with the other two, but you'll almost be guaranteed to have this red to left corner next. Where's he gone? Oh, this is a lovely shot. The two pesky reds that I've been talking about from the start, those two are the ones you got to pick off next. That'll open everything up. And he's perfect on this red here. Shoot the gap between the two above it, or just cannon into the second one. I think he's actually kind of lost his white here a bit. Looking for a fuller cannon maybe on that red. Push it up toward the middle and get a higher black. But now he's kind of got to force his cue ball 2 cushions and out. This is a little dicey if he doesn't get nice on this red. I think he's okay.
Yeah, he's got the red to right middle and then the pink into the top left corner.
Yeah, nice little stun shot. We'll put him right back in. Perfect shape. Well done. It's his frame for the taking now.
Ooh. A little lapse in concentration. We'll have to see what the score is. We don't have dedicated scorekeepers. The players are keeping score on the tablet close by. It's 51 on the table. But Ryan's ahead by 73, so maybe Potty just getting some on the table play. Just warm up the arm as well. Looks like the frame is in Ryan's corner.
Yeah, with wide open table though, you've already gotten your warm up. Just treat this as your first real frame visit. And even clear up, I think, is worth, like you said, warm up the arm. More so warm it up for match play. Treat this as if you're in in the decider, and you must clear to win. You know what I'm saying? That'll keep you prepped for the next frame, no problem. I guess I think of it as this is paid for practice. Your opponent and you have paid for you to practice the table right now. And all I can do is watch. And best response is if if you get any slack for it, you just say, well, why'd you miss? You shouldn't have left me a shot, and I wouldn't have had my own practice time, right?
So that'll be a concession there. So Ryan Cronin takes that first frame by a scoreline of 73, I think about 14 or so. But either way, he's victorious, and we'll step aside and be right back with frame 2. And we're back here in day 2, the Nenagh Open 2025. Ryan Cronin, number 1 ranked player in Ireland, set to break off and get us going. See how Potty can respond.
It's a nice break off here from Ryan, cutting off the loose red down the left side of the table.
So just trying to get the scoreboard sorted out. That should be 1 frame to the good for Ryan.
Head referee is on it.
Yeah, it seems like only one. Both these players just need that one chance to get in, and they really can make a profitable break. So you'll see to start these frames, a good tactical battle. There's lots of great seating here if you're in the Nenagh area. Obviously, there's a big hurling match this weekend, so if you enjoy sports, this is the town to be in Ireland. The correction has been made, and the scoreboard reads correctly, and Potty set to clip off for a safety shot. Great statement shot there.
Really, really nice pot.
Ryan has come to play today. So nice little roll by Ryan. So Potty's probably just going to come off the long cushion and just roll into a red. It's okay. First glance, I thought that might have been a bit pacey, but flipped off nicely to put his cue ball tight to the top cushion. Ryan's got another long red. To draw it back a little bit for the black into the opposite corner pocket, so very difficult if he does take this on. Nicely found the gap. It's got good cover behind the yellow, so that red is just pretty much over top the top right corner.
This red's going to be a mine right here down the left side, so mistake has been forced onto Potty. After looking at the match results from yesterday, Ryan did have 2 frames to the good in this loss to Ernst Besmer. So if he manages to beat Potty by 4-1 or better in this match, he will be winning the tie breaks on frame differential and top the group. So really just has to have a really solid match today in order to win this group. I think it only gets dicey if he gets to the decider.
Just checking if he got the cover with the blue on that red near the top right corner, and he has. Our Potty would have been down a lot quicker to take it on. So he could clip off this and come off a couple cushions and be near the yellow.
Going this way, a couple cushions. Clever shot. With that type of cut, it kind of pushes the red thinner up table. I was thinking your shot where it was going to go 2 cushions in behind it off of the bulk cushion. Just had to shoot that thick in order to avoid cannoning the black. The problem there is he was hoping he'd keep that red down table and that it would cannon into something else, but it's come up and leaked out to the center pocket. So first real chance for Potty here. Nice little drag shot. He'll take the black if he's on it. Actually, maybe not. Spot's covered up. I think this would spot up on the green spot, so I think he will take the black.
Wiggled it in, yeah, with the red covering the black spot. That goes the highest point value available, and in this case it's going to come up to the brown.
Yeah, it clearly doesn't go, so I think he might have thought about that shot more if the black did spot and would have tied up those reds. Now he's going to figure out how to work this cue ball with the blue or green and get this black open. Optionally also has the choice to open up the pink, but this could be a mistake here. He's lost the cue ball, getting in behind the green. Needed to run a couple more inches to be perfect on the blue, so yellow it is. This doesn't have to go. This is tricky.
Just a little awkward bridging going over that red.
Yeah, he'll be kicking himself there, but not necessarily for the miss, more so for the positional shot before that.
Hasn't run enough. Hasn't got the cover on this elementary red to the top right.
Got a lot out of that cue ball, Ryan. Still alive with the yellow here. If he can go 1 or 2 cushions down the left-hand side of the table, would be ideal. It's going to come down for this small window to get the red below the black spot. The one to the left of the black spot. To left corner.
Good natural angle to come up for either green or blue.
Yeah, I like cleaning up the green here if you can. It's a tight window, though, to get high on the green, yet still have a pot. And he's going to have to maybe take yellow. Or black. Yellow's the one more naturally needs now, but he's going to clear up the black spot now after this. That red ripe for the taking. Hasn't gotten there. I think he's playing for the open space down the left side of the table.
This is a tricky red to right middle.
Could be a safety as well, I'm not sure. Yeah, take your medicine. Didn't get that positional shot. But your opponent.
It's cue ball.
Yep.
Tight to the bolt cushion. Not a lot of the cue ball to work with. Getting down on it. Don't want to put any unwanted side.
Narrow.
Narrowly avoided the double kiss.
Narrow miss. It's always the risk whenever the white and the object ball are lined up to that lower right-hand corner, and that's the pocket you're going to be crossing around or towards. When the double kiss is almost always going to be on. I think if he can cross double this red and play this cue ball between the green blue, between the black yellow, it would be a nice line. Hopefully use yellow and blue to cut off the right edge of the pack. It's gone the other way, trying to hit it thick. I don't think this is the result he's looking for. Another chance for potty. And he's not going to get many of these. Ryan's a strong player. Not going to leave him in like this very often, so you have to take advantage. Just don't lose sight of the moment. Just make the ball.
Got a nice angle on the black. Unfortunately, the black's going to come right back to that brown spot as the red is covered the black spot. But 7 points is always good, because that's the value of the black.
I think with this angle as well, he can actually go two cushions, kind of zigzag across the table. So right long rail, left long rail between the green blue, and play shape for that loose red on the black spot. He has a couple of backups if he gets a slightly different line. Seems to work with a bit of right hand side. Good shot. Needs it to hold up. And if he can get low on this, he's going to be perfect. Yeah, great shot. Really nice. Now just play for maybe a high blue. You'd like to clean up the green if you can. That's what he's playing for. I think he's just okay on the blue.
Looks like he's got a little bit of angle. Just on the right side of the blue. The natural angle will take him back down to the top end of the table.
Yeah, he's got the red above the black spot. Pretty natural. He can go forward off one cushion and get a nice line on that red. Option to spin it with some left-hand side as well if he wants to be more picky on a different red. Well, he's coming across two cushions. Must be straighter than it looked. Good shot. This is an execution shot here, though. Yeah, good cueing. Maybe green time now. It's a little bit flat on the green, so another Another shot where he's going to have to work his cue ball. This is a big shot for this frame. Going around the rails, wants to miss the blue, and he's just perfect if he gets on this red. Off the cushion, though. Still not out of the woods yet. Another couple good shots here, and he's got a chance to get in with the black. Big pot. Oh, it's a good shot. Needs some legs, though. He's a right-hander, so he might opt to take the blue up into the yellow spot here. This is tricky. He's got a very thin one in the middle. Not a cupcake shot there. Or I guess not an Irish bun shot, if you would say. We have the street market next door here today, so we got some buns in the booth. Oh, good pot. And a nice cannon cherry on top. Great shot. Really nice. Nice result. He's in with a shout. Potty Kelly. I almost think that red right there, though, is one of the hardest shots in snooker to play. Not because of the difficulty of the shot, but mentally.
Just loose red in the open after this blue. Just load it down.
Yeah, mentally on that shot, you've had a great result in the previous shot. It almost adds undue pressure from yourself. That now I have a chance to get in and win this frame, and you sort of start to lose sight of the moment. But Potty seems pretty strong in that regard.
Just checking to see if that red, it's just the second one below the pink, goes into the top left corner. The other bottom red, those two.
Yeah, the two below the pink, those are definitely going to be clogged up. So we'll have to get a cannon there, but I think the one, the red, the rightmost red of the pack is the easier one to use to run into those. If you can get low on it to the left corner. Oh, he actually had a nice cannon flick there, but he's lost the cue ball. Gonna take a bulk color here instead. I think this red might pass pink to right middle, though, the one to the left of the pink. And if it does, he's got enough of an opening, I think, to make a run at the clearance without having to do any more cannons. Oh, he's tempted by this thin blue. He did hit this one earlier in the frame. I think this one might be a tad thinner. And it's leading to a natural cannon. But yeah, bulk color is the prudent shot. Nice shot around the angles. Just wants a little bit of space off the rail in case he has to come back up table. He's just going to have to screw this off. So it's actually a pretty tough shot coming up unless he has angle going toward the top cushion. Can he maybe cannon into those balls? No, he's queuing this up strong. Maybe he's just decided that this is end of break. Maybe his frame ball. Take the safety. Checking
Just
to
a little
see.
tough for us to tell without the running score going.
Yeah, I think he's looking at this possible plant. He's trying to pick where he wants to leave the white. Think if you can... Depending on the score, you might have to push the black safe, but if not, if you can deal with just pushing the yellow safe, getting in behind brown or black might be all he needs to do. Yeah, he's opting for the black. But he's left this possible plant on. It's a shot to nothing. Let's see what the break is. 41 from Potty.
43 in it and 43 on the table. So if Ryan's able to clear with the black, these two reds, and run the colors, we'll have a black ball respot, but that's a tough order. Definitely with the black in the near the bulk area.
Yeah, pink's pretty safe as well. Smart situational shot there. Just pot the red. No need to get fancy with it and miss it and try to get a color. Now you've gotten a free color.
And that's a concession there. Yep. So Paddy Kelly takes the second frame by scoreline 51-7 over Ryan Cronin, and we'll be stepping aside and come back with an important frame 3. And we're back here. Paddy Kelly, fresh off a second frame victory, breaking off on frame 3. Round robin match, very important.
Yeah, they're making quick work of these frames. 40 minutes in, we're already down 2 frames, 1-1. Both players playing pretty strong, clearing up the reds fairly quickly when they get in. I think Paddy has responded well to Ryan's first frame, 70 some odd break. We also know high break is the part of the tie-breaking criteria, and I think Ryan had a 72 or 73 there. I don't know exactly what it was. That's going to come into play because I believe Ernst Besmer has got a 73 high break in his competition in the group stage.
That's a good long red by Paddy. Get things going. Sure if he's straight on this red. He is. He can run through nicely for the black. It's just tough from our camera angle. It was a bit low. So this was a difficult black to keep the break going, but the angle, he'll cannon into the reds. Oh, that's a very nice shot. difficult black. Still on a red. And have a nice angle to screw back off the cushion and have the black into the top left corner. That's okay. Break's going to continue to go.
Good pot there. Wiped its feet on the way in, but once again, I think Potty playing some situational awareness, taking his medicine, and knows that he can compete with Ryan on the defensive end. Oh, he might be taking this on. Little two-way shot.
Well, 4 reds and 4 blacks. That should be 32 for Potty.
Yeah, this is Potty saying,
5
let's
reds.
dance. Let's dance.
What if we could have pushed that through and maybe just a little gentler pace and had the ping into the opposite middle bag?
It's going to leave a similar shot for Ryan. And with a chance.
Reds. They can get back into this third frame. Always important, these odd-numbered frames. That pink does have a path into the top right corner after this red into the left middle. But it looked like he's playing for the blue, just running through.
I don't like with the pink spots right now, so I think it's a better shot for the blue. I think you want to pick off these reds, though, up by the bulk end, right? These tend to make a mess of things, especially when you sort of get into an end of break scenario and you want to play a safety. You don't have that choice, so it kind of adds some pressure to some of these positional shots coming up. But I like picking them off. get the bulk end cleaned up, and then you can keep working. Flirting a little bit with the yellow, but he's okay. Couple of bulk colors with these reds, and then come down and go to work. Got plenty of runway to work with, so it doesn't have to take a bunch of high value colors. Not just yet, at least. I think brown. It's going to be stretching for either one, though. Just brown is a easier path. If he was able to cue between the green and red at the yellow, it would have been the shot, but just missed that window. It's going to be too long, so I'm going to come down and play with the high value colors again. Maybe just saving that red for later into the green pocket.
Nicely struck there to come off the two cushions. For that red into the opposite corner pocket. It does look like that bottom red of the three does go into the opposite corner.
It's close, yeah. I was looking at the plant, actually, too. If the plant's there, you might be able to take it on now. It's got to be automatic, though, to take on now.
Yeah, when those two red balls are welded together, it makes the plant that much easier. There's space between the reds, lots of difficulty.
All right, he's taking his insurance red from earlier up in the bulk end. Has a guarantee line to get a good angle on the bulk color or the blue. It's gone too far for the blue. So pink. Maybe he was checking earlier if the pink passes. With this line, you can roll forward and gently cannon those bunch of three. Just doesn't want to make this if it's close. That plant was on, huh? Yikes. Just shows you kind of just barely nudged it pretty full and that almost dropped. Would have been disaster for Ryan there. Not out of the woods. Pink is spotted and clogged up. Another red. Only goes into the upper right corner, past the green. Maybe has a chance to cannon into the pink now. Into the pink-red cluster and just get guaranteed shape on the red to right corner next. That's what he's played. He's got the cannon, but it's caused him to miss the black. And that is a big mistake from the Irish number one.
But only three in it, 43-40 for Ryan Cronin with 51 on the table. Only one trouble red on the left side of the table. This is a bit tricky. Using the extended rest and the telescopic extension on his cue.
It's a big shot, though. Ryan's leveled the stage. It's only a 3-point difference, but the balls are all out there. So if Potty can get back in line here with a good pot on this red, frame's there for the taking once again. Needs just to run a bit more. He's perfect. The risky shot here would be to play the stun run through and hold on the blue spot. But pink here, screw back for the red, right of the blue. I'd like to bump into the blue if he had the angle towards it, but a couple of good control of speed shots here. If you can get a high blue here, kind of like he's trying to run into the pack type of angle, he has a way to go one cushion, maybe two cushions at the last red and cannon it out into space. It's gone all wrong there. What I was thinking was going forward, with some right-hand side, potting in between, cue ball in between green and brown, play down the right-hand side, and have a high blue to go at this red off of two cushions.
This requires really good pace here. Well struck. Just came off the horn. Careful there, Ryan. Always got to hold your breath a little bit when these players, when there's not a referee, just jostling that cue ball with their cue. We've seen it a few times in competitions where players inadvertently hit it with the tip, and that will count as a stroke. But second attempt successful. 9 points in it and 35 on in this third frame. Round robin affair. Group stage match.
The chance for an aggressive safety. You can roll the red over the pocket and play the white in behind green. Would be a super aggressive safety. Put a lot of pressure on your opponent, but you've got to get that speed right, otherwise you're selling out the shot. White's going to be threatening the green pocket a little bit. He's left a similar situation for Potty, and Ryan did, as he just shot that. I think, though, this might be laying better for a three cushion, send the red three cushions around the table and play the cue ball in with a bunch of top spin down to the top cushion. That's what he's played. I think he's going to be all right. Nope, he's left it. I think he's left it.
Does look like there is a gap.
I think he was a bit... Oh, maybe not. Did well enough there. Oh,
what a shot there.
Yowza. Does the yellow pass?
Not the number one player in Ireland for nothing, but I think that had a little element of luck there.
It's got a chance. Good pot.
This is a great opportunity for Ryan to steal this third frame.
Uh-oh. Brown getting in the mix. He's all right.
Yeah, nice little cannon to push that red because it doesn't do a lot with this green and can have the brown into the left middle bag. Always tricky, these TV camera angles. They know the best angle when they're down on the table.
Yeah, speaking of angles, though, a little bit stretched out here. Might have to take the rest. Problem with this, the rest shot, is that he's going to have to also force it forward off of one cushion with a bunch of topspin.
Does need up to the pink to take the frame.
Just taking the extension and the stretch, since he does want to cue it this well. And that's enough to cause the miss. Oh, but look at this blue. Is it going to come into play? It's going to be affecting the cueing at the very least.
Yeah, first lesson I've ever was taught when I picked up a snooker cue, don't stretch. So you're stretching, you're kind of a little uneasy. So, but this is a little nasty piece of work here for Potty. This blue is a little bit of a pain.
Yeah, might need a spider here. Yeah, I think it affected his cueing. Gonna have to call referee Boszhilova over there to watch the end of this match. I'm just kidding. She's
Yeah, just look like he has the snooker here. Potty gonna have to go in and out of bulk. Should be able to hit the brown. Just where is brown? And cue ball can end up.
It's gone short. And he's hit the blue. No. Yeah, he's putting him back. I think it's a favor to hit this time around, but that's what Ryan wants, I believe, since it's a good chance to sell out. If he goes this way, he's going to try to go at this at a slow pace. Just kind of nestle up against the brown. Kind of changed his angle there last minute. I wonder if that's going to cause him to go wide. It has. I think he had the angle right the first time, and he kind of made a slight adjustment. So 2 fouls. Yeah, this is kind of the first line he had before. Might still be a bit wide here. Let's see. So the new cloth is going to stretch the line of the cue ball, and it's done it again.
Yeah, he's just trying to just clip off that brown to keep it on that cushion.
Yeah, this looks much closer to the line you want, just because it widens so much with the brand new cloth. It's gone a bit pacey, but he's okay. He's kept the brown safe. Just might be in another snooker situation here. Is he going for this pot? The right speed, he won't leave a shot if he gets close to the jaws. But his head that went a bit too soft. I think that's a mistake there from Ryan.
It's been a seesaw and affair. Big chance here for Potty to steal.
Potty shot that with a bit of right-hand side, which I don't think was necessary. The angle of the cue ball was going to naturally widen off of the first cushion and get a better line at the blue. So now he has to shoot this blue into the lower left corner instead. I think with a bit of topspin on the brown, he would have lined up closer for the side pocket shot, and that's going to be enough to force the miss. should have been much easier, I think, there. We just took the positional window for granted since the brown was so close to the hole. I wanted to guarantee to get it down. I'm looking at our scoring dashboard right now, and it's just riddled with Irish flags, except for the one, Sol Joel Connolly, I believe Northern Ireland flag, in the mix. So an Irish affair this morning in this first round of matches.
I don't think he's got the cover, but it certainly is a long blue. Great pot. Pot would have liked that to just come up a bit more. Does need the remaining two colors to steal this frame.
Oh, another good shot. It's not really playing shape for the black there. Just wants to guarantee to get the pink down and give himself a chance.
Long black for the steal for the third frame.
It's gonna overcut it, and does it leave a shot, or does the black keep going? I think it's gone just far enough to make things interesting. Not an automatic attempt, I don't think, at this middle pocket, so. Safety attempt from Ryan, pretty routine. Good speed, though. Good shot.
Yeah, these are tough situations. Always, you have a sniff of hope sometimes. Your mind's telling you, go for the pot, take the frame. But sometimes the better idea is to do what Ryan did and play safe there on his shot.
This one is going to be a chance to close the frame out.
Yeah, this could be a big momentum swing when you come down to the final black. Who can carry the momentum of the frame win?
Great
That's
pot.
a great black there by Ryan Cronin. He takes that third frame, 70 to 67, a tight one, and we'll come back with frame 4 right after this. And welcome back to the 2025 Nenagh Open here in Nenagh, Ireland at the New Institute Snooker Club. We're in the group stage. It's day 2 of this wonderful championship. All the players will be moving on to play tomorrow. It's just a matter of where they're going to be playing. Obviously, the number 1 seeds in the group are going to be in prime position, and unfortunately the third place selection in the group will be into the consolation, that side, which has still some good prize money, but not as much as the main tournament. So definitely these players are going to be battling and want to get into that main draw. It's a nice red by Ryan to get things going. Some good long potting in his toolbox.
Needs a bit more length here to cover the left red, but he's good enough length to get to the full cushion.
Yeah, break frame here for Body. Doesn't want to go down 3-1 to the Irish number 1. Might be okay getting the cover with that yellow. Does have a red into the top right. It's a blind cut. Bad being a right-hander for Ryan.
It's very makeable, this red, but I don't know about the position on the color after this. Depends how he's going to be cannoning into these other reds, or does he have a line at the black directly? Yeah, I felt like he was going to hit that red just left of his spot.
Yeah, he definitely could be in the driver's seat in a few shots' time. If he's able to make this yellow, the reds are open up quite nicely, and he could put quite a profitable break together. Good chance for the man from Cork.
Looks like pink on the black.
Spot is covered, yeah. Unfortunately, that red over near the top left corner blocks the path for pink, but he's able to run through.
No, just play them all to the same pocket.
He does have an angle on this red to come up for the blue. And you could delicately roll this through to put that red near the top left.
There's a couple of intricate positional shots here.
He's going to have to go in and out of bulk with this blue, making the shot a little bit more difficult, but with the brown off its spot, he does have a lot of space. It may be Friday, but Ryan's got no problem taking these blue balls.
Got a lot of loose red still. Pink available to both pockets, so the frame's there for the taking. Needs to get to that 70 plus mark. It's going to be pretty short of the mark, but brown close to the hole here. It's always an insurance. And good pot. Nicely down this left-hand side. Plenty of reds to choose from, and back in with a shout on the pink next.
Yeah, it's always tough going up against a player when they have the long potting ability that Ryan does. Can't really leave anything safe. And with that previous red gone into the top left, it's cleared out for this pink to go into that same pocket, so frame is there for him.
Lost the cue ball. Gonna have to entertain this black as a possibility if he wants to keep this break going. Not sure how much angle it is.
Yeah, it looks pretty straight. Nice, made it look easy on the TV table, but it's tough going along those cushions. But Ryan's stroked that nicely. Does need a good recovery shot here to keep the break going.
It's on a break of 48. Not going to be enough to lock the frame away, but going to be plenty of points to the good for the Ryan Cronin camp.
Yeah, nice discipline there. You know, when you're on a roll, you've got a break of 48 going. You just want to keep it going and get the frame done and dusted, but didn't force the issue. Just knew the better percentage shot was to run and hide.
With a little bit of green action here. Made this a little tricky.
This has got to hit something. Now let's hit the yellow. Just a thinly hit. Cue ball had a lot of pace, but I think he's all right as the black has covered up the potting angle. That red that's close to it.
Clever shot there to catch parts of the rail just below that red along the right cushion. Didn't think that was an escape route. Well done.
Yeah, tremendous judgment of pace there. Cue ball tight to that bulk cushion, making it a little bit of a painful shot for Ryan. Done well not to cannon the balls in the top end of the table. Ryan with a 43-point advantage in this fourth frame. 67 points.
See, thinking about this red down
On
the
the
right
table.
cushion. Kind of is a shot to nothing if you top it in and send the white back up table. I think a lot of cue power and a lot of accuracy. No, I think we're just playing for the black.
Ooh, and that's gone from bad to worse.
Yeah. I think you had to take that with an element of safe in mind because as tempting as it looks, very difficult shot to execute well.
Maybe if it was Benny O'Brien at the table, he enjoyed those last night in our final match of the day.
Oh, perfect pace. I think he prefers to take the pink here, though. Not only is it a bit straighter, but it'll spot out of the way of all of this traffic. And in doing so, he can bump that red covering the black spot out into the open. Or just pot it next. He's just barely lost the shape, though.
Yeah, with these quick claws, he just had to hit it gingerly, and I think he wanted to go through that gap of those two reds, so then he could take that red that he cannoned into the top left corner. So just needs a red and another color. Get the snooker's required stage. Great red there. Lots of danger on it, especially at that pace.
You'll notice his frame ball. Wouldn't mind cleaning up some more reds here, though. Just left a chance for potty. Black is on. It's only a 3-point difference between what's remaining and the difference, so only one snooker required. But he's going to have to take reds and blacks. His first positional shot, just a bit long. It looks very close. Should be able to see it still. Only problem is black's going to be spotting either on that red or up table. So taking the pink. And in taking the pink means at best one 4-point snooker, is going to leave him to tie with all the remaining colors. Yep. So 1 4-point snooker to tie, plus red, black here, and all the colors. Gonna just opt to play the snooker now with the last red on the table.
Yeah, always a chance of a free ball with that last red.
It's gonna double this, it looks like, and play the white 2 cushions behind the black. Just go forward, never mind. Hard to tell, but not bad. Nice thing here is he's left the red a little bit more off the cushion, so out in the open is better. Try to make it tough, and it's come short for Ryan. This is the chance at a free ball, like you said. It's going to be close. Nope. So 4 points.
Yeah, 37 in it and 35 on the table. So Pawnee just needs the 1 snooker.
think there's something off with the score, actually.
That should be correct there, 62-25.
Okay, for some reason I thought it was bigger lead. Okay. So he still needs the one snooker, huh?
Ooh, just missed. That yellow would have nice to nudge against it. Yeah, this Nenagh Open has been going for quite a while, but this is the first time that has actually been televised to a global audience. So with that audience, us production team has brought in some tablets so players can keep score. So they're all not super familiar with it, so but they've adapted quite nicely. So sometimes we see a little bit of the learning curve, but cooler heads provided, and they were able to correct everything with the help of our head referee, Desi.
Oh, this slides past black and pink. It's going to be tight. Oh, I think it rolled a little bit to the right of the line, though, just at the end there. So we got some folks in the chat. I can... Oh, this is going to roll in.
Yeah,
Yep.
the nap was going to take that.
Got a Charlie Cronin in the chat. I can only guess who he's rooting for. Come on, Riser, he says in the earlier comments.
No.
Is there much snooker in the U.S.? Asking Charlie Cronin. Much snooker? Definitely not as much as there is here in Ireland, it seems, but it is a growing sport. At least we're trying to grow it. Certain pockets of it do have plenty of snooker in the Pacific Northwest in the U.S., as well as some parts of California, a little bit on the East Coast. I'll let you speak to Canada, Dave.
Yeah, Ryan Corrin took that frame, so it leads 3-run. And while they set it up for the fourth frame, we can answer Charlie's question. We're seeing definitely a regrowth in Canada, as probably a lot of people over here in Ireland and in the UK are familiar with some Canadian contingent that came over in the late 70s. A man by the name of Cliff Thorburn brought along Kirk Stevens and Bill Werbenick, Jim White, Burney Mickelson, Brady Golan. Elaine Robidoux was the last Canadian to be on the tour until last year when Sahil Nair won the Pan American Championship in Montreal and punched his card. He's doing all right on the tour so far. He does have a match win, but definitely the talent pool is just enormous here. But at least the PAPSA organization that represents the Americas on the west side of the Atlantic are creating opportunities for people to pursue their snooker dreams. And you are right, Christian, there's a lot of good stuff in the U.S. Amazing Northern California. There's probably about 3 or 4 rooms with 8 or more snooker tables, which is just a phenomenal sight to see.
Yeah, and you've got us, Ox Billiards, up in Seattle, Washington. That's my club. That's where we do a lot of the streams and where I've learned to do some of this live streaming stuff. They seem to like it here, so they brought us out to Ireland to stream this event. We've also got Empire Billiards in Bellevue, Washington, which is just across Lake Washington, about 20 minutes away from Ox, just outside the city. Also a great club. CC does a great job in that room, and they just reopened with 4 new star tables. So we've got 4 and 4 professional star tables in 2 clubs in Seattle area. So,
and coming up next month, down in California, San Gabriel, just outside of Los Angeles, there is the Embassy Open. I'm not sure if there's still entries available for that. Big prize, $10,000 for the winner of that event. So Houston does have a good, strong contingent over there. Snooker. Our good friend Zia Sheik is running the National Snooker Academy. So things in America are growing. Things in Canada are regrowing. But here in Ireland, it's always strong. Well, everybody, we're in for a treat now. We've got the encyclopedia of snooker in the booth. Rodney Goggins. How you doing, Rodney?
All good, Dave, and yourself?
Not too bad, not too bad. Glad that you could travel down. I think for the tournament, we were wondering if you were going to make it. It seemed like maybe you had some work commitments, but
Yeah,
hopefully they're not listening right now and you're playing a little hooky and enjoying us here.
that's it. Glad to be part of it. 3-1 Ryan Cronin. Enjoying it so far, Dave?
Oh, it's just been fantastic. Great facilities here at the new Institute Snooker Club. Everyone has treated us like one of their own.
That's great to hear. It's a great club. The Nenagh Open has been going on since August 2013. A lot of the top players would consider this the second biggest tournament in the Irish calendar in regards. So let's say the World Tour would have the World Championships as first and maybe the UK and the Masters second. But the Irish players would hold this is a esteemed event. It's been going for 12 years. But I say in Brendan O'Donoghue's wildest dreams back in 2013, he didn't think that this was going to happen. What he's holding here this week, it's nearly like a rock festival for snooker players.
It certainly
Brilliant.
is.
That's brilliant to see. And you know what? Even came across yesterday listening to commentary. Seen a few frames. I obviously was working, but I just had your commentary on, nearly listening to it like a radio. What came across was the atmosphere was brilliant, views were brilliant, and everyone was, I think, was just happy. And I think it's just like a Christmas atmosphere.
It certainly is. The town is a buzzing, definitely with the snooker and as well with the hurling.
That's a big day for them. Éire Óg. Last time they won the county championships in Tipperary was 1995.
I don't even know if we were alive then.
I was, you weren't. Is this your first time in Ireland, Dave?
This is, yes.
Yeah. Brilliant. Hard to believe 7 months ago since Sacramento, isn't it?
That's true. It almost felt like yesterday.
Yeah.
But it's great work that Andy and the team at AMC Q Sports has been doing.
Absolutely brilliant. Just on the way up, I just sent to Brendan, Tony Seymour and Nenagh committee have to be complimented so much. You can give every compliment to them, but to have the open-mindedness, because not every club would have that open-mindedness and saying, you want what? Just goes to show you how much they love snooker. Great shot there from Ryan.
That is true. Sometimes you would hope, clubs and rooms, definitely rooms over in North America, can see the benefit of having a prestigious tournament, as much as they're not making a lot of money on the table time. But with the broadcast that we present, fans from around the world are going to be aware of rooms and then want to make it a destination.
Cued that well, Ryan did. Nice kiss on the blue.
So you must have played these two lads a few times in your career?
I have, yeah. Ryan Cronin last 12, 13 year, coming up through the junior ranks. He's probably a generation behind me. But last 12, 13 years, he's been peppering tournaments in the sense of finals and semi-finals. And the last couple of years, he's really come on as a player. He's turned himself into a little winning machine. The pocket rocket, that's what I calls him. He's brilliant, he is. He's tenacious. At one stage, it was never going to prolong, but it looked like he lost a lot of finals, but he was losing them to the quality of Davy Morris, Brendan O'Donoghue, myself. We were stinging him with finals. He was kind of maybe beating us, one or two of us in semis and quarters, but one of us would catch him in the final. But he strung it all together. I think he's won something like 5 national ranking point tournaments the last 2 seasons, maybe 3 seasons. But you're looking, folks, at the reigning current Irish #1 that finished last season. And he backed that up by getting to the first final in September. Davy Morris beat him in the academy in Carlow. Big shock there yesterday, wasn't it? I was surprised, not being disrespectful to Ernest. I was really surprised that he beat Ryan. I seen Ernest play in Sacramento. But Brendan said he took the balls really well, and he took the balls as much as he had done it before, if that makes sense, taking that scalp.
Yeah, it can be a bit dangerous sometimes for the Irish players when the overseas players come over, because they've got really nothing to lose and they're just going to battle the best they can. And that's why we tune into sports. Upsets can happen.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant.
The bookies probably were going mad.
Fair play to Ernest. Fair play to him. He's a good lad. You can see by him he loves snooker as well.
Yeah, and a very good referee in his own right as well.
Yeah.
We'll be seeing him a little bit later on the table if he's not playing.
Paddy, just a word on Paddy Kelly, because everything seems to be so biased in what we're talking about Ryan, and obviously he's the #1 snooker player at the moment in the Irish amateurs. But the word on Paddy was Tom Gleeson was the first player to in this club in the modern era to crack through, in the sense of being on Irish teams, Irish championships, home internationals. But Paddy Kelly at one stage was getting to Irish amateur semi-finals in 1993, and he also got to a final in the Tralee Open, in the Munster Open down in Tralee back in 1991-92. And he was actually getting to he got to a final before I can remember Tommy Gleeson getting to a final. So them two lads really pushed each other. Paddy was in the top 10 back in the early 1990s, which just wasn't an easy thing to do. And especially when you were from the country, if you weren't from Dublin, you were kind of, the capital had a lot of great players. So Paddy and Tommy really broke the duck, in the sense of the players outside. He's missed that, has he? Outside the capital. They weren't the first ones outside the capital to do it, but to just start rocking and rolling. It was very important for players outside Dublin to have players to look up to and saying, they can do it, we can do it.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Once you see your fellow countryman or woman excelling in a sport, it inspires you to either say pick up a cue if it's snooker or a club in golf.
Yeah. There's no doubt in my mind for this club, if it didn't have Tommy Gleeson, I don't think Brendan O'Donoghue would be as proficient, as quick as he was. To have someone in your own club really like at the top of international amateur snooker and domestic, winning domestic stuff and getting back then to play in the World Amateur Championships was like the Olympic Games.
Well, 21-point advantage for Ryan in this fifth frame, but 67 points on the table.
Tables look Augusta speed, don't they, Dave?
Oh, they're very quick. When we arrived on Tuesday, they were installing heaters. The pockets are looking a little generous, so makes it nice to see a lot of fireworks. Right now, Daniel Wormsley of England has the high run of 128.
Yeah, I heard that. I didn't see that break, by the way, but I did hear it. I was trying to follow the results as the were coming in.
Whereabouts do you come from, Rodney?
I come from southeast of the country, right in the corner, a place called Wexford. I left Wexford this morning at 6:30, and I got two buses up. Wexford, Waterford to Limerick, and then Brendan collected me. Is this table that I'm looking at? Is this Davy Morris's table? Previously. I think it is. I think the club bought Davy Morris's table. That has some history to it. Davy would have bought that table in, I think, 2008. I would have played a lot of practice frames with him on it.
True, he's definitely been touted as one of the favourites to hoist the trophy come Monday afternoon.
Hard man to beat down here. Hard man to beat anywhere. Current Irish amateur champion.
Yeah, there was a match that he had on the TV table yesterday. He's struggling a little bit. You know, he was given chances, and seeing how Davey was playing at the U.S. Masters in Sacramento, he just wasn't in peak form.
Yeah,
but
he had a 99 break in one of the frames. He won 4-1. Gentleman he was playing, Sean Gray, very good player. Really raced Sean. Goes about it in a nice way. I was just thinking, Dave, is coming up on the bus there, Ryan lost one. It looks like he's going to win this, is he? Even though I might be being too premature in saying that. Mick Judge, he's lost one and he needs to win a match today. A lot of the top seeds want to have
I think
if coming in second. That's a beautiful cannon.
I think if he takes this match 4-1, unfortunately Ernst Basinger will be knocked out of the main tournament, but we do have the second side, the consolation draw. So no one's going home today.
I'm going to be very honest. I'm not even playing. And last night, I couldn't sleep. I was that excited. I haven't felt like that for a long, long time about a snooker tournament. It's brilliant. I was up in Dublin last week hitting a few balls with Joe Delaney and Mick Judge, and we had a little 8-man comp. But you could feel the atmosphere about this tournament. It wasn't, and it was a lovely day and all. We had a great day and we had a bit of laugh. And it was just so nice. Oh. Wasn't expecting that.
Big mistake, but handshakes there. So Ryan Cronin takes this match by a scoreline of 4-1. We're just going to step aside and set up a post-match interview with the winner. And our next match on the slate will be Daniel Wormsley taking on Greg Casey. But stand by, everybody, for the post-match interview, and we'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Nenagh Open. It's David Burney here in the post-match interview with Ryan Cronin. Congratulations on your match victory. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. Just nice to get the win. Struggled a bit last night and lost. Played okay last night, but played better today, which I had to win to get out of the group. So yeah, happy. Just safety was a bit better, scoring was a bit better. So and Paddy's tough player. So I need a good win yesterday against Ernst Bermser. That beat me. So yeah, just overall happy anyway.
Yeah, it's always the first match of the day is usually always a tough one, just because you got a little cobwebs from the night before, and it looked like you guys were almost maybe going to go to the decider. It seemed like one apiece, but then you pulled away.
Yeah, one apiece. I was saying if I could get ahead, I want a good third frame on the black from being down a good bit. And when I won that, so anytime you win a frame when you're behind, it gives you a bit of lift. So played a good frame after that, and then just finished it off there. Paddy gave me one or two chances that he normally wouldn't give you, loose safeties, and I just capitalised on it. And happy to get the win.
And then on that third frame, it went down to a black ball, so could have gone either way.
Either way,
ride a lot of momentum taking that black.
If Paddy wins that frame, he can do what I did. Like if he wins and goes 2-1 up, he could beat me 4-1. So that's black ball frames are very important to, obviously, to win because they're for the frame, but can swing the momentum either way. So it's very important to win. And luckily, I won the match.
Yeah, and I think with a 4-1 victory, that confirms that you'll be in the good part of the draw. You're not in that consolation one. You're still in the main tournament.
Yeah.
Chance to win the trophy.
Yeah, so look, that was the job to come up here. You've kind of 3 jobs really. Get out of say your group, get to the final, and then hopefully with a bit of luck you win it. So yeah, look, still there. When you're still there, you have a chance. So just have to start playing a bit, make turning 30s and 40s into 70s and 80s, and killing frames off in one visit instead of 2 and 3. And sure, look, once you're winning frames, you don't mind how you win them, but you just have to win them. So
hey, win is a win is a
win.
Win
is a win. Win is a win.
Congratulations on your match victory.
Thank you.
All the best of luck in the tournament.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
This has been David Burney at the 2025 Nenagh Open Championship here in Nenagh, Ireland. We're going to step aside and we'll be right back with some exciting action down on the bays. I believe Daniel Wormsley is next up. He's got a 128 break. Will he eclipse that? Time will tell. And welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the 2025 Nenagh Open Snooker Championship here at the New Institute Snooker Club in Nenagh, Ireland. Featured match here with Daniel Wormsley taking on a last-minute substitution. Daniel was slated to battle Craig Casey, but unfortunately he has a little trouble and wasn't able to make it. So our good friend that came in to commentate had his cue with him, and Rodney Goggins is set to do battle.
Center stage here once again. The 1999 under-21 world champion. Apparently that's his calling card for his intro. But I think that has quickly become the group of death, that one. Rodney, Daniel Wormsley, and Andy McCloskey.
Yeah, Stan so far has the high run of the tournament at 128. But Rodney's part of the great Irish contingency here, kind of the three amigos, Rodney, Brendan O'Donoghue, and Davy Morris. There's some tough competitors. Obviously, our tournament directors made sure it was all right with Dan that Rodney filled in, and he had no problem with it.
Yeah, I think the advantage is the player who was supposed to be here, since he dropped out last minute, is the issue, but he hadn't played any matches yet in the start of the tournament, so the tournament for him had not begun, so essentially that spot was unplayed, and so by swapping in a new player, it doesn't technically change any of the standings. He hasn't recorded some match play and then now had to drop out, because if that were the case, they probably would have had to disqualify him instead. So just did a drop-in solution, and we got a good one.
So Dan is taking the long red in, and he's in first. And these matches are best of 7, so gotta get 4 to the good to punch a match victory. Yeah, Dan went to a decider with co-director Andy McCloskey. And Andy just faltered a little bit on the safety in that deciding frame, and Dan turned around and ran a 1-2-8. Rodney just coming over just to see if that's touching ball. Dan actually has become a pupil of Barry Stark. Any fans out there that watch that great coach?
Barry Stark, snooker coach, huh? Has a big YouTube channel, right?
That is correct, and Dan has visited there and because they revamped it actually a little bit. Barry took a little bit of a break as his number one pupil, Kyron Wilson, won the world championship a couple years ago.
Yeah. It seemed like they might have had a falling out at some point, or just he stopped coaching him for a little while, and then he won the world championship that year a couple years after. It's good to see them reconvening on the championship stage when he claimed the title. And now I think they're platonic, it seems. Can't speak much to that. Oh, it's not a bad safety attempt. It's taking away the right half of the table for some of the reds, but what you want to do is these reds that are out kind of loose to the right of the black, that are kind of four in a vertical line, if you can get rid of the sight of those reds using the yellow or the green. No, more with the yellow, I think. It's going to take away a lot of these shot to nothing attempts. He's got one there. Good shot, Rodney. We're in for a good match here. This could pretty easily be a knockout stage match. He's playing the safety, but he's got that yellow blocking off those reds I was talking about earlier. It's a good job. I think as long as Daniel can't get to the right half of the reds, he's going to be forced to make some sort of dump shot. Maybe if he can get to the red closest to the left corner along this left long rail. Push it forward 2 cushions and play the cue ball into the jaws of the corner pocket. In that area, you can maybe leave a tougher shot for Rodney. Don't know what else he has, though. Just don't see a path getting the white back up table. Choosing to dump a different ball, but must have checked to see if one of those reds didn't pass. I think there is a pot on, but not really worth going for. No black on. Just trying to get him back in that area. Red out in the open, closest to the left corner, is opportunity for an offensive shot, but doesn't have a way to escape. So it's going to be all in if he takes that. Kind of more of a bait shot when you're playing a little bit lower skill player who just wants to try to make a pot. This is a foul and a miss from Daniel, but not going to cost him much. Well, maybe there's a red shot to nothing. One closest to the right corner. Mistake from Rodney.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this fares. Obviously, Rodney wasn't expecting to play in the tournament, expecting to come on, have some fun in the booth. But there might be just a slight advantage.
Ooh,
damn.
Spoke too soon.
But Dan might have the advantage. He's already got a match under his belt and has been practicing on these tables the past few days, so getting accustomed to the conditions. definitely is a messy little table. 6 reds close to the left cushion.
Think unless there's something easy onto this left corner, I think punching this red near the yellow pocket backup table is going to be the play. Looks like it's too close to the bolt cushion to go in. Just play your stop shot and send it around the rails. I still think there's like this little pocket. You see, like right just to the left of the brown, directly north of the yellow. Somebody can get the ball there. It's going to make a tough escape. Overran that position with the white.
Ooh, has the green come to his rescue? Just a little tough to tell from our vantage point. Looks like it might have. It did go. I think Rodney would be down on the shot right now, but
Interesting shot choice there. Didn't really go where we wanted. Pretty unlucky to get the thin contact on that red and send the white around. You would have thought surely anything fuller than a half ball would have kept the white down table, but first big safety mistake from Rodney. Good cue action on that shot, but red in the way of the screw.
yeah, it's going to be a tough table for player to put a high break together.
Is the
Black
red
and pink are really got a commission.
Is the red near the right middle pocket a threat, or is it safe? It could be why he's hesitant to just play the cue ball into bulk right now. If that is a possibility of going in, which it looks like it might, this is quite the awkward spot for Daniel. Wouldn't have thought he would have been in this kind of a weird spot, but drew off of that red with the rest into another red, pushed it over to the pocket, and now he's kind of got to play a bit of an awkward shot. He's hoping to get behind the yellow here to cover that red over the middle bag. I think it's close. Uh-oh. Another mistake from Rodney. Not terrible. Got some distance still, but these pockets are generous enough that this is still a threat. Both of these reds. One is pushed to the left and the one close to the right. think he can screw back for the blue here, maybe. Not queuing too well so far in this start of this frame. We know Rodney just got off a couple of buses to get his way here, so he's probably adjusting. But there's no excuse. Both players be the first to tell you that.
There's really no problem taking on some gutsy shots. That's really a high break is not going to be able to happen. Really going to have to do a lot to make something happen, and happy to bring in Brendan O'Donoghue into the booth again.
Hi, Dave.
Hello, hello.
What's happening?
Oh, it's day 2 here, the 2025 Nenagh Open. It's been a few upsets, been a few thrills.
Absolutely.
A little cagey frame to start this match too.
Yeah, Rodney's just come off a couple of buses that picked him up in Limerick, so he's probably a bit tight at the minute. He didn't get much of a practice either. He wasn't expecting to be going in a late entry from the reserve list. But I'm sure he'll figure it out soon enough. Quality player, 1999 World Under-21 champion, Irish champion in 2000, multiple national titles. He's probably won everything in the game. I think he's won 28 or 29, 30 local, well not local, say, Irish senior ranking events. Again, I'd have to clear all that with Rodney. He's the statistician and all this stuff, but
Yes, the encyclopedia.
just a brilliant player, a wonderful friend of mine. He's godfather for my only daughter, so just a real special person within the game of snooker, game of Irish snooker, even world snooker, and brilliant to have him. Started a bit cagey, has it?
Well, most of our 12:30 matches are in play. We do have Dave Garrett and Andy Lee.
Yeah, local boy Dave
Tied.
Garrett, yeah.
3-3, but Andy Lee's got a 58 to 20 point advantage, and there's 51 on the table. So
He's got a long red, medium long red into the yellow bag here. It'll probably put him over the line if he gets it, the way the balls are set. Dave's still alive on table 4. 3 reds left. 1 in the open, 1 near a bag, and 1 on the side rail. 4 colours in the spots.
here on our featured table, looks like Rodney's only got a couple of reds that he can hit directly on. At least the one on the right side of the table. Could clip off the left side of it, play with the little check side so it straightens up to come back up to the bulk area.
How do you find in Ireland, guys? Good?
Been quite nice. Hailing from Vancouver, Canada, it's definitely really not much change. It's rainy. It's overcast. It's not too cool as we're getting into the late autumn months here in October.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a lovely dry spell for the last couple of weeks, bit of rain today, but it's nice out in between the showers.
True. Hopefully it's not too rainy on Sunday for the hurling match.
That's it. That's it. Please God.
Did they ever call rain delays in that
No.
sport? No? It's play on no matter what?
Oh, man. Yeah.
Good to hear.
Play on with half an arm hanging off. We playing on. The boys are built different. I have to go now and do my tournament director duties, but I'll be back later on. Thanks very much, Dave, for
Sounds good.
chatting.
You got one more match, don't you, Brendan?
No, I both played, so I'm finished playing one of my games yesterday, and I'm through to tomorrow. So today's a working day.
All right. Well, hopefully we can see you again in the booth today, but if we don't, good luck tomorrow in your match.
Water, thanks, guys.
Dan, looks like you could take this double.
Thanks to Brendan Donahue there. But KG match is right for this start of this one. If we look at our second TV table, they started around the same time. They're already 1-0 in their games in 2016 in the second. This is John Torpy at the table, lightning fast player, playing Benny O'Brien, another unorthodox but also quick player. Take a look at this, some of this action here. This is available on TV Table 2. You should be able to see this on the side stream, a different live stream on the Ox Billiards YouTube channel. If you're enjoying the content, like, subscribe, helps us out, helps us get the word out to more folks, especially if you're watching here from Nenagh or abroad. Want to grow the sport, and we're trying to bring good quality live streams for y'all to enjoy. Back to the main table. Daniel Wemmersley taking this shot on with the rest. Quality shot.
Yeah, he's quite proficient with the rest. You got to be on these 6x12 tables.
Yeah. A couple of solid shots at the rest, I think, will boost his confidence a bit. It's not quite the start he would have wanted, but we know he went to a decider against Andy McCloskey yesterday, which means there's probably some ups and downs in that match as well. Bump that red out nicely now. Gonna get a few more points on this break, but no one's running out on this table. And I think if Rodney has a choice, he's gonna want to make each one of these frames sort of a grind. That'll probably favor his play style, but his knowledge of shots and shot selection. Daniel's no slouch in that department, but if Rodney's going to beat him, he's going to have to do him on the tactics, I think.
Yeah, Dan's not short of cue power, that's for sure. A lot of shots he's fired into pockets and they've popped out.
Don't think that one was center hole, otherwise it probably had a good chance of dropping. Just caught the near jaw slightly. A little bit thick, maybe. There is one red available, to the one just to the left of the pink. And it's fairly straight, but I don't know if he's going to just stop his cue ball there and play the pink to the opposite corner or to try to screw back. If he plays forward, it's going to leave a shot on for sure. A little bit risky, I think. Yeah, good shot. Just stopping it there. Playing the pink to the other corner pocket. A little bit of topspin, I think, will nudge that red to the right of the pink out into open space. And he should be having to look at a few open reds. No, pretty straight on, actually. Thought maybe he had a bit more angle to run into that red, but I think this might be end of break. This is a really thin one into the left corner pocket. Not sure it's worth the risk. Scoreline's pretty level still. He's only about, 13 to 15 points or so right now, each player. And if he's taken away the two reds closest to the pink and black spots, the ones towards the center of the table, it'll be a great safety, but looks like Daniel can get at least at the one along the top cushion.
A little swerve with that open red.
Oh no, he could see the higher one, and he takes the black in play as well. Good shot.
Definitely looks ultra thin on our monitor for that black. They test the eyes, so Daniel not going to force it. Doesn't want to put any unforced errors. Does know the ability of Rodney.
Just lost his white here. He's saying it's fast, isn't it? Yeah, it's a little bit. He's playing shaper over there. Wow.
Yeah, I almost expect Rodney to be running a little over, not used to the tables, whereas Dan's been around for the last few days, knows the speed of these tables. Beautiful conditions. Nice Lieberwind cloth, heated underneath.
Yeah, I think they are trying to get players to play on different tables. So I'm sure Dan doesn't have a ton of experience playing on this specific table yet.
Oh, he has a bit of Irish luck.
Not really. Two balls over the corner pockets means more points in Daniel's favor. Clearance still out of commission, so we're in for a grind, as they say.
Well, if Dan can take this red, get the black back on its spot. Does have that red, as you mentioned, to the top left corner. And maybe you can get an angle on another black to develop those reds on the side.
Yep, on the black. Get it back on its spot. Where the green sits, he could even get a lowish angle on this red. An angle so that he can send his cue ball to go towards the cluster that's there. And if he's able to hold the cue ball in that general area, he's going to have a shot at the green to the right middle pocket next, so not a bad choice.
Could take this red into top left corner. Could just, as he's some screw, yes, develop those nicely. Just that red has covered up the pink. I think, well, maybe, yeah, looks like you can get by there.
Didn't manage to hold there, but has a chance.
It's a nice shot with the rest.
I think he's been playing his shots better with the rest than without, so I want to leave it out for some of these.
You can play this, maybe the top come off the cushion. Maybe have this red down the left cushion.
don't think he's taking it on the red. Ooh, he's not going to get a chance with that kind of miss. I guess it depends. Depends on the table's playing, and sometimes those reds will hug sort of a trench that builds up over time. But with the new cloth, these are not always gimmies.
If it's glued to the cushion, you want to use your cue ball to hit object ball and cushion at the same time.
Yeah, good shot.
It's coming down to the colors in this first frame. Rodney's going to have to go around the table a lot with the green down in the top area. But it certainly is there. There's not really any safe color. It would be quite a steal for the Irishman.
Wonder why he's not taking the blue here. Left middle. Screw back a few inches, maybe.
He just put a color ball in, so he's on the yellow.
Oh, he's in the yellow, excuse me. Okay. Playing the clearance now. Yep. I just took my eye off of it for a second. Top this ball in. I think you'd want to stay down the right-hand side, but natural position is going to lead toward the pink, sort of down the left-hand side of the table. Making the shots hard enough.
Yeah, that was the big shot at the break there.
Might get behind yellow, or excuse me, pink. It's close.
Certainly not a gimme going from one side of the table to the other, so mid to long range shot for Dan, but can take this. I would think he'd be the favorite to take the first frame.
Another chance for Rodney. Rodney Goggins. Good shot.
Yeah, it was a great green, just a tough brown with that cue ball close to the cushion, an awkward bridging. So, cue ball and brown relatively close. Makes the shot a little bit more difficult, but this space that Dan needs to go with the brown might just make it a bit tricky.
Yeah, not automatic. These are tough. He's got a good shot, but the angle's a little steeper than he wants. Gonna have to send this around 3 rails for the natural shape.
Blue is his frame ball. Now the frame is his. The pockets just open up like the size of buckets.
Boom.
So Daniel Wormsley takes that first frame, and we'll step aside and come back with frame 2 right after this. back with frame 2. Rodney, Goggins set to go off. Just over the newswire, it seems like there's a new high break. Christian's just getting the update. It's David Burney in the booth. Christian Youngers, what do you got for that high break?
Daniel Merrigan, table 1. He's got a 138 just now. He's playing against Frank. Was it Frank Sarsfield? Sarsfield. So Daniel Merrigan, the 138. Marked it up right there. New high break for the tournament. So Daniel Womersley, former high break holder of the 128, gets eclipsed. But I think we might still be in for another one.
Yeah, this tournament is just steeped in great talent. And, might not have seen it on day one. These players are just getting used to the table, but now that the tournament's kind of in full swing, little longer frame matches as well. Sometimes in North America, we're used to a shorter match format just because the caliber isn't there like it is over here in Ireland. So sometimes it's just the practicality as we appreciate all the venues back on the west side of the Atlantic helping us get into the rooms and perform some tournaments. But sometimes there's a trade-off that we have to finish our day to enable those room owners to have paying customers come in the evening. But here at the New Institute Snooker Club in Nenagh, they have been very receptive to this tournament and happy that it's here. It's been going on, we said, since 2013. This is the first time real circus has come to town. Myself and Christian bringing the audio and visual element to the tournament so the world can see what Nenagh is all about.
Yeah, it's a sweet club they have here. Nice setup, a bunch of different entrances. Got a good routing of all the players to go upstairs for the tournament check-in. Got a nice streaming booth here.
Actually, you mentioned that about the entrance. It's amazing, actually. A lot of players aren't late. It seems quite labyrinthian.
Yeah.
To get in this place, you go in one door and you find Peter Rabbit. Another door, you find the snooker tables.
And the other door is a closet. You never know. Does he have a plant on? I think the red just above the black. Up into the right of the black. I think that one can plant onto the red over the hole. He's not playing it. I wonder what he's doing here. Is he playing this red instead off one cushion? Yeah. Felt a little bit riskier, that type of shot. I don't know, maybe he thought it was automatic. I guess that red's not quite over the bag. As clean as it could be, so you kind of want to cut at it a little bit. Widen your margin of error.
And he's just going to be mindful coming over that green.
Gonna try to hold for the black. Oh, I think the nudge just helped him just enough.
Yeah, played it with a little bit of drag, so it just slows down the pace. And as you mentioned, Christian, a nice little flick off that red.
Yeah, kind of fortunate. Could have been any amount thinner. He would have been behind that red instead. But this frame's still kind of tidy. The red's a little bit still in the open. He's just thinking about what's there to play next for. If he wants to play the red closest to the right bag next, it's going to be a lot of inside spin. Don't know if it's worth it. Got out enough into open space to see that red over the right hole. Think he's going to have to do another sort of cannon, though, to play for the black. Unless he can screw off that red enough and widen the angle. Play two cushions and play the black in the same pocket. Just with the rest it's stretched out, it's too difficult, I think. Roll this in, get the right cannon full in the face. Good shot.
Yeah, this is wonderful. Wonderful opportunity for Rodney.
Is he going to stun in between one of these red gaps or just screw into some of them? No, he's playing the blue out into space. Take a little bit thinner cut. And the red right above the black. Since he's pushed the blue out, he has an option at it later. But he might just play for brown here. Oh, he's loading up with inside. Trying to hold for the black, maybe. Yeah, played the cannon nicely.
Clever shot.
Queuing should be okay. He might just be a little stretched out. He's got enough of the cue ball to make it work. I think play the red next to where his cue ball is now. Just roll this in and play up table. Yeah, another nice cannon. He has actually a choice of reds here now. One right above the black. One closest to the cue ball to the left corner pocket.
Good angle to draw back for that red that's closest to the black.
Now looking ahead, there's a two reds that are kind of the same level to the right, closest to the blue. Those don't go into any of the corner pockets, I don't think. They're kind of blocking each other. So he's going to have to think about either a cannon coming up here off of this red or save it for later. A red just above the one he's going to shoot next does go to left corner or right middle pocket. That starts to open up some other shots. Has an angle here at a cannon. Can also try to stun in between the gap. There's a gap between the two reds next to the blue and the rest of the bunch. If you can hit that gap, you should have a shot at something. Although it can go totally wrong, so I might just go forward and try to come around the blue. I think he's just gone into them directly.
Yeah, he's got a red to the top left corner.
Got a couple of reds, I think, to the top left corner. It's going to take the one that's straighter in, though. Natural cannon here into the bunch. This could be the shot that opens everything up. Barely knocks it in. Wiped its feet.
This is a big shot coming up here to keep the break going. To use some extra tackle. Well played. Come off the top cushion for the next red after this black. Rodney definitely not showing any signs of bust leg. He's playing well in this frame.
Cannon's that blue to hold for the red to left middle. Pink spot looks like it's covered, so if he plays for pink next, off for this red to left middle, it will spot on the blue spot up top, middle part of the table. Should be unobstructed, so he's got to play this kind of a bit of stun run through, just a tiny bit. Optionally can roll it in, but these are dicey to roll in. Oh, he's played for the brown instead. Maybe a bulk color. Just overran the mark though. Wanted to hold up maybe 3-4 inches, something like that. He would have had a choice of brown, yellow. So now he's got a thin one. It's going to be a bit of a recovery shot to get on something nice. Might just be okay. It's going to be kind of a close hit. Second time he drops his chalk. Referee. Yeah, good strike. Wanted a bit more out of it, so he's not going to be hampered over the blue for the black. I think he's just checking the score to see how many more reds he needs. We have not been tracking this break, so we'll see what he's at in a bit.
Well, he's been at the table, so with 59 points on the table, he surely has to be pretty far ahead.
.63, so 61 difference. Managed to get down his frame ball, so
Dan does need one snooker if he's able to clear up all those reds with blacks. So that's 59. We'll put him at 60, trailing by 63 to 60. So if Rodney can put a red and a color, maybe just one more red, that probably would seal the deal for the second frame.
I don't know. I think I'd almost think one more red would be enough, just because out of both players, if you're going to play a grind of a match, a slow match, I think it favors Rodney more than it does Daniel. Feels like of the two players, Daniel would rather be the one that has some high flying, high scoring affairs. But who knows? It's not a bad shot. He avoided all the traffic up table. He left a couple of mid-range shots. Can kind of be played two ways. He can play the shot to the left corner pocket. He can stun forward for the black. If he plays this red, he can either just nick off and play safe, or he can try to screw back a la Jet Trump into the right corner. But looks like he's playing it a bit more safety in mind. So we're going to see another back and forth affair here for a little bit, but got a feeling it's going to be just a matter of time before Rodney can knock down another red and get this frame dusted. Yeah, a bit of a mistake there from Daniel didn't want to catch it on the way back. Missed the pack on the way in, caught it thin on the way back. And all the reds are kind of safe except for this one out in the open. It's a bit thick on that shot. Very close.
Yeah, what I like about both these players, they don't really wait around too much. They evaluate the table, and when they know the shot, they take it on. Whether it be safety or a pot.
So close on both of those. He's corrected a bit too much the other way, and now he's overcut it into that same pocket as before. I think this red might pass the pink, but it's definitely closer to the left middle pocket, and that's what he looks like he's taking on. Doesn't need blacks necessarily, but he does need one snooker as of right now. All right, yet another try for Rodney into the same pocket. I think he might make the adjustment. It's also much closer to the red here with the cue ball. And overcut again.
Yeah, it was so tough when you can just smell that frame in your grasp. Just tough to get that shot, just to push over that line. It's not bad for Dan bringing these reds down around the black area, obviously being tough near that top cushion.
It's got an interesting shot here, Rodney. You can play this with a stop shot and use the blue to kind of block all the reds. And if you were to miss the red, it would jaw the pocket to the point of probably not leaving it on. Guess he had maybe too much angle and he stunned it over. It's kind of a two-way shot to sort of play safe at the same time there.
Yeah, that's a thin red into the top right. It's going to lose control of the cue ball.
Far jaw again. Daniel missed a couple of those into the far jaw. Some of those shots, and he's going to lose out on points there. Probably going to be enough to concede at the next visit, especially if Rodney were to make this red.
Well, now it's just 51 points on the table, and the difference is 61. But Rodney. I did like how Dan on that Miss Brown didn't concede the frame right away. He's making Rodney earn it. With that last red, there's always free ball possibilities. So Dan's not out of it just yet.
Yep, setting up for Snooker here behind the black. Send the red around 2 cushions, maybe 3, and try to stun and get the speed right. It's a little too long if the red leaks out, and it has. It's not the best effort there from Daniel. Still behind with 2 snookers required, right? So the chance of dropping. And flukes it.
And it cut the jaw and fell down in the pocket. So Rodney Goggins gets his first frame on the board of the tournament, a late substitution. We're just going to step aside and be right back with frame 3 action. And welcome back to our featured match here at the 2025 Nenagh Open at the New Institute Snooker Club in beautiful Nenagh, Ireland. Obviously, it's a little rainy day out there today. Plenty of wonderful seating here at the club, so if you're in the neighborhood, come on down. It's the group stage. Lots of action happening here. It's David Burney in the booth. Happy to be with you. And we do have an active chat, so if you have any comments or questions, feel free to chime in. It's kind of a Irish-English battle right here with Rodney Goggins from Ireland taking on Daniel Wormsley. So if you have any support for either player, definitely put it into the chat. We're on the Ox Billiards YouTube page. We do have us an additional channel. That's with Benny O'Brien taking on John Torpy. Unfortunately, that one won't have commentary. And then we also have a link in our description on the YouTube page, just so you can see all the results and where all your players stand. Everyone will be coming back tomorrow. First and second place of the groups will be into the main part of the tournament. For third place in the group, unfortunately, will be into the second chance tournament. Still a chance to win a little bit of money, but not as much, and don't get the hardware. As the great Ronnie O'Sullivan once said, yeah, money comes and goes, but trophies are forever. He tempted Dan. So, the trickiest shot. See, this is definitely in Dan's wheelhouse. It's right into the top right corner. This is a nice little spread of reds, so this could be a good opportunity for Dan. Did have the high break at 128, but it did get eclipsed about half an hour ago. Daniel Merrigan at a 138. But a lot of work for Dan to at least get close to the century. Yeah, it's tough for him to hold for the black. See, possibly taking this red into the top right, coming up for the blue. Oh, just as he came through, just threw away his cue in disgust. So breaks down on 3 reds and 3 blacks. It was looking promising. Let's see how Rodney can respond. Never a sprint in the game of snooker. It's definitely a marathon. You want to take everything methodically. Just found the gap nicely there to be on the right side of the blue. Natural angle is going to take him down to the business end. like the left of the... Oh no, he's taking red that's close to his cue ball. Flicked off that pink nicely to make it available into that same corner pocket. Does have the option of the blue with that red just above the green. It's a good little safety net there. Good angle on this green after that red for Rodney. I'd like that to run a little bit more, but it's certainly possible he can just delicately screw back on this blue as that red's out in the open on the left side. Also got that red just to the right of the black. It's a mid-range shot into the opposite top right corner. This might be the more favorable shot for the right-hander. Obviously, taking that red that I first alluded to. He's got to negotiate the brown and maybe getting close to the green as well with his body, so... Cueing quite nicely, just putting these object balls directly into the middle of the pocket. It's always a good sign. Excellent shot. Give himself options. Now he's got a red to the left, middle. He's got a red to the top left corner. So it's great stuff here by Rodney Goggins. A late substitute. Always appreciate the... he's got the nickname of the Encyclopedia. He's a wealth of knowledge in this game of snooker. Definitely here in Ireland. Knows the scene through and through. He definitely has some stories to tell us. Hopefully he can come back in the booth, but we wish him the best on his tournament run. Just glancing over at the scoreboard. Not sure if we're at the snooker's required stage just yet. So we don't have dedicated scorekeepers at each table. If you're in the Nenagh neighborhood and want to help out with scorekeeping, it's the best seat in the house. Can't have an obstructed view. Now Ronnie's just gone into a little bit of trouble here. Queuing over that red. Coming down. Doesn't want to put any unwanted side on it. Shouldn't have to do much. Should be able to come for the blue. I think there's enough space between both these reds, so both of them will go into the top left corner. We'll to use that other red to deaden the pace of his cue, just so he has an opportunity. It's a thin, tricky black to that same corner pocket. So this is looking good for Rodney to win 2 frames in a row. That's run enough for the path clear to the yellow. So at the onset, it seemed like Dan was putting a beautiful break together. He had 3 reds with 3 blacks, but then broke down, and Rodney has steamrolled. Must be getting close to a century. We just can't compute on the green. Pretty sure that'll be a concession there by Dan. So he came out strong in the first frame, Dan Wormsley, but Rodney's getting used to the table as much as he just got in probably about a couple hours ago into the room. A late substitute, and we'll step aside and come right back with frame 4. back here at our featured match. Rodney Goggins of Ireland leading 2-1 over Daniel Wormsley of England. Just looking around the room. Daniel Merrigan, who has the high run so far of 138, has a 2-1 advantage over Frank Sarsfield, though he's trailing in the fourth frame. Benny O'Brien and John Torpy are tied 2 apiece. Michael Judge has a 3-0 commanding lead over Bob Himnani. Dylan Reese has a 2-1 advantage over Johnny Farrell. Definitely there's a link in the description of our YouTube broadcast that you can see all the results as they happen. And Rodney's just acknowledging that there's a touching ball, which allows him to shoot away. And I'm more than pleased to bring in the booth, co-tournament director, Andy McCloskey.
Hello, David.
Hello, sir.
How are you? How's this game going?
It's going quite well, actually. Daniel came out of the gates, guns a-blazing, but Rodney seems like he's got used to the tables and has put 2 frames in a row.
Rodney has been described as the 30th man into the Royal Rumble. So he's after coming down now and he's getting stuck in. It's good to see him.
True, the encyclopedia, the under-21 world champion, definitely knows his way around the table. So Dan is in tough, but he's a pretty strong competitor as well. This one would have been tough to decide on the onset.
Absolutely, this could have 4-3 all over it as well. But the quality of both players, like they could go in and just start rattling off from breaks pretty quick as well. Actually seen Dan Merrigan at a 138 out there as well.
Mm-hmm.
So and Nick George is after, I think he missed a blue for a 136 run out, so maybe like a 118 or something like that. So the breaks are starting to get lively again out there.
Now the pockets definitely look generous on these very lovely tables that you have here.
Yeah, and that's how, look, they're not buckets. They are on the generous side, but that normally happens when you get the cloths and the cushions done. The tables get a lot more slidey, you know what I mean? So, look, I'm delighted. I'm delighted that they're big, so I'll let you know.
I think it's not a bad idea. Why, for us on the amateur side, have them super tight, professionally grade? Like, open them up just a little bit. Let's see some excitement. Let's see some big breaks.
I don't know. Tables are different, though. Do you know what I mean? There's so many different table brands. Is there heating on them? What type of cloths are after going on them? Tables are weird. They are weird.
Seems like a gentleman's cell phone was going off in the room. We do appreciate all the spectators coming in. Just remember to put those cell phones on vibrate or just completely turn them off.
I think that was our first one, wasn't it?
Oh, there's been a few rings.
Yeah, but that was an old school ring. We'll allow that one anyway.
True. But I guess I don't know if this is a commentary mission for you, Andy, or more of a research mission, because you'll be taking on Rodney a little later on today.
Yeah, I can't wait. Obviously I know Rodney really well. I don't know, maybe I have played him competitively years ago, but it's a great test. Win, lose or draw, I'm just going to be happy to play him because it'll actually see where my game is at. You know what I mean? So Rodney's an absolute warrior on the snooker table. So if I can give him a good game or even nick a win, my tail will be wagging. But I'm under no illusion I could get absolutely whooped 4-0 as well. That's just the nature of the beast there.
Well, it is always surprising what you can see on a snooker table. So if you actually had a draw, I'd be quite surprised. I don't know how you do that. Do you tie 3-3 and then you both pass out of exhaustion?
Jeez, I don't know. Whatever about me going to die of exhaustion, I think Rodney will stay standing there all day anyway. So I don't know if that's going to happen anyway.
He seems to be part of the Irish Three Amigos, him and Davy Morris and Brendan O'Donoghue.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we had the three of them out there for in Sacramento, and we had a great time. They really liked what we were doing, and I think I said it out in Sacramento. There's not too many players that would like here. All the players are chipping in. Like I see different players like brushing the tables now and everything else. But the three lads really helped me over in America, and they kind of seen that there was a good opportunity in doing tournaments like these as well. The beauty of impressing the lads, they have all the connection. Do you know what I mean? If they say it's a good tournament, they're going to get the other players as well. So it likes to Mick, Joe Delaney, even Andy Lee, like they're all coming on the reputation of not me, it's Brendan, Rodney, Davy, the lads that enjoyed Sacramento and are seeing that that we can run a good show, but look, it's just our second tournament. We won't get too carried away yet.
Yeah, a lot of players have been enjoying the playing conditions here. People tuning in on the stream are enjoying the broadcast. All of us that have traveled near and far to come here to Nenagh have really appreciated the hospitality.
Yeah, no, it's a great town. The beauty of this club, it's smack bang in the middle of the town. Now, there was a double-edged sword to that this morning when it was absolutely raining cats and dogs outside and there was nowhere to park. So, we can't have it all our own way, but we're 3-4 minutes walk of all the affiliated bars and restaurants for the tournament. Some great local stores, and we're very lucky of where the actual club is, that you don't have to go too far to be entertained outside of the tournament. I know we all love snooker, but I'd find it hard going to a tournament and sit down and watch snooker all day because there's nowhere else or nothing else to do, so it's I think we're kind of going to prioritise that of for the tournament. So what else is there to do outside of playing the matches? Can people go to certain places? We're lucky not Falch Ireland, but the Tipperary Tourism Board and Discover Lough Derg kind of gave us a bit of an endorsement as well, and gave us leaflets of places and things to do around the place as well. So it's working out well anyway.
I'd have to agree. I think we're all doing it. We're all here for the love of the sport. None of us are making the riches.
Each other, Dave. That's what we're here for.
It's a very lovely brown nose you have there, but thank you very much. But going back to that people sometimes see this as, you brought Rodney and Davy and Brendan over to Sacramento. It's also just getting to see different parts of the world. As I'm very honored that you and Brendan, both tournament directors of this great event, invited me to come over to provide commentary. Never been to Ireland, and this has been a trip, and it's only day 2 for me.
Yeah, obviously the lads have played a lot of snooker around the world. They think you were the best at it. In the amateur game, there's not too many people that are up to that sort of standard. You know what I mean? So, you're on the pirate ship now too.
Wow. Well, I've gotten to I think a few people's wills last night from town folks, but I guess you're in my will now. You've got the rights to my first child.
And who knows? Obviously you're deeply involved with Canadian snooker as well, and congratulations getting elected onto the board of the Canadian Billiards and Snooker Association. So kudos to you. You're doing great things up in British Columbia as well. So
thank you, sir.
Hopefully I'll get up there sometime. I definitely need to repay you a trip, and that's for sure.
Well, we've got a lot of work to do in North America. But I always say, and I'm a real supporter of him, but Rian Desani. Look out for Rian. He's an 11-year-old. I think he just recently knocked in a half century. Just loving the game, and hopefully I can continue to foster his belief and hope to become a professional snooker player. Oh,
good stuff. And look, the key is, hopefully he doesn't take it too seriously, because yourself, a lot of younger kids and stuff like that, they start taking it too serious, and if the parents are maybe a little bit hard on their results and stuff like that, it might deter them. So definitely try and nurture that young lad as much as possible. Anyway.
Oh yes, definitely. Back in Canada, we see a lot of hockey parents that are, I think, almost reliving their hockey dreams through their children, and can make it quite tough. So, I wonder, do you have that in Ireland? Do you have hurling parents?
Oh, you do, yeah. Jesus, don't get me started on that. And, that definitely happens in every sport and every walk of life, unfortunately. But look, it is what it is. For a man that just got off the bus, wasn't in the tournament an hour and a half ago, he's looking like the man to beat in the group now all of a sudden.
He certainly is. We've got to definitely tip our hat to Dan.
Yeah.
Allowing a late substitute to come in. He could have said, no, I'm supposed to play this guy. He doesn't show. It's an automatic win for him. So hats off to Dan Walmsley.
Yeah, he's a
true gent.
He's a top guy as well. And he was over in Sacramento as well, and he supported that event. When I asked Dan, obviously I'm in the group as well, and I want the groups need to be full to make this tournament the way it is. Dan was like, yeah, I'm here to play it. I'm here to play it. Doesn't matter who it is. And I think, it's just a credit to him. You know what I mean? He's a great guy.
Just ran a little bit out of position, so that made that red bit difficult.
So Bobby is going to get on the board there against Mick, I think. Which is good to see, because Bobby had a tough yesterday, and he's 3-0 down there, and he's definitely more of a player than what he's shown so far. Anyway, so it's good to see him getting on the board here, definitely against the top player like Mick Judge.
Yeah, definitely. Tournaments back in America, Bob is a guy to beat. I think he's finding over here that there's quite a wealth of talent.
Yeah, there's top dogs here. You know what I mean? There's plenty of good players.
Yeah, Bob is trying to do his best. He lives out in the Garden State of New Jersey, trying to get some good snooker tournaments going there. He had one recently. I was talking to him when we arrived, and he said it was well attended. Learned a lot.
Yeah, like what I'm hearing is that there is a big want out in the East Coast for it. Like the West Coast of America, you don't have to go too far to get a tournament or get a game of snooker, which is incredible. But the East Coast is very, I don't know, it just doesn't seem to be much going on. And there is tables out there, there is people out there, but they need to kind of get together a little bit better out there, I think.
Speaking of the West Coast, are you going to be participating in the Embassy Open?
I am. I'm currently in it. I don't know where or how all of this is going to get done, but yeah, looking forward to that. Stephen Wong's club there in LA, in San Gabriel. He does a great job out there too. He's after upping the prize money another 5,000 this year as well. So I think in Sacramento we had the biggest prize pool ever in the US. I'm sure 8 months later now he's going to top that. So the battle is on, but look, he's such a great guy, and hopefully we're going to go support our events, you know what I mean? And I think I told you before that snooker's too small of a community out in the US to start competing with tournaments. Everyone needs to kind of get it under the same umbrella in a way,
Totally agree. Yep. Just got to make sure that there's a source, obviously with the USSA, hopefully various promoters can email them and let them know when they're going to have events. Like you up in Sacramento can at least tell that board that, okay, having a tournament on this date, so then other promoters and room owners are aware, so they don't double up.
Exactly, and look, I think we ran into that issue last year. There was another tournament scheduled kind of later, with our tournament in Sacramento, so we only actually had one Canadian in the field, and obviously Canada is very strong and a lot of participation there as well. So I think we're on the right track to figuring that out anyway, that there won't be a clash next year. But as you said, communication is key. At the end of the day, like people need to just start talking over there and making sure it's going in the right direction. Because there's so many people playing out there, like when I come home here, they're like, oh, it's not big in the US, but there's a massive amount of people playing recreationally, you know what I mean? But like, the country is just so big and it's so expensive to go around. I went back playing the last probably 18 months, 2 years, and like I've played in as much as I could, and if you're not getting to a semi or a quarter final, you're probably down $1,500, that's a lot of money. Between the entries are the entries, but the flights around, the hotels, it gets very pricey very quickly. I don't know what we can do about that, but we definitely don't want to make it a sport for people that can just afford it. You know what I mean? Because probably some of the best athletes in any sport have come from low income. You know what I mean? And, people have something to fight for, but we definitely can't price people out with snooker over in the US and Canada, and it is a pricey game over there to play. We're very lucky here in the New Institute. It's actually, I think it is, now I could be wrong in saying this, I think it's the cheapest snooker per hour in the country.
I think €6 or something like that.
I think, is it €5? It used to be 4, but inflation.
Maybe. Maybe in America we'll start renting out beds underneath snooker tables.
Yeah, but look, this is the thing, and it's, especially in California, the cost of the rent for rooms is absolutely astronomical. I think some of those rooms could be 10-15 grand a month. So obviously you need to be charging $20-25 an hour to try make some sort of to make it work in some shape or form, which is tough. But yeah, I don't know, it's a tough one to figure out over there, isn't it? Because you're obviously covering a massive land as well.
I don't like to say it on the commentary, obviously, of what the scene was in yesteryear. People obviously worried about those characters that are looming in the shadows. Some people say, the gambling in snooker, but I'm like, there's gambling in every sport.
Yeah,
go out on the golf course.
Yeah, and look, and I know people are on, on the side of a fence, it shouldn't be in it or whatever. But look at pool. The pool gets the biggest audience when there's action. You know what I mean? And I seen, so Albert Kenny played Alex Pangolian last year, I think, in a money match.
Yes, I believe
think
so,
it was
up in Calgary.
Yeah, for maybe 10-15 grand or something like that. And I remember watching it, and there was I think, obviously Alex Pangolian has a huge following. I think there was maybe 400, 500 people watching it live. It had a good amount of eyes on it. So look, that's probably a little goal of AMCQ Sports. Make a couple of money matches going.
There's some, decent players, and they're not knocking in maxis all the time. But if you get the good drama, if you get a battle back and forth, like this match is shaping up to be a beauty. Daniel's fought back. Not sure what the break he's on right now, but it looks like he's going to take this fourth frame.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's on. And I actually see a comment from Rakeel saying it'd be nice if the player scores breaks were updated automatically. Unfortunately, we just don't have the manpower to have scorers. We're not quite there yet, but I think from the quarterfinal onwards, we'll probably have a lot more live scoring. So apologies for that, but we're doing our best. All right.
Baby steps.
That was a great clearance from Dan. Obviously he was 43 behind, and I'm sure this is sort of probably a 60-70 odd. he can really score. Jeez, against me, he scored his boots off, like. 87.
Fantastic little 87, and that puts this match tied 2 apiece. We're going to step aside and come back with a very important frame 5. And welcome back to our featured match here with Daniel Wormsley, fresh off a 87 break to take that 4th frame to tie us at 2 apiece, taking on the local Irish player, Rodney Goggins. Yes, I'm pleased to announce another special guest. Well, I'd be spinning over the moon if this was the California David Lynch, but actually it's Ireland's own David Lynch. How you doing, David?
I'm not too bad, no. Sorry to disappoint you. But
It's all right.
unfortunately, they require me here instead of the director himself.
And you're the media relations here at the club, I understand?
Yeah, as of last year, I'm the club PRO, so on top of that, I do all the social media aspects. So we're talking Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. And for the last 6 months, I've been doing the same for SBI. So Snooker Billiards Ireland. I kind of try to keep everyone updated
Great.
with all the ongoings.
Hey, I think we all need a lot of different people doing different things and doing it well to make the sport grow. So we really appreciate all that work that you're doing.
Yeah, well, the idea is just, look, it's we're trying to get youth back into the game, and the world has moved on online, and everything now is Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. So kind of trying to get the numbers up and the youngsters back into the game in this country, and it seems to be working. It's kind of up in the last 5 years. We've plenty of new members here ourselves in Nenagh that we weren't seeing come in for a long, long time. So we're delighted to see the new youngsters coming through the doors.
How is the youth scene in Ireland? I know over in England they're kind of struggling a little bit. Obviously, us in North America, it's pretty new, so we're getting little bits of juniors here and there.
Look, it's tricky because you can't force anyone to like something, but you can make it more attractive through advertisements, I suppose. That's kind of it's very hard to grab youngsters' attention with anything, even be like trying to make snooker exciting, because all you want to do when you start is pot ball. The safety game is no aspect to it. But what we find, even the new youngsters coming in are learning very fast. After 5-6 months, the safety game is becoming very valuable to them, and that's something even ourselves, when we were learning years ago, we had no interest. After it took 3 or 4 years to start that element of the game. So I think the videos online, the YouTube, watching all the pros is really benefiting youngsters these days, you know.
Well, that happened to me way back in the late 80s. I came from southern Ontario, just outside of Toronto in Canada, a place called Oakville, Ontario. And the sports networks was showing this interesting little Q Sports with all these reds and colors. And there was this young Scot guy that was just potting them off the lampshades. His name was Stephen Hendry, and I was kind of transfixed on it. But actually what really hooked me was John Pullman, one of the commentators. saying he's going to need a plenty number of snookers in his
Yes,
English
yes.
drawl, and I would be on the playground with my classmates the next day winding them up because it's the accent, as you have a strong Irish accent. We're not used to that in Canada.
Well, of course. And an accent, especially on what you're doing here, can be the be all of everything. But no, it's great. What Andy's doing over across the water is unbelievable. Your tournament there in February, I think it was February, was it, earlier this year?
The March for the American Masters that Andy did, yes,
that
in
was,
Sacramento.
That was from this side anyway. Whatever it was like over abroad, it was a huge success here in Ireland. Everyone watching it really enjoyed it, and just unheard of from our point of view in the US to see something like that go ahead. So hopefully, we're just hoping it gets bigger and bigger.
I think so in time. A house is made by brick, not just
Exactly.
put up like that.
That's it. But it's great to see Rodney in here now. Kind of a late admission, but these things happen. It's good to have people ready to step in, because the last thing you want is a bye. Lads not getting table time. It doesn't do them any good for their next match.
Mm-hmm.
So you have two players going through after playing one game, and they could come to the table cold tomorrow. But now they have a very good game against Rodney Goggins, which might take him out of the tournament, but it also can only do good for getting the head right.
Yeah, definitely our best wishes to Greg Casey, I believe, was in this group. Hopefully he's doing all right. Got very late in the game, had to withdraw, so...
Very late notice, yeah, but hopefully all is well.
Oh, that's a nice split.
He couldn't have wished for a bit better there at all. It's kind of perfect. This is where Rodney is at his deadliest. Even just from playing myself earlier on, that shot there looks quite normal circumstance-wise when you're watching on TV. The tables are extremely quick, and that could have easily went very close to the cushion or horribly wrong. But Rodney's only 4 frames in after getting out of a travel hour and a half down the road, and he seems to already have the table under control, which shows you the experience.
Yeah, as we know, any player can win with their A game. It's what can you do with your B game? Can you win with that?
Exactly. If you can just stay in the game and give yourself half a chance, it's there to be got.
Over the years, you must have had a few battles with Rodney.
I haven't.
No?
No.
Never placed Rodney?
Never. No, I am. I'm happy enough and brave enough to say I'm not near that caliber of player at all. No, but it would be a pleasure to share a table with him one day. I got to know Rodney very well over the last 2 years, and consider him a good friend now at this stage. So I've no doubt we'll have some sort of a game at some stage. But he's an absolute joy to watch.
Well, our good friend back stateside, Darren Taylor, son of the great David Taylor,
Yes.
former professional, once was telling me, when you become friends with someone in the snooker environment, you're friends for life.
Yes.
You may not see people in years' time, but as soon as you come back, it's like no time has passed.
There's a number of fellas here today that, or yesterday, they haven't seen each other in years, and you can just see straight away it's like they never left. And the stories and the memories, they remember every shot. There's lads talking about shots from some tournament in Wexford in 1997, and they have the shots down to a T. It's crazy.
Definitely, this is a good response after Dan took the fourth frame. He's going to be getting close to that Snooker's required mark. There's 67 on the table.
Took it that way. Just while Rodney is working away there, I just want to say myself, you've probably heard it from the lads already, something along the lines, but it's a monumentous, proud moment for the club to have the players that are here playing and really playing at the top level. Look, money can draw in anyone, and it obviously attracts a lot as well, but they do really appreciate the facilities, and there's a lot of work that went into this for the last 2 months. A lot of lads that will be named by Brendan at the end, but some really good club mates, and just gave their own time, hours and night, whether it was getting rid of rubbish, just touching up the place, and it pays off when you have a lovely stream like this, and you can see the surroundings and that, and everything is just nipped, tuck and tidy. And a huge thanks to yourself for coming over and doing the coverage you're doing, because it's really, really appreciated.
Well, I appreciate the hospitality you guys have shown myself and Christian, my streaming producer. It's really been top draw, and yeah, we're glad that everybody can see this, because this is just pretty much the fruit of all that hard work that you guys have done over the past few months. It doesn't happen overnight. There's a lot of meetings and discussions, a lot of begging and pleading for sponsorship money.
And they were very obliged as well, which is good. They're kind of very happy to jump on board anyone that was kind of asked, and it left us not having to really go looking too far.
So it's like that was an 86 break there by Rodney in that fifth frame. So he's got a 3-2 advantage. He's on the verge, getting his first frame, but let's see if Dan can fight back to push us into a decider. You can stick around, David, or you would have duties to do?
I think I have to shoot off, because somebody's going to call me at some stage to do something.
Some TikTok post needs to go up, some Instagram picture.
Trying to stay away from the TikToks. That's more for the young youngsters, but we put up where we have to.
Well, thanks for coming into the booth and chatting to us and letting everybody know what you do and what part you have in this great snooker family. So thank you very much.
No problem, Dave. Thanks for having me.
All right, that's David Lynch from Ireland, not from Missoula, Montana. And really appreciate what he's done for the game over here in Ireland at this new Institute Snooker Club in Nenagh. Obviously, Dan would love this to go to a decider. A couple of reasons, obviously. Still be in the match. But in his first match, he went into a decider against Andy McCloskey and rattled off a 1-2-8. Fortunately, Daniel Merrigan has The high break so far of 138. But definitely a lot of high caliber players that could see that falling. Oh, that's a very nice long pot there by Dan. Needs that green just to come off a little bit. Yeah, this doesn't have the great angle on it. Might just roll up nicely to the yellow. Take this brown into the right middle. Oh, no, it's tricky, those shots. Could have been a colossal mistake. We'll see if Rodney can punish him. He's definitely adapted quite nicely to the tables. Surprised Dan's not calling over head referee Desislava Boszhilova. Well, maybe it wasn't as close, but on our screen there, it looked like that red and blue were pretty close. Had a bit of difficulty, but Rodney has been putting those in all match, so. But didn't sell out anything. Nice gentle little clip there from Dan. Hasn't opened up many of the reds. Played that nicely with some check side, so the natural angle was going to kick it into those reds. So, might be into a little safety exchange here. Both players respect each other, know that one faulty step, and they could be sitting in their chair for quite a while. Nice cut there by Dan. See if that can get him going. They're getting opened up. Something's going on with these pockets on the table. People are raving about the quickness of it, but somehow there's been a few balls that these players have been shooting the pockets out. Does have a pathway for that red. Oh, the black. Pressure is mounting, obviously, with reds getting more spread out. Dan is to falter. Could be handshakes pretty quick after that, as Rodney has been showing great proficiency in scoring high. Maybe that did cover the path, or just didn't like where he was going to be. So a small little 15 break there for Dan. Good little shot to nothing with this pink, or the red that's above the pink. Obviously, getting the cue ball back to the bulk area was of paramount importance. It was looking tough for Dan for the pathway back to bulk, so kind of just playing the dump shot, containing safety, but just left this red on angle. He can probably, it's got a path to come back up for blue. You see pink into the opposite corner pocket than this red. Obviously avoided that cannon to the red. Really killed the pace of the cue ball. He's on the right side of the blue here, just barely. all right. Could have been a lot worse, but got a tough black. It's a blind cut. Be able just to come off it and stun into that red that's just above the black and the cue ball and hold for that red to the left of the black into the top left corner. It's coming around to look at the potting angle. Does have the pathway. And he does have the pot. Good recovery. That to run a little bit more. Just a little below the blue. He's going to have to travel in and out of bulk. Luckily the brown and green aren't there. I'd like not to cannon into that brown, but there's the cutback double here on this red. It's on the left cushion. It's a little bit potential shot to nothing. That red just above the black and to the right. Be able to knock it close to the top left corner and come 2 cushions back to the bulk end. Little 20 break there for Rodney. Gives him a 26-16 advantage in the 6th frame. Gentle clip, but cannon full in the face on that brown. And we do have Christian Youngers back in the booth.
Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? Just walking around, watching the matches inside. The aura is pretty good in the room. Rodney's playing pretty solid, it looks like.
Yeah, I think probably in a couple hours' time when the work day is done here in Nenagh, this room will be a buzzing.
Mm-hmm.
We definitely saw that last night. People were coming in and they weren't leaving.
And into the weekend as well.
Oh, just Dan knew it as soon as he hit it.
Yeah, he's making some mistakes here. I think. I don't know if it's Rodney's style of play or what, but feels like when Dan's playing a player like Andy McCloskey, for example, they're playing much quicker pace, kind of high flying. Andy plays much more quick paced. He'll just move around the table, etc. I have a feeling that Rodney's style of play might be getting to Daniel a little bit. just affecting his execution on a couple of shots. Ooh, Rodney's screwed back there. Really close to the black, but he's got plenty of room to cue at this. Doesn't have a lot of reds to play for, though. I think he's just going to chip away at this frame, though. Little by little. Try to knock in this red. Kind of a shot to nothing. Get on the pink. Play safe. Back and forth. He's got the initiative so far, and I think Daniel's starting to lose focus or falter a bit, maybe.
Yeah, to hit that with pace to be on the black, but it makes it more difficult with that acute angle.
Pot by Daniel, but gonna be close to the cushion here. Not a ton of equity in this shot either. Can play at this red closest to the corner, but it's a tricky one. It is worth the reward, I'd say. Pink and black available. Just knock it in. Yeah, it's a good pot. Angle in the pink gives him an opportunity now, I think. Drop behind. Try to break him open. Missed the cluster altogether. Wow. Story of the match?
Just a millimeter away.
Story of the match feels like. Uh-oh. Black got a little close.
Mm-hmm.
Think sneaking off a slice of the closest red. If you can avoid the cluster of two, get a table behind the green somewhere in that area. I think he has the angle, but how's the length? No, it came a little short, actually.
So just 4 points in it. 59 on the table. Yeah, he's done well to not knock out any other reds. Old judge pace shot there by Rodney. was going for it there. Good shot for Dan to get behind the black and put Rodney in a lot of trouble. Rodney should be able to hit a red ball. The only big question is where he's going to leave this cue ball in relation to those reds. And I think maybe Daniel just missed a trick on that last snooker. He should have been tight to the black.
Just checking out the other table that Daniel was waiting for there. It's in the decider. Frank Sarsfield against Daniel Merrigan, 3-3. I think they're in the colors and they're tied up 44 each. So that's a really close one there. Nice pot from Daniel Wormersley. Stay tuned. The live scoring is on the video description if you want to check out the scores.
Blue was tough. It's giving Rodney a chance to take this red into the green pocket. Great shot with the rest. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he just takes the 5 points. Be some shot if he could develop a red here off this brown.
Yeah, you think he's going to screw straight into him? No, just playing up to get close. Would have liked to be more level with the pink, maybe.
Yeah, at least give him an opportunity maybe for a cutback double.
No, I don't think he's going for the double, not Rodney here.
No, if he was in line with the pink, I was thinking he would have been into.
Yeah. Or just thin off and play safe behind yellow-brown. This one's tricky, actually. What about hitting the lower of the two reds full in the face, topping in your cue ball, and playing the cue ball down to the top cushion, send the red around through your cushions, get it close to the upper left corner? be what he's thinking about, actually. Or is he going to pot it? No, he played my shot. It's got to hit it harder, though. It's got to clear. I think he wants this to nestle between yellow and brown. It's potable for Daniel. Oh, no, it's gone wrong.
Yeah, I don't think he's got the cover anywhere there. Potting angle might be there for Rodney, but definitely feeling a shot to nothing. Could clip off that red just near the black spot. Shoot it towards the top left corner. Come off 2 cushions and come back into the bulk area. Rodney just waiting for the adjacent table to take their shot. It's a beautiful club here, but with these 6x12 tables, there's always a little bit of wait time. Not too much. Very nicely done. Just not taking the shot to nothing. Just put it in the red safe on the left side of the table.
Tricky spot. It's an obvious shot if this red is full ball thick on, but it's going to have to cut at it. It's not bad. Playing the object ball mainly here.
And it looks like he does have the snooker. That previous red. I have to come cushion first. Obviously the green is blocking the path to the pocket on that other red.
This could be an interesting spot, though. He can push the red if he's confident in the table. Push the red towards the right corner and play the roll-up safety behind the green. It's a little dicey, the speed, though. But if he can tuck it and like land on the green touching, he could get a full snooker. Maybe just send it around. Oh, smart shot. Send it off the green. Does open up the green to the table, which doesn't necessarily favor Daniel since the score is pretty even.
I think he's got the cover with that pink. Just tough to tell from our vantage point here in the booth.
No, nothing potable here. Probably has an edge of the higher red. Just the left edge, though. Ooh, got away with the in-off. Nicely done. This is potable, but I don't know if Daniel's got the heat on enough to make this into the corner. Almost like yep, nice shot. Wow.
Very nice
Well done.
cut. Got a good angle on the yellow to come back down table. The red's out in the open, so brown is a bit safe, so no clear favorite just yet. And the 6th frame.
Let's go for the black. Oh, green. Never mind. Dead stop shot. I guess black does block the path for the red. that's left on the table. So smart shot.
And green comes back to the bulk area. He's got the black after this red. Just a tough shot is going to be brown.
Brown's pretty safe. Rodney's last saving grace in this frame. He wants to steal this one and get it over with, I think. Tempting to want to open it up here, but not guaranteed position on the greens. I think you'd rather pot green and yellow clean and then play the safety on the black with first initiative. Maybe also if you get a high angle on the green, you have a chance to try to open up and nudge the black off the cushion. The angle's there. Just got to judge the pace and the stun run through correctly. Might even be a rolling cue ball. No, it's playing for potting it, I guess, in the corner.
Does need the blue, so can't just put all his concentration into the brown. He needs to know where he's going to come after that to hopefully have an opportunity. Oh, that's a nice brown.
Oh, you didn't win?
Oh, very nice. The blue is going to pass the pink into the right middle. Does have a long blue into the green pocket.
Interesting match. I've just finished on table one. Frank Sarsfield wins it against Daniel Merrigan, 4-3 in a decider. Although Daniel did just set the high break in that match, 138, 138. Pretty good. I think this is a mistake from Daniel. Rodney has full access to this blue, I'm pretty sure. This could be a 3-cushion middle attempt. And if not, a safe. Top it in, play at 3 rails. Oh, he's playing the cue ball here.
This double.
Oh, the cross double. Oh, wow.
What a shot.
No, he wasn't trying it, but he'll take it.
That's kind of surprised actually that he raised his head. I'm like, it was there. I guess just
He's playing the cue ball.
the pace.
Yeah. Wanted that 2-cushion, kind of chopped it in with a little bit of top and slide it down between pink and black.
But Rodney needs both remaining colors, pink and black, to take the frame and match. Daniel just needs the pink to put us into a decider, so not doing any unwanted risk there by Rodney. Pushing that pink safe near the bulk cushion.
Yeah. Don't think the double's going to be taken on here. Classic shot, though, we always see is doubling the pink down to the left side rail. Maybe has a ability to run off the right edge of this pink, play the cue while 2 cushions in behind the black, and try to lay the pink up toward the bulk cushion. Not sure if you can cut it that much, though. He's playing the double. Yeah, that was a risky shot. He's going to leave a pot on for Daniel to close out the frame. Send us to a decider. Let's check in the score. Doesn't need the black. Let's pot this and the frame.
This is a position where Dan likes to be. His last decider in his previous match, he rattled off a 1-2-8. So we'll step aside for a few short moments and see what happens in the 7th frame of our featured match. And handshakes have been had. We're in a decider. And then set the break off.
Decider. I'm here for it. This is what we want to see. We've had a few deciders. Decider on table 1 earlier just now. Decider just now on table 5 with Dylan Reese and Johnny Farrell. Don't know who won that, but I think looks like Johnny probably won. Now decider here on our main TV table. Rodney Goggins, Daniel Womersley. Action. Last decider Daniel was in was against Andy McCloskey, and he finished that one with his high break of 128 before it was broken by Daniel Merrigan this morning, or just now. Can he knock in another century to close out this match against Rodney? So it tells me it's not the same. It's not going to be the same in this scenario. Rodney's going to have something to say about it.
Might be the one big mistake. These are two players that all they need, maybe just one chance to get in. And the first opportunity has gone to Rodney. This mid-range red to the top right corner.
Good shot. Nice pot. High on the blue.
Yeah, it's got an open red just on the bottom of the pack, on the left side.
Just playing the red close to the corner pocket. Should lead naturally to the black. If you can get a low black, then you can send a cannon attempt at this pack. Looks ripe for the breaking. So there was that loose red in the lower left corner of the bunch. Does pass to the right pocket. That's also an option to play for if he doesn't want to attempt the cannon. With this angle, he's got option to do either one. Either cannon now or play for this loose red. Always a choice to be made there. Looks like 3 o'clock round matches have started on 3 out of our 4 tables. The last 2 are waiting on some players and waiting on this match to end. He's playing the shape here. Playing the cannon. Oh, no. Unlucky. Spotted that red. It would loose one into the left middle pocket. Couldn't have called that one. That's a bit of bad fortune there, but doesn't leave much for Daniel.
Yeah, we need a little bit of luck when you go into the pack. Sometimes you can get a good split. Sometimes you get a good split, and then sometimes you put an unfortunate red into a pocket after you take the color, which is a no-no in the same shot.
Can play for the upper right portion of the table. That red near the yellow ball doesn't really pose a threat into any pocket other than the yellow pocket, so it's a good shot as long as he has it covered.
So here's a funny thing, Christian, if you want to entertain a little bit, and maybe to some of the viewing audience, chime in the chat. You know, you have to go red color.
Yeah.
That's the order of play. Well, what happens if you hit a red, knock it in, and then your cue ball knocks a color and it goes in?
In the same shot?
Yeah.
Should be a foul, no?
Should it?
Yeah, you should not supposed to pot a color on the first attempt, even though it was technically after the red, but it's the same shot. It's supposed to be after the red in the next shot. to my understanding. How'd I do?
There's some funny bridging there by Rodney. Be complete still.
Oh, nice. So yeah, you pot a red and a color in the same shot. It's going to be at least a 4-point foul, unless that color is higher value than a 4. So 5 blue, pink, black, 6, 7, respectively.
I don't know. We don't see it that often. I'm like,
We saw the reverse there. We saw him pot the black and then pot the red by accident, and that's going to be the same as at least a 4-point foul, unless it's a higher value, which in this case, since he potted the black, it was a 7-point foul. Yep. Austin Fleming in the chat saying it's a 4-point foul unless it's a blue, pink, or black. I think that's the right answer. How do we do? David Burney, we right?
hey, we have our head referee just coming to see us here in the broadcast booth. Maybe we can ask Desi how she feels about that.
We have to ask Desi for the answer. So if I pot a red and I make a color in the same shot, what happens?
It's a foul.
It's a foul.
Minimum 4.
Minimum 4. Unless.
There's no unless.
There's no unless. Could it be 5?
Oh, yeah, it could be 5, could be 6, 7.
If you
Depends which color you
Which
pot.
color you pot. Okay. Yeah, so we got it right. Ding, ding, ding. Our viewers are so smart. Dave, I think you're going to have to come up with a harder question next time, though.
It's a fun question, you know.
I like the question of snookering behind the free ball. That one's my favorite.
True.
If you like the free ball and you just snooker behind it, it's going to be a foul unless it's the last pink and black. And then you're allowed to snooker behind the pink for the black as the free ball.
Oh, you just gave away the answer to your trivia question.
Yeah, that's fine. Ooh, trying to pull that back and widen the angle off the rail with the outside spin. It's enough to pot this red, but going to be playing up table for another color here. I think he's kind of forced into taking it as well, based on where those reds are up table. Slight overcut, but pocket still accepts it. And now he's in business.
Nice judgment of pace. Have that red into the left middle after that yellow. I'm playing for that rightmost red on the little arch below the pink.
It's also got the one next to it, I think. And if that one's a little bit straighter where you can follow, you might opt to take that instead. Just getting his feet sorted out there. That one can be easier to control the pace on for the black, if it's available. Yeah, he's taking your red on. I think the leftmost red of the three in that little bunch under the pink also goes to the right corner. But he's not got the nicest angle on this black to play for that, I don't think. Would have wanted to be a little bit higher so he could follow one cushion. Really just any angle other than just pretty straight on would have been nice. Interesting here. He's playing the red maybe to the left middle next. That same red in the leftmost of the bunch. It's a big shot here. Seen that miss a few times on this far jaw today. Gotten away with it too.
Always tough with that pace. It's a sport, when you gently roll it, you're giving the pocket all the chance to swallow it up. Sometimes to get your shape, as Rodney was trying to get on that black, had it at pace. Same with Daniel right there.
Great shot.
Red could have gone wrong.
And Fleming in the chat saying if you had a free ball with reds left, you can nominate a color and put a red with the color, and that's a legal shot. For that shot, it's classified as a red onto a red. Oh, true that. That's a fun one too. Can you ever play a colored ball into a red and it count? Well, if you have a free ball and you nominate it as a red, then you can play a plant of a red onto a red. But you'd see the yellow or whatever hitting another red and knocking that in, and that would be a legal shot. It's a fun one.
Yeah, categorized as a colorful plant.
Colorful plant. Never heard of that. Daniel's got a good chance here. Can steal the frame away from Rodney. Rodney having first initiative there, but that miss in the middle pocket left him.
Right, good angle on the pink just to nudge and disturb these reds.
Yeah, it depends if he has to or not. I think he does. And this is bad luck there. Maybe not so much bad luck as it is a little bit of a miss of a hit there, because he probably could have followed it a bit more or a bit less to get a different cannon. It's a tricky judgment, that one. It's because of how close the pink is. Got to play the plant here now. I think it must be pretty straight on, such that he just tries to make the first red. Oh, yep, that was it. That was the shot. And he's left Rodney dead straight into the middle. The tiny bit of angle going to the blue, I think that could be curtains for Mr. Daniel Wormersley in this match. He's got a slight angle toward the blue, but he's going to follow because he's so close to the rail. Might as well just follow toward the pink, maybe. Yeah, he's got shape for the pink toward these balls, but he's got blue in an easier pocket. I like just stunning this between green and brown with a bit of right-hand side. Going 2 cushions down the right side of the table toward the loose red between black and pink. I think that's what he's opting to do here. Optionally can take it the other way, but I feel like the outside spin tends to be a little bit higher percentage. And he's played it forward. This is a bit pacey, so maybe he's going to play for the lower red. I think I like middle pocket more than taking this thin red, unless it's on the cushion. If it's touching the cushion, it's going to be a pretty makeable pot, this one. Especially because he's so close to it.
Whoa, can you believe it?
Wow.
Rodney can't. He's just
He's overcut it.
stoned in fear there.
He's overcut it.
So, don't think Daniel, he's having a little smile there. Didn't think he was going to get a second chance. What can he make of it? Just trailing by 23 with 43 on the table. This deciding frame.
These are drills you practice, though. 1 or 2 reds left, 1 in the pocket, 1 out in the open. Play this drill 100 times. How many times can you get out and clear the table? Brutal, brutal miss from Rodney. I think it started, though. You just missed that position. Should have. Was playing for the loose red above the black. Lost the pace there. This is how the drama builds.
Nice angle to come off the cushion after this black to come up for the yellow.
Daniel should be out here, but you never know. Funny things can happen. He's
That's
lost his
true.
white a little bit. Nah, he's all right.
Yeah, he's got to be in the moment and a decider.
Decided to play that with 1 cushion and just control his speed. I feel like the more natural shot is to play 2 cushions. Maybe not. Either way, dealer's choice. It's a brutal, brutal miss from Rodney.
This is always a big shot when you're clearing up the colors, going from brown to blue. Got a good angle. Keep his motions in check.
60,
Natural angle on the blue, on the pink, I should say.
60 to 53. This is for match. And frame.
Just taking a look, doesn't need it, but black is elementary. What a comeback from Steele for Daniel Wormsley. Australian 3-2-1-2 on the spin and takes that match 4-3. We're going to step aside and be right back with a post-match interview with your winner, Daniel, and then we'll come back to the bays after that. Stand by, everybody. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Nenagh Open post-match interview, fresh off a deciding frame victory. Daniel Wormsley, how you feeling?
Yeah, a little bit better than that now than when I was 3-2 down.
Yeah, how did that come? What were you feeling at that stage? Rodney was looking pretty impressive.
Yeah, if I'm honest, he was the stronger of us two throughout the match. Really, I felt, especially in the first 4 frames, I struggled to get going. And he capitalised. He had a few he had 2 60s and an 80 to go 3-2 up. So obviously it's quite pleasing to find something in order to get over the line.
True, he seemed to be doing quite well in deciders in this tournament so far.
Well, yeah, it's 2 out of 2 so far. Long may it continue.
And how are you feeling in all the conditions here at the new Institute Snooker Club?
Still adjusting. The room itself and the tables play lovely, play immaculate. In some ways, they can be too fast at times with certain shots. Like new cloths. Yeah, they play great. It's as good as you can hope for in an amateur tournament.
Yeah, and this was the first time obviously on the TV table. You played on another table. Are the conditions changing from table to table, or are they pretty uniform? Yeah,
every table does have its subtle differences, at least. Like as an example, that one is a Riley Aristocrat silver leg. So it's got steel block cushions. So they bounce. The bounce off the cushion is a little bit more consistent. I played on the table next to it yesterday, and it was slightly faster off the cushion than onto it. Which again just takes a bit of adjusting, but I played pretty well on there yesterday. So,
well, sounds like a good plan. You got any plans for the rest of the day since you're on to the big stage?
I'll have to speak to the wife. See what we've got planned. We're going to go for some food. We've got something planned for tonight. Got something booked for tonight in a medieval castle. Going for a banquet.
Excellent.
So maybe have a celebratory mead or two.
Well, you still got a lot of work to do, so don't celebrate too hard. But winning
no,
your group's pretty good.
You never know when you're going to have your last win, so you've got you've got to celebrate them all.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Daniel. Good job on winning that.
Cheers, Dave.
So we're going to now step aside from our post-match interview. It's the 2025 Nenagh Open Championship here in Nenagh, Ireland. We'll be right back with another great match on our TV table.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've started the next match. Missed it for a little bit, but Mark Gleason, that was him at the table playing against Dennis Kamalevsky. It's like Dennis leading 19-7. Tournament's getting along quite nicely here in Nenagh. Started all of our 3 o'clock matches almost, except for one match pending on table 5. Or actually, oh, excuse me, I think the match on table 5 is a catch-up match. So we've got a little bit of extra time. Everything's running smoothly on track. No delays, hopefully. Yesterday we had a bit of a delay on one table. It went a little long and had to shift things around, but this is not the case today. Good shot there. Good safety for Mark, cutting off and covering the left red with the brown. It's also only left a small edge of a couple of these reds. Maybe the farthest one, the one closest to the bottom of the table. Top cushion here. Can knock off the edge of that and go around the red. Yep, good shot. I think that was all he had. Mark's got a couple of shot attempts here. I think the one closer, just directly left of the black, is available. Can you see the one down this left side of the cushion though? It's going to be a nice cross double attempt. You can see that. Might have even gone for it more offensively. Uh-oh. Think it's trouble, though. Looks like it could be on for Denis. Hailing from Ukraine. Got a good mix of players in the field in this tournament. A few folks from Northern Ireland, a few folks from England. Denis is from Ukraine. Got a player, Daryl Hill from the Isle of Man. Got a few Americans in the field as well. Oh, he's playing the plant onto that loose red, and he's going to leave a chance. Maybe not. Went for it. A little risky that. Didn't super like the shot because he's going to be so close to the rail afterwards. I guess pink is onto the right corner, but another chance for Denis to extend the lead. He's got open red with the blue. Nah, probably both color next. If we can get black on the spot, it's going to make things really nice for putting down a big break. All the reds are open, it seems like. The black spot is clear of any traffic. That'll be priority number 1. He's lost the cue ball here. No good. This is no good. Gonna be seeing a safety here. 2 rails probably. Unless he wants to be a bit more aggressive and try to go for this pot possibly. We've got Brandon O'Donoghue. How's it going?
Am I live?
You're live.
I'm back.
How you doing? Cleaning the tables?
Tables are done. All matches are on. So I said I'd step in, give Dave Burney a bit of time off.
This is the round of an extra table break, right?
Yeah, so this is the middle round of the day. So we've left the table free for late matches and overflow from the first two sessions. And it means we should get the 5:30 game underway then on time, so the schedule kind of stays pretty good.
I think yesterday there was a little bit of a delay, maybe in one or two of the matches, right?
Yeah, not too much. It was pretty good. Pretty good. We'd only one kind of match that went on anyway late last night. Mm-hmm. All the rest of them finished up around kind of 10:30, 11:15, which is fine. 2.5 hours for a best of 7 is
really good.
Is really good, yeah.
So Mark Gleason, first time on the stream. You know him pretty well. He's local here, right?
Local player here. One of two really good brothers, Mark and Noel. Noel played in a big game last night, 4-3.
He's the high flyer you were saying, right?
Yeah, he's look, there's nothing between them.
Mm-hmm.
Mark is the older brother of the two. But,
same style.
Same style. Snooker-wise, nothing between them. Two really, really good up-and-coming players. Both Irish senior internationals already, 23 and 21, I think they are.
Nice.
I'm not trying to put years in them now. Noel might be 22 coming up, maybe, and Mark will be 24 coming up, something like that. I'm not sure when their birthdays are, but that's in around the age. Really, really, really good players.
Very good. First time seeing Dennis for me on the...
Yeah, so I don't know this man at all.
No?
No, I know the name, and I've ran into him at the odd event, Europeans or whatever, but wouldn't have ever kind of been friendly or said hello or anything. I don't know him. He's different generation to me. He's in his early 20s again.
Yeah.
So I don't know of him, but I know of him. I know the name. I've seen it in draws. I've seen it in latter stages of tour, Q tours, things like that. So he's obviously a decent player, and sure, if he's coming all the way from. He's representing the Ukraine. I think he's living in Switzerland at the minute.
Okay.
So if he's coming all the way here,
a bit of a trek.
He's able to play.
Yeah, it seems like all the players that aren't local or at least close Northern Ireland, Ireland, or whatever are here to play if they're from another country, right? So.
Yeah, well, it's a big entry fee, but they know, I suppose, with that comes that we're going to try and run a really good show,
right?
But also that the field is going to be very strong,
right?
But they don't mind. These guys don't mind that. That's what they want, which is great.
Yeah, they want to play the better players.
They want to play the better players. They want testaments. They want to improve. That's how you get better, playing the better guys, So they're all into. There's no hiding. They're not looking for, for easy wins anywhere. So I think he did. Am I right in saying Mark Gleason won his first game and Denny's won his first game?
I know Denny's won his first game for sure yesterday. I don't know.
Mark Gleason played on table 1 last night, and
Table 1, okay.
Sorry, now tournament director, and I don't know the results.
That's all right.
I'm going to say
they're all constantly updating, but
I'm the gopher. I'm brushing the tables and doing the stuff. Andy's doing the updates on the local.
Got a few.
I'll have to check it up. I think Mark won his game, so I think this is a kind of a top the group match because
seeding match.
Exactly, because the other player would have to be out if the two of them won,
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. And seeding's gonna be pretty important actually, because you got some pretty beefy killers in the field.
Absolutely.
They're definitely going to be in the top half, so you want to avoid them at least until the last 16 if you can avoid it, right?
Yeah. But like I think in Michael Judge's group, Callum Beresford won both games, and Michael beat Bobby, so Michael will be going in as a lower rank.
A lower rank, yep.
So you can make an argument for Michael that he's one of the people to win this event, and he's going to come in 17-32.
Right. Yeah, but that Callum, he's a strong player too. I don't know.
Yeah, strong player, and he's turned up here in good form, and came in, done me a turn this morning, and cleaned the balls and helped with the tables and everything. He's
nice.
Yeah, he's an early riser. He was up, minding himself, went for a run. I think he was in, swim and all this kind of, kind of healthy stuff.
Yeah,
The lad really looks after himself. He's real fresh coming in. It's cool to see, like.
Yeah, that's the kind of player you're looking for, right?
Kind of player you're looking for, yeah, exactly. Really minding himself and putting everything into it and doing his practice and coming in, looking to win, playing well, nice cue action, and
It's a tough spot actually here for Denny's.
Yeah, I think he can go another way and hit a red, but he's trying to clip something and leave the white down on the black cushion.
Yeah, maybe clip the left edge of this bunch or the left edge of that left red or something.
It's a clever shot he's playing actually, because if it kind of goes half wrong, he still probably won't leave anything, but he can easily go a different way and connect with a red, but he's not looking to do that, and he's probably thinking 29-22, I can give away a few points and it doesn't really matter. If I hit it in the next 2 or 3 goals, I'm only going to be a couple behind. Happy enough not to leave the frame on. Kind of a slow.
No, he's going the other way now. He's trying to go 2 cushions at it.
He's not got within a yard of that.
Yeah.
I think he just... I don't know what he done there. He's changing his shot, is he?
He's going back to the first approach, just a little bit of swerve.
No, he's not. He's trying to hit this full ball and get away with it.
Oh, wow.
Which he's done. Well, if he's played that, it's magic if he's played that. He's going to be back up in the green bag now, though. Yeah, that's good.
Long pot attempt, maybe.
Yeah,
if he can top it in without contacting anything,
he's going to go for a quick decision. There's nothing else there. He might play the dumb shot, but I don't know. Young guys, they just go for him, don't they? Yeah. No. Maybe he's an old soul.
He's tactical.
Yeah.
But you're saying that's a shot that Mark would take on, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Takes on all day. Okay.
It's not a shot I go for. I'm thinking, okay, I'm not taking. It's 33-22 first frame. There's no need. I'm going to keep it tight and try and stick around in the game and.
Yeah, let him make the mistake first.
Yeah, well, hopefully.
But mistake has been made. A lot of deciders this morning so far.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. Daniel Kerrigan.
Merrigan.
Daniel Merrigan
losing with a 138 on the board.
Yeah.
To Frank Sarsfield, very accomplished player, European team title under his belt.
What else we had?
Dylan Reese, current world disability champion, getting beat 4-3 to Johnny Farrell. Again, Johnny, seriously seasoned campaigner, accomplished player, around for years, knows exactly what he's doing. Hard match player, game for anybody. A game for more than most, So tough game, 4-3 could have went either way. And
feels like he's approaching things a little casual too. He seems like he's very comfortable.
Johnny.
Yeah. Just kind of just chilling around, but scary good sometimes maybe.
Yeah.
And what else we got? TV table. We had a close one. The floating red, we call it, the one that Rodney left over the corner pocket. Ended up going a little bit long on this last red that was loose in the. I don't know if you saw the ending of that match.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, there's a loose red between the pink and the black. Dead middle of the pink and the black. Played wrong side of the blue. Went forward 2 cushions. Come play for the loose red. But there was a red down on the cushion, about a quarter of the way to the pocket. Way overran his shape for the loose red. Had to play the one along the cushion. Sort of lobs it up. Lets the gravity take over, bobble, and it just holds up in the jaws and clearance from.
Stayed there and then clear.
Yeah, he just needed to pot that for a frame ball. Just one more red pot, and that was it.
Okay, I saw Dan taking the brown, blue, and pink and black.
Yeah.
Again,
I'm pretty sure Rodney was playing the better of the 2 players pretty solidly. I think Daniel will tell you that first off as well, but he got the better of that one.
Yeah, Dan's taking the scene of amateur snooker at the minute. He's playing everything, and I think he done reasonably well in the Q School playoffs last year. So he's high up on the top-up list. So he gets a lot of calls for pro events and things like that. So he's used to high-level competition. He's used to if there's a chance there at the end, he's able to take it. It's not
Yeah,
like there's no build up of pressure on him. You know, he's just like going through the motions. The balls are there. I'm going to take them. You know.
Mm-hmm. The drill of like 1, 2 reds left, and the ball's on the spots.
Yeah, and that's
clear
it.
up
And
every
it's
time.
just like, sure, that's what's there. Why shouldn't I do it? Kind
Automatic,
of thing, you know? Yeah. Shot.
Nice shot from Mark.
Yeah, off the cush a bit now. So.
Everything's out there for the most part. There's one red a little bit tight to the right cushion, but if these 2 reds aren't available, it's still pretty straightforward to open them up with the other red closest to him.
Yeah, he might just lose the white a little bit here. What's he gonna do? He's gonna cut this red into the side bag. He can try and play for the black, but he might just lose the white a little bit. Table's very quick. He just has to be careful not to lose the white here. I think that's all. If he lands in the colour here, he's kind of set. Nice.
It's on the black.
Absolutely fine. No, I think he played pink and go across the table and back again. Tried to get in the very same spot he's in.
Enough angle for that. Okay.
Yeah. I finally called a shot correctly.
Nice. And he's on the good side of the red, almost. Does the bottom one of the 2 go?
Yeah, they both.
Must,
The
right?
middle goes and the bottom one goes. Just
Yeah.
depends on. Hard to tell the angles here. Depends what he can do. Oh, yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, it must go. Body language says it's all out there.
Yeah.
Is he playing safe on the last red? Is the question.
No, because he'll no, not a hope, because he's going to be in flow by that stage. He's going to have 4 reds and colours pot, so he's going to take it on. If he's anywhere in the vicinity of potting it, he's going to take it on, definitely. Yeah, 100%. He's unsure on this.
Yeah, there's a third Gleason in this, right?
Tom Gleason.
Is that the guy who was playing last night?
That's the guy who was playing last night. He
Yeah.
had a war on table 1 with Johnny Farrell, 4-3, very tight. He was a little bit unlucky on landing on a pink.
Oh, landing on the pink in no man's land, right? Yeah,
he
instead
was
of a
kind
blue
of
or
betwixt
pink.
and between. Blue and pink didn't land nice.
Yeah.
Neither of them had to have a go at a difficult pink with kind of run inside. Just a real tricky shot, a little bit unlucky. But he'll be back today. 1995 Irish champion. Great friend of mine, great player, great match player. Yeah, no, he'll be back tonight. Big game tonight with himself and Dylan Reese.
Him and Dylan Reese. That's going to be kind of to decide the
it's a big
second
game,
spot, right?
so it's just it's a straight match. Johnny's beaten both of them, so it's a straight match. You win, you go through. You lose, you're in the second chance.
Right.
There's no frame average difference, high break coming into that. It's just a straight knockout game in a group. Oh, he's gonna play on. He the snooker at this stage, 28 and 12, 40 in it.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna play on. He's got an easy snooker with the yellow and brown. Might elect to leave the red on the table for the free ball situation, but the fact that he has easy red and black, he might just take the easy red and black, get up the table, lay the snooker behind the brown. No, he's looking at the free ball. Yeah, he's keeping it on the table. Oh, he didn't like it. Nope, thanks very much.
Okay.
Well done.
Quick one. We'll be back. Frame 2. All right, frame 2 action getting going here. Mark Gleason and Denis Kamalevsky. Denis to break. Good break off here, tight to the bulk cushion.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Covered off the red that's nearest the blue, as well as the one close to the right corner, so...
He might have a wrap off something here because...
You think so?
He might. He might play a dump shot into the bottom right-hand corner. I don't know, it's hard, it's hard to judge.
Yeah. That's what he's playing, yep.
Playing the dump shot, yep.
Watch out, white, though.
I suppose
Good.
If anybody's the uninitiated watching, the dump shot is you're dumping the red into the corner. There's no...
You're dumping the white.
Dumping the white into the corner. There's no aggressive advantage. It's just
Right.
You're just hoping not to leave a red on, really, but there's no advantage gained at all from it.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like
it's just a
neutral shot.
Neutral shot, exactly.
Yeah. This one's not neutral, though. I think it's going to be a mistake. There's a lot of shots like that, too. Kind of like the roll-up shot is kind of like that, when you just... The reds are there, you just roll up into the pack of reds. It's kind of like a neutral shot. You're hoping, you're trying to delay a little bit, make your opponent make a mistake maybe or something like that.
Yeah, it's something you probably see a bit more of it in our game, amateur game, I suppose. There's not... Professional game's more aggressive. There's very little turn down in the professional game. I think they're so in tune with their own game, and they're comfortable with going for anything that's kind of 60-40 against nearly. They're kind of like they're taking it on because they think if they get it, they're going to score. And what's the point in playing a safety that's kind of a little bit you're unsure of, like a 50-50 safety or whatever. Whereas
it's more common they're taking away the frame as opposed to giving it away to somebody else.
Yeah. Whereas I suppose when you get a bit older, you become more cautious, don't you, a little bit? And then even, like as I said earlier, even alluded to in the last game, the long red that Denny's didn't take on. I think Mark would have taken that on, but a lot of the younger guys will take them on all day. They're just like thinking, sure, if I pot this,
I'm gonna win. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna win. They don't see like if I miss it, what's gonna happen. They just think, sure, if I pot, sure, that's it. And that's the kind of, I suppose, professional kind of mindset.
Yeah.
More than the likes of old dogs like myself, kind of trying to just trying to stay relevant in the frame.
Oh, a nice little cannon. Perfect. So if given the choice, you ever choose high black versus low black in general? What's your preference? Does it depend on the situation, or?
Well, you can do more with the high black, can't you? Because if you have the high black, if you're low black, you can only go high.
Right.
High black, you can put the white either.
You can go forward or back.
You can do more. But going into the reds, I like the high shot topspin with a bit of run inside.
A little bit of inside.
Yeah, so even if I'm kind of like not feeling the greatest or off it or whatever, that shot kind of rarely kind of leaves me. So I'm kind of like, I still have that kind of in the bank. But yeah, that's kind of a shot I'd go for, I suppose. But when you're in potting, you're giving every shot due care and caution. You're trying to pot, but yeah, I suppose high is better than low.
Got a little bit unlucky here. It's up tight to these reds. I think queuing's gonna be too difficult here to play for anything offensive. Maybe has a look at this red to the right middle, the one closest out in the open, but it's not looking good here for Dennis. Probably end of break. He's taking this on. This is dicey. Is there a referee on the scene or no?
Possible push ball there.
I'm not calling that one.
No.
So what's the rule when you think it might be a close hit with your opponent? You call the ref? Is that a normal move? You call the referee over or no?
The other player is the ref.
The other player is the ref.
Mark is the ref now, so if Mark calls it, that's pretty much it. As far as I'm aware.
So the other player is the ref. You can.
The other player is the acting ref. Now,
Right.
when there isn't a official ref,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go. I'm open to be told otherwise, but as far as I'm aware,
Do you not find that a conflict of interest? Letting the other player be the ref and the player that.
well, someone has to have the refereeing power when there's no referee. So like,
Yeah, but-
we've a Roman referee in Desislava, but unless she's
Right.
right beside the table, she can't make that call on the push. So they can't call her after the fact of that. If
Sure.
if it's a miss situation and something needs to be replaced or spotting a ball or everything, absolutely perfect. But like in
And that's-
general, it's down to the two players' discretion and honesty to play it correctly. And then,
Right.
like in snooker, we're very, very lucky that players will call their own fouls, and it's one thing about the game of snooker. There's no one ever trying to get an edge for an advantage from playing an illegal shot. It just doesn't happen.
Well, you say that, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. I don't know. It just to me, it's a.
I don't think it happens on purpose. I think if we're here in the commentary, if we're there live, we'd know whether that was a push or not. So I think if it was, Denny's would have called it. I don't even need to know him to know
Right.
that that's the etiquette of the game.
Right.
And I think 99.99999% of the people who play snooker, that is what they work off of.
Okay. I think I challenge that percentage. Maybe I think it might be
Okay.
lower than you think.
They're the I'm not gonna say it.
There exist people that don't have that
You,
initiative, right?
okay, well,
No, I understand, but to me, systematically, you want to leave yourself liable to the least amount of risk. And in my opinion, giving the opposing player the power of referee is setting yourself up for liability.
okay. Well,
You're exposing yourself to liability.
Give me an alternate option when you don't have because referees.
Right.
Like, you go to like we play, say on the Irish circuit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there'll be 64-man event over 2 days. Like only the
Right.
semi-finals, the final are refereed.
Right. But so the alternative that I was trying to pose was when it's a close hit like that, do you have the power as the player not to referee the shot, but to call the roaming referee to referee the shot?
Yes. So
That's
if there's
what I
a
was
Roman
asking. So-
referee, you can say,
so
but
as-
after the fact, it's all good.
If I'm Mark Gleason there, I can say, hey, do you mind if we call a ref for this shot?
Absolutely.
That's okay. Okay. That sounded like that was not the case.
No,
That is the case. Okay.
That is the case. Absolutely. That's what the Roman referee is for. And
Right. Okay. So that's what should happen in my
yeah,
opinion.
I don't even think it's our opinions, but I think factually, one of the best referees in the world is sitting out there. So
Right, right.
if she's called over, she's going to make the exact right call.
Mm-hmm. And I think that was more what I was getting at was, I think the player, if in question or if has any doubts, should call them ahead of the shot.
Yes.
Do the shot.
Exactly. Absolutely.
And then is there ever a default when there's a disagreement? Oh, wow.
Sorry, I have my Nina hat on now, like when I'm watching that,
Got to be impartial in the booth.
Oh, no. I wouldn't be a good commentator. I can't be impartial. My own boys are out there playing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try.
But yeah, let's say let's say shirt foul or something.
Oh, we're going down a rabbit hole here.
Right. I just want to get your thoughts. I never got to pick your brain about this. So shirt foul, one player calls it on the other player. If they are the ref, the other player at the table disagrees. No, it wasn't a shirt foul.
Well, he can't disagree, unless it's ridiculous and like he's an absolute foot away and the guy's trying to have it.
Okay, whatever the situation is, there's a disagreement. Okay, let's just say that happens. Okay. They disagree.
Okay.
What happens? Who has ultimate say?
The other
referee comes over and says, okay, what happened? Mm-hmm. This guy called the foul. This guy says, no, it wasn't a foul. Who's right and what happens as a result?
Okay, well, I'll give you an instance.
What's the factual
I'll give
case?
you an instance. I'll give you an instance with referees.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you're at an international event and you have a referee
mm-hmm.
and he makes a dubious call.
Sure.
And you say, I'd like to get the head referee in on this or whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. Uh-huh.
The head referee will come down.
There's a process for this, right?
The head referee will come down, give you his opinion, but the match referee has the final say.
Mm-hmm. And the match referee can change their opinion.
Yes, they can. But the match referee will still have the final say.
Right.
To my knowledge, again, I'm open to being overruled on that, but I think I'm correct.
Okay. And now what about when there is no referee?
Well, I think it's the same thing. I think the other player is the acting referee at the time, and final say is with him. If somebody comes down and informs him or advances the information, if it's some sort of a tricky or strange call, like something like, let's say, the ball bounces on the table and lands up on top of the cushion.
Mm-hmm.
And they're unsure as to whether that's a foul or where the ball then goes or something crazy.
Those are clear cases. Like you call the referee, they answer the question.
Then they answer the question.
I'm saying about when there is a disagreement, when it's a discrepancy. Oh, was that a push? I think it was a push. No, I don't think it was a push. You're saying that the opponent, who's not at the table, has ultimate say.
To my knowledge.
And what they say goes.
To my knowledge.
Interesting.
Now, you know what we could do?
Yeah.
You know what we could do? Because it was just right about this time.
Uh-huh.
Desislava is about 5 feet away. So I think we should call her in right now, put her on, and I'm absolutely can be overruled. So just pop her into the booth there.
Pop her into the booth.
Come on. Okay. So here's Desislava Boszhilova coming online into the booth. Say hello, Desi.
Hello.
So we need a clarification. I'm having my United States counterpart here in the booth is having a big. He's making a mountain out of a molehill out there.
I'm just asking a question. You're not answering.
So I'm trying my best. So in an unrefereed match, so just like we have here, and it was a situation in this frame where we thought here in the commentary that Denny's may have pushed already. Pot already pushed, and he played on fine. And I'm going to say that absolutely, nearly like 99.9% of players will call it. That's the etiquette of snooker, and that's what we're all about. That's what the game is about. It's a total honesty as regards rules. But if Mark calls, then that was a push.
Sitting player
calls, that was a push, because he has the power in this case, in my opinion, or to my knowledge. And then he says, no, it wasn't. Who has the final say on whether it was a push or not? Because you can't see it till after the fact. You've not seen it now. You're in the room, but you've not seen it. And they've called you in.
Yeah, if they called me, I cannot make any decision because I haven't seen it. The only thing I could do is, let's say, watch a replay.
Okay, you don't.
But I cannot make a decision.
Okay, no, we're going into Christian's world here now. Okay. You don't have a replay.
No replay.
Then they have to sort it out between each other because.
But who has the final say?
Well, it should be the player sitting, who is not at the table.
Okay.
But still, it could be a big argument, you know.
Can we get the camera turned back so they can see me going yes?
But that's not what I'm saying. Do you see a problem with that?
Yeah, I understand.
Conflict of interest possibility.
I don't see a problem with it because I think that our game is played by people that are going to uphold the rules as absolutely as best they can, and I very rarely in my 43 I'm playing since I was 7 or 8 years of age, and I very, very rarely come across a situation where I think another guy has on purpose tried to do me out of something in a frame.
Yeah, but I'm not saying It just liability-wise.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
We can hear you. I see you're so caught up in it now. You're getting extra microphones here to get
what I'm
involved.
saying is like,
No, Desislava, don't go.
no, we gotta
Johnny's
answer
just trying
this.
to get away now. isn't he?
So what I'm saying is, do you see a conflict of interest where the player who has an interest in the match gets to make a decision that affects the match?
You're going over my head.
Yes
I'm
or
going to
no?
let
Yes
in.
or no?
I'm going to let in the top
Is
referee in
there
the
a
world on that one.
conflict of interest?
Yeah, there is.
Okay. All right.
There
I
is,
just wanna
but
acknowledge.
that's why you would normally have like a roaming ref, and it's your responsibility to call the roaming ref before the situation happens.
So in my opinion, Martin probably should have called the roaming ref first off.
Okay.
Probably. Just to be clear and make easy work of things, right? But
But I'm saying he didn't call the roaming ref because of the
and that's
nature
okay.
of snooker and the players
I think
playing
that's
it.
fine. You can carefully
Okay.
control your want. What I'm trying to say is though, in pool, for example, it's the opposite. Whenever there's a dispute, it always goes to the shooter. And why is
Okay.
that? Because in my opinion, the influence of the shot should not be influenced by the player sitting, who's on the table.
But
There's
Okay.
less liability when the player's shooting the shot.
why is there less
Has
liability?
ultimate say. Yeah.
Why is there less
Because they
liability?
experience the
But what about like yeah? But what about a t-shirt foul when you can't see?
Sure, that's probably the best exception. Yeah.
Anything I'm coming up with is an exception.
No, that is no, it's
Only
it is
exception.
the exception is what I'm saying. That is the case that is counter to it. Right?
Okay.
But
You need to turn to your right because Desislava is shaking her head here.
Yes,
Yeah,
like
no,
this,
come on, get in on this.
The rules in pool are very similar to what happens in snooker.
Oh, I forgot we have a 9-ball referee.
right, that's what I'm saying. Is it not right? Is
Yeah,
it not right? Call goes to the
but-
shot, goes to the shooter.
Well, the way it's written, it depends how you're going to read it. Because obviously, the person who sits down is the person who has better view. Let's say if he's going to touch with a t-shirt or whatever.
So
But
I agree.
again-
T-shirt. Opponent has a better view.
Yeah, but you cannot decide on.
Player has the best view. Yes or no?
The player can
Player
feel the shot. Definitely.
And if you
Okay.
trust so much in the player to be so intuitive and whatever, the player shooting the shot has better intuition on the foul than the player sitting down who has not the same perspective before.
Okay, but then you must believe me that I think that 99.999 players play the game will call it
Sure.
when they feel it. Okay.
Which is fine. In both scenarios. Right?
Okay.
But I guess what I'm saying is riskier to have a player who doesn't have the same perspective call more foul scenarios than not. So I could see a rule where it's like, hey, if it's a shirt foul, opponent is a referee. Everything else, player is a referee.
And the match is 1-1 as well, by the way. We've just been locked in this for the.
That's just what I'm wondering. To me, it's
Rules don't work the way you want it to work.
it's too much liability. The perfect rule is to have a referee. But when that's not possible, it's going to be imperfect no matter what.
The only place is okay, yeah. Like there's refs, like you don't referees at professional games. That's about it.
Yeah.
No, I don't know any amateur tour that would have referees before maybe a semi-final. They don't exist.
Yeah, I know.
You just they don't have the bodies. Like. Okay, so I don't know if we solved it or not.
No, we didn't solve it, but I just
But the
acknowledge
debate
that there is
is
liability.
ongoing. I'm not acknowledging it. I definitely agree with you that you are correct, but I still think that I'm kind of right in saying this.
You're right in what the status quo is. Correct.
Yeah,
And that's
I
not
think
what I'm arguing. I'm arguing the more the philosophical.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, thank you. Thank you, referee.
Right,
Thank you.
Joining us.
Desislava's gone back to her refereeing duties.
All right. All right. And hopefully was interesting to everybody to listen to, but that was referee Desislava helping us understand some of the rules. Obviously, I'm going into this knowing what the rule actually is. I'm just trying to challenge more of the morality and the existential nature of some of these rules. Because, it is an imperfect game and it's not going to always work out. But, yep, Kevin Costello. Very true, very true. That O'Donoghue chap is very knowledgeable. Right you are. We got a nice match here, and tricky shot there with elevated rest from Mark, but did well. 1-1 this match. And if you like what you're watching, share the stream, drop us a like. It's free. It helps us out a lot, though. Trying to get some viewership up here for the Nenagh Open. Apparently we missed it, but he made a 131 break while we were talking there. So good job, Denise. I can see it now. Andy McCloskey yelling at me from the corner. He's probably watching upstairs. I'm just trying to put a little bit of heat on Mr. O'Donoghue here and sort of challenge some of the beliefs and see what he's made of, so to speak. And Mark Gleason was in a bit of trouble, but I think Denise has run out of line, so he's looking for where to play safe here. High run of the tournament, 138. Happened earlier today. Daniel Merrigan on table 1. Just taking away the right edge of the stack here. All right, what else we got? We need Brendan to come back, talk some more interesting snooker here, but Mark Gleason in on this blue ball, overcuts it. Not expecting that. All right, so send the red up table, playing behind the brown. Take away the left side of the table. I think that's the goal here. Not sure what else you can do with the way the table's laying. Uh-oh, mistake made by Mark Gleason. So Dennis with another big opportunity. Heads are fairly spread. Black available to both pockets. Although going to be tough to pot into the right pocket. Ooh. Table 3, Jamie McCarthy and Mark Tewitt. They're getting into a tight one, 3-2 affair. If you guys want to check that out, YouTube, second stream on the YouTube channel. All right, we're back. Denise back with a shout on this frame. He's overran the black. Actually pretty badly here. Pink doesn't go, so we're taking green or bulk color or safety.
Sorry, I'm back in. Did you apologise for the complete lack of knowledge that he made 131 while we were debating?
I may have apologized, saying, "Whoops, I think he had 131 break while we were debating that and didn't even notice." We'll get a scorekeeper for later stages, so we'll be able to see the break as it's happening. You know what I'm saying? But high flying match this one. Anyway, I think it was a good question. I mean, the question of should we ask these boys the question?
Burney's just come back with Rodney Goggins. We should let him in on this.
I think so. White ball.
Sorry, I know the people out there can hear me, but Dave and Rodney have just come back in. I'm just going to cut off for a second.
And good afternoon, everyone. Appreciate that Christian Youngers and Brendan O'Donoghue jumped in to get this match going as myself and my partner in crime over here, Rodney Goggins, had to go get some well-deserved lunch.
Fill the gap, Dave.
It always does at this time of the day, but looks like we missed some fireworks. Denny
1-3-1 I heard.
Kamleviansky, yes.
Look, I'm excited. Look forward to this chap, Dennis. I've seen the name around last year or two. Oh, a sight right man straight away. I know by the stance. Just before he gets down with the stance, should I say, he's using sight right, so he's almost Mark Williams if we take the notice here just before he plays. He didn't do it there as pronounced.
It is interesting sometimes when you see different coaches.
Yes.
You can see it in the different players like Nick Barrow and, as you mentioned, sight right with Stephen Feeney.
Yeah, he's very pronounced there now doing this. So saving the sight right there with that shot. That's interesting now. I'm really interested with different styles, especially the coaching, to get himself in line. Doing it there again, as we see. It's funny now, the last 4 shots, he's definitely done it pronounced 3 times. Good player, hits the ball well.
Mm-hmm. Are you aware of this Mark Gleeson?
Yes, I know Mark very well. Yeah. Mark and Noel Gleeson, they're brothers. Yeah, and will be part of the reigning All-Ireland club champions, New Institute. Nenagh.
Grandsons of Jackie Gleeson.
Yeah, Minnesota Fats in the Hustler, folks, 1961. Great film.
And the year. I think that's why we get along. We're both cinephiles.
Yeah. Willie Moscone actually done the coaching for that show, to show the 2 boys the shots, Jackie Gleeson and Paul Newman.
True, I think when either of them wasn't at the table, when you just see the hand and the shot making, that actually
I think that was
Willie.
Moscone, wasn't it? Nice style Mark has. Nice style. This will be an interesting match. A match between the young guns. Great to see the young guns, but also the firepower that they have, and a little bit more attacking than myself and a few of the other older crew. This is a brilliant tournament. Such a mix. Such a mix.
Yeah, but then he was able to take that 3rd frame at a 2-1 advantage. We'll see if Mark Gleeson can come back in the 4th frame. Put us 2-2. But it seems like Denis, when he gets in the balls, he just looks very sweet.
Yeah. He's playing on the Q Tour, isn't he? And I think he's last year or 2 tried Q School as well. So when you're playing on them 2 tours, definitely your game is heightened. Just let you know with scores on the other tables. Sean Gray 2-1 up on Jake Byrne, local man, who won the local satellite tournament. Sean Gray, Northern Ireland International. Denny's is 2-1 up, obviously, is what we're looking at. And Jamie McCarthy and Mark Chute are 3-all going into the last frame. No score in that last frame, by the way. And Joe Mera, former professional from Northern Ireland, 2-1 up on Tony Seymour, New Institute's chairman. Johnny Farrell, maybe an hour ago, beat Dylan Reese 4 frames to 3. It was actually Johnny's second 4-3 victory, wasn't it? Because he beat Tom Gleeson last night 4-3. Mm-hmm. That's an interesting group. Johnny Farrell and Tom Gleeson, 1993 home international champions. It was part of an 8-man team, and they were the first Irish team ever to win the home internationals. Home internationals, folks, have been going since 1969. playing for the Prince of Wales Shield.
Got some friends in our quarters over here. Might be leaking into the broadcast. I want to give you viewers at home that can't make it all the way here to the new Institute Snooker Club. Great experience.
It was a tough shot for what he was trying to do with the white as well. A bit of pace. Mark Gleeson would be, age would be, I'm guessing here, maybe 23, 24, but as young as maybe 19, 20, he might have had 2 All-Ireland Club Championships with this club, New Institute. I think he has 3 All-Irelands. I could be wrong there. Definitely has 2. What a player. It's great to see such an established club, New Institute, but also didn't cue that one at all. It's great to see them manufacturing snooker players on the conveyor belt and not relying on the old. No disrespect to anyone else, but it's great to see youngsters coming in, playing for the established clubs. Keeps the future alive for this club.
Yeah, I'm liking what I've seen by Mark. He stays down well after the shot has been taken. Doesn't pop up very quickly.
Yeah, I like that in the player. You can see by him he's very textbook. One thing about I would say with Brendan O'Donoghue's eye is that he will be very textbook in regard when he's helping players. I'm sure he lets the individual style breed, but there's a few foundations that you just have to abide by. Overcut that red. I was very excited earlier in the week to look forward to a Ukrainian player, but unfortunately he couldn't come. The current Ukrainian national champion. I seen him a couple of years ago in Dings in Sheffield, and he impressed me. He was 11 or 12. I think he's 16 now. He won the Ukrainian championships, men's championships, when he was 15. He's some bright future. Some players they're producing at the moment. Julian Boylko, for instance. I think Julian and Denise won the European team championships, if I'm right, in saying last season in Portugal, in the men's. Great title to win.
Back where I'm from, there's a mother-daughter team of Hannah Lisovenko and Margot Lisovenko, and Margot's quite an accomplished female, only about 18 years old. But definitely there's something going on in Ukraine with this great sport.
Disappointed with that enough. Great shot for a Villa player. Going back to the Ukraine there, one of my favourite boxers lately. He's actually recently retired in the last year. Basil Lomachenko. They calls him the Matrix. And then they have Usyk for the heavyweight championships. He's a Ukrainian man as well. He's really strong in sport at the moment.
Well, on the boxing note, back in 2005, I was working on a documentary. We had one subject that we were going to interview for it. And we picked him up at his gym and drove him to his barber. And that gentleman that I was driving around was George Savallo.
Oh, wow. One of the toughest men ever to be in the boxing ring. Went 15 rounds with Muhammad Ali maybe in 1966, 65. Ali punched the head off him, but he wouldn't go down. And I think he used to go the distance with Smoke and Joe Frazier as well. The two boys came out of the ring and basically said that man was like concrete. Yeah. Interesting man. I've seen a couple of documentaries that he's popped up in the with Ali documentaries and him talking about. Interesting man. Kept his health as well. That's what I liked. With some of them boxers, that was a tough division in the 1960s and 70s, the heavyweight.
And the life he's lived. He's lost sons to drug overdoses.
That's right.
A wife to suicide just because she couldn't hold it. So
very sad. And he obviously got a lot of grief there, but he never lost himself for play to him. Yeah, he was the Canadian version of Rocky Marciano or Jake LaMotta, wasn't he? George Savallo.
nice little kiss out the blue to hold for the black.
It's an interesting shot now. Do we play the cannon to knock the red over the number 2 pocket? No, he played just the individual. Thought that maybe there was 2 ways of playing that shot. 3 ways actually. Red down by the 6 reds and with the cannon. A little bit straight on this, but with these cloths you can manufacture squeeze and angle. Handy enough.
So I've noticed a lot so far compared to the North American game. Obviously, it's a thinking person's game, not the quickest game, obviously, out there. But a lot of these players come and they kind of sit at the table pretty quickly and get on with it. They don't really dilly-dally that much.
Yeah.
Whereas it seems like maybe some of the North American players are just a little bit more confused of what shot to take, it seems.
I think playing snooker now, especially for, let's say, Denise, and for a lot of the top lads, especially for, like, say, Daniel Wormsley, think if you're playing day in, day out, and you're playing on these circuits of the Q School and Q Tour, and you're playing top pro-ams and all, I think it's gone to the stage of musical instrument. You just know the moves. And I'm sure, like, let's say, like Michael Judge, Davy Morris, the same. They've practiced so much. They just know the moves. Don't dilly-dally. And that's the shot. Maybe take a breath or 2 if it's a bit of pressure on them. But bar that, every one of them knows the moves. And the same with these younger players. And day in, day out. A lot of practice in these academies. Good shot from Mark. That'll be a confidence booster for him. Big frame this for Mark. Won't want to go 3-1 down. You want to keep in this match. Pride comes in here as well with Mark because he's playing in front of his home crew. all the attention will be probably with the home crew will be with Brendan O'Donoghue. But let me tell you, Nenagh snooker players, they're first, absolute first competitors with them. Great talent, but you have to beat them for hunger as well if you want to beat them. Yeah, great hunger about them. Great CVs that all the lads have with the team championships, but besides that, some great CVs down here in regards winning Irish championships. Tom Gleeson started it all off 30 years ago, 1995. Held in Hughes Clondalkin. Hughes Clondalkin was the Fergal O'Brien's home club.
Okay.
That's where he used to practice. He was pro at that stage.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising, been some great Irish players, but there's been a huge dominance by players from here.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? I was listening to Michael McMullen doing a snooker scene podcast. I was in work and I was working away and I needed to listen. Sometimes you just need to get away from music. You can only listen to music so long. So I went onto YouTube, what's around, and Michael McMullen introduced with Wayne Griffiths and Neil Tompkins. I'm nearly sure it was a three-way conversation and it was all about Welsh snooker. And one of the things that they came up with about Welsh snooker and why they progressed was, and it's something I totally forgot, there's 3 million people only in Wales living, and they're so close to each other that they can practice with each other in regards, not maybe with leagues and with amateur tournaments. Besides that, they're not like, and they actually mentioned your country, for instance, Canada. It's so vast that how let's say if there's two players from one end to the other end, that practice game isn't happening, put it that way, until the next tournament.
Well, you look at the Canadian national tournament so far for a long time. It used to travel around a bit, but for the past maybe decade or so, it's been held in Toronto, Ontario. And there's maybe only been one player from British Columbia, my home province, that's on the other side of the country, that makes it, and that's Charlie Brown. So hopefully we can, there's a new board and the governing body in Canada, and hopefully we can start creating some opportunities. And I think if we get good structure and legitimize it, then we can go to big companies, and it's not by a fly by the seat of your pants organization. Listen, airline, this is what we have. This is a great sport. It really helps kids as well. There's so many life skills that kids can learn from this game.
It's just do you know what I like about snooker and billiards as well is big on it. The handshake, the politeness before and after. I've just been told by Brendan O'Donoghue Mark Shute has had a century in the left seventh and the side and frame to beat Jamie McCarthy. Yes, it's some great life skills in snooker.
Yeah, being on time, showing that respect, as you mentioned, to your opponent.
And listen, some of the best friends I've had are all involved in snooker.
Did you ever come across Darren Taylor, David Taylor's son?
Yes, he was in Sacramento.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's always mentioned that, when you become friends with people in the snooker world, you're friends for life.
Yeah, definitely. It's funny with the snooker world as well. You mightn't see people for a couple of years, and then you just pick up where you left off.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to the original, we went off on one there about Canadian and Welsh snooker. But going back to your original point about Irish snooker and why they didn't push on, I've always wondered, obviously about my own career, brilliant shot there, but why Mark Hughes had a 108. Those interested in the deciding frame. Brilliant way to win it. Last frame. Daniel Wormsley had a 128 yesterday against Andy.
That's correct. Yeah, in the decider.
Yeah. But going back to with the Irish snooker, like why is such good amateurs that haven't pushed on for pros, and I'll be probably guilty of that as well. Only had 3 seasons as a pro. I'm always thinking about that one. Maybe, as I says to people back home in Wexford, I just wasn't good enough. Simple as. I got to a certain stage up to 71 in the world, but it's not good enough to make a living, unfortunately. Listen, there were some great pros from Republic of Ireland. Obviously, the case being Ken Doherty. Fergal O'Brien won a British Open, got beaten in the Masters final. Eugene Hughes was on the fringe of top 16, won 3 World Team Cups in a row. With Alex Higgins, Dennis Taylor in the 80s. Michael Judge, top 32. Joe Delaney would have been in the top 48 at one stage. But I see where you're coming from. Country maybe as small as Wales would have a stronger.
I think we need to hire a bodyguard for you, Rodney. A lot of your fellow countrymen trying to throw you off here in the booth. He's trying to give expert analysis. There's too many Irishmen coming in, throwing Rodney off his game.
Yeah.
You want to go back to Sacramento?
Just as we were talking about the people they hadn't seen for a while. Yeah, great. You haven't seen people and you just take up again with them.
Some slim advantage for Mark Gleeson in this 4th frame. 43-33. 43 points on the table. Still anyone's frame.
I came in here this morning, I'm not sure what time it was, let's say 11 o'clock, quarter to 11. No, it was actually a little bit later, wasn't it? It was 11:30. And I'm still actually buzzing for this whole tournament. I got in by pure fluke. There was a late withdrawal. But besides that, I'm still buzzing to watch this tournament. I haven't felt like this for a long, long time about snooker.
Well, you're buzzing. How about a little Canadian boy that all of a sudden is commentating on snooker in Ireland? Did I think this when I was about 8 years old, listening to this English accent by John Pullman when our sports network was just showing any kind of sport and they put up snooker?
Wow.
And then I'd wind up my friends on the playground the following day by kind of mimicking that English commentary because that twang wasn't...
He had a deep voice, didn't he? Pulley. That's what they used to call him. slide of the cushions there very evident, wasn't it? Especially, usually you can count on the one cushion with the slide, but there's two cushions there. That's why Denise was looking to really get in that snooker very tight behind the yellow.
So I hear there's a software from China that costs about $5,000. So we're over in the Americas that can
I heard that
replicate where the balls are after that situation. Yeah.
I think I can use better things for $5,000. Oh, great adjustment. Missed the first one by a bit of a margin. Yeah, I'm a little bit unlucky there.
Now we're only about a day and a half into this tournament, midway through day 2. But I've noticed a lot, if these guys are in the snooker, they miss once, they don't usually miss twice.
Yeah. Great pot there. Looking across the eye line, and I'm seeing 3 tables in front of me. One isn't actually the TV table, folks. The TV table is in the next room. We're looking at the TV table through online ourselves. But I'm just just in amazement with the lights. I see matches. It's like something like you see in SW19, except it is different sport. Just so professional.
And if anyone wants to see a little Brendan O'Donoghue, there's pictures that are adorned on the wall here. Little steal here by Denny.
Yes, this will give him a bit of daylight, won't it?
Yeah, that ping gives him a 3-1 advantage, so he only needs one more to get a match win. But we'll see what Mark Gleason can do when we come back for frame 5. And welcome back, everybody, to our featured match here with Mark Gleason trailing the Ukrainian player Denis Kemlevetsky 3-1. So
an orthodox break there from Mark Gleason, but he'll take it. Kiss on the blue, kiss on the brown. Still got in a nice position behind the green.
and we see a lot in this sport. Usually when your back's up against the wall, that's when you really can start producing the goods.
Yeah, really interested to see Mark's attitude here now. Do we keep going? Just touching ball. Great touch. Great shot selection there. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, you'd think with a 6x12 table, you got to have the power shots, but there's finesse touch shots as well. Got to have all the tools in the toolbox.
Finesse is very important. Oh, and there's the slide we were talking about last frame.
Attempt number 2.
Shot. Now the adjustment again. You're right about that second shot. Pause. How fast that clot is. Mark is dollied behind the brown trying to stitch him, and it's that fast as came out.
Yeah, the Lieberwind cloths. Very nice. It's cue ball tied to that ball cushion.
I say very little daylight getting in between cushion and cue ball there, Dave. Tighter the better.
How are you feeling, Rodney? Obviously, Mark, this is his club. Is there pressure because a lot of his club mates are watching? Or does at least he knows kind of every nook and cranny in this club could play to his advantage?
I think it's a bit of both. Mentally, he's probably thinking, this is a massive tournament. This is probably the biggest tournament that's ever been held in this club. And I want to be in part of it, like tomorrow and come Sunday, Monday. So maybe there's a little bit of that. He has inside information on the tables, but don't forget, as much of information he has on the tables, that's no good anymore because these tables got changed, and a couple of them got swapped over. So as much of information that he has, it's no good to him anymore because they've been changed the last 2 weeks. Interesting mentality. Impressed with Denise here. He's a nice player. Hits it well. I'll tell you what I like about him. I haven't seen him hit a shot over hitting. Sometimes you see with the young players, you see them over hitting.
And as well, it looks like it's going straight in the pocket, not using any jaw.
No, yeah. His posture on that one shot there reminds me so much of Patrick Wallace from Northern Ireland. The way he comes into the shot, just when his posture is on the shot. Yeah, that's very Paddy like.
Now, who was Paddy Wallace? Some of us on the other side of the Atlantic might not know that name.
Yeah, Patrick Wallace is an absolute legend from Northern Ireland. Got to the quarterfinals of the Crucible World Championships in 2001. Let me rephrase that. Absolutely demolished Alan McManus in the first round and beat Mark King in the second round, and got beat by his close friend Joe Swale 13 frames to 11. The quarterfinals 2001, and that would have been, for Ronnie O'Sullivan fans, that would have been Ronnie's first World Championship, and Ronnie would have been beaten Joe Swale in the semi-finals, and that was Joe Swale's second consecutive year of semi-finals. Patrick Wallace is would have worked with Terry Griffiths, who probably 20 odd years as a professional, I would say. Got in top 40 as a pro. Won Scottish Masters qualifier in 2003. Played in a 12-man field in the Regal Scottish Masters with the top 8, top 10 in the world at the time. Actually beat Stephen McGuire to win that qualifier. It's an amazing player. Actually probably more or less one of my heroes, because I would have seen a lot of him back in the day with Irish Pro-Ams. He was just so solid. So good. And such a nice man. Worked with Terry Griffiths. Terry would have coached him for years.
And what is he up to now? Is he still involved in the game?
He's currently Northern Ireland Amateur Champion.
Okay.
I think it's either 8 or 9 times Northern Ireland Champion. A phenomenal record. His first one being in 1993. He's still very heavily involved with playing tournaments in the mix, always in men's Northern Ireland snooker. Northern Ireland got to the final in the home internationals. getting defeated by England in the final last August in the Northern Snooker Centre in Leeds. Amazing to say Northern Ireland never won that Home International Shield, Prince of Wales Shield. It's been going since 1969. Some teams from the north have competed. It will happen for them. There's no doubt in my mind it will happen for them at some stage. When you're dealing with the likes of Declan Lafferty, Raymond Fry, Patrick Wallace, Joel Connolly. Joel Connolly was on that team in August. I think they got beat 7-2 in the final. But very solid players, and they have that lovely sports club up there in Antrim. It's a beautiful club. Mark Allen practices up there. Jordan Brown is they're actually playing today, aren't they?
I believe
the
they are.
quarterfinals in the Waterfront.
They're in Belfast.
Good luck to the two of them. That will be hammer and tongue. They're two sparring partners. Mark is going well here. Going back to the snooker. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, Mark's got a good job here. But one final question. Why is Paddy Wallace not here?
I'm not sure. I'm
Okay.
totally not sure. And usually he'd be the first to all these tournaments. I'm sure he's busy doing something. You would know what Patrick would be asked, but he's always competing. I know that. Yeah, great player, Patrick. I see. I was typing up Raymond Fry's CV for notes, and I see he had toughest opponent Patrick Wallace because he said he's just granite, and I thought what a word for Patrick Wallace.
Well, our friend Adam Nolan is tuning in, and he wishes you well. Sounds like you guys might be friends. Extending some kind words to hearing your voice again, Rodney.
Hi, Adam. Adam is from Newbridge. Newbridge is hosting a great pro-am next month. Jim Carrick and the boys and their committee are hosting a pro-am. It's the first pro-am in Republic of Ireland. It must be for 10, 11 years that I can remember. I think Aaron Hill is going to be in it. Liam Graham from Scotland is going to be in it. Jordan Brown, Robbie McGrigan, Matthew Stevens. I think they have 6 or 7 pros coming to it. Should be good. It's great to see.
Well, any tournament organizers out there, if they like what they're seeing and hearing there, definitely, if you're local, reach out to Andy McCloskey or Brendan O'Donoghue, because I know Christian and I, well, I don't want to completely speak for Christian, but I know we'd be happy to come back overseas. It's been a fun tournament so far. We're not even halfway through. We're thoroughly enjoying our time here on the Emerald Isle.
And Dave, this is just the starters. We haven't gone to the main course yet. The main course is tomorrow and Sunday. And then the dessert will be Monday, the final. Great break here from Mark.
Well, the one thing that's always exciting when you can come over here, the sticky toffee pudding.
I'm a king of desserts myself.
Oh, we'll have to get you in Canada. That might be my specialty of making desserts. This is great stuff by Mark Gleason. We've been nattering away about some players of old, but this is great stuff by the youngster. Probably one of the younger players in the tournament.
I was really interested in watching his attitude, and I was interested in his body language. I'm impressed. He's wanting to keep Dennis out there as long as possible, And that's the only thing you can do, keep them out there as long as possible and hope that it comes right for you.
Yep. You can only one frame of snooker when you're at the table, not sitting in your chair. So we'll step aside for a few moments, but we'll come back with a 6th frame. Can Mark Gleason send us to a decider, or will Denny McCloskey win the match 4-2? We'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody. Our featured match here. Mark Gleason took that 4th frame. He's still alive in this match. It's David Burney in the booth. I'm joined by Rodney Goggins.
Interesting stage in the match, isn't it, Dave? Dennis went 3-1 up. Mark played well in the last frame. Mark was a few balls away from going 2-all. So Mark has an argument that he could be 3-2 up. Oh, he hit that well.
Yeah, that 4th frame, Denny was looking very promising. Almost could scare your opponent, but I really like the temperament of Mark. Didn't phase him. He came back, battled hard.
Yeah, I was really interested in that 5th frame that just got played. I wanted to see the attitude of him, and I was very impressed. Mark will be killing himself now after giving Dennis an easy opener, especially when the momentum was with Mark.
Yeah, he's bringing out the redwoods, the long stuff.
40 years ago, that bit of furniture was totally different, wasn't it? It wasn't even metal, bar the top end. And actually, it was totally changed as well, because you would have had a kind of 3 hoops on it.
Yeah, more traditionally the crown rest that is quite popular in North America because of the pool scene. You don't see a lot of cross rests in North America. And as well, you'd also have a long cue because you wouldn't have those telescopic extensions.
Yeah.
So you have to use a different tip, gives you a different feel. So it's great that technology and evolution has happened to the game of snooker.
It's amazing to think back. Only 40 years ago, maybe 41, 42, 43 years ago that they brought in the extension. Push-on extension and screw-in extension.
True, I don't think we were thinking about extensions. I were thinking of who's the A-team saving that day.
Big time. Absolutely big time.
Reminds me, Rodney, did you bring your black gloves and cigar? You got that Hannibal Smith white hair looking.
Yeah, they're in the bag. John Hannibal Smith, huh? I used to love the A-team. George Peppard. Oh. Is there a twist? Is there a turn? I wonder.
Definitely, there always is a few more twists and turns on the amateur side. You know, it's really exciting that I found when you watch the professionals play, you're not expecting them to miss, so it's an ooh and ah when they do miss. But you know, amateurs, they'll probably miss a bit more often.
Yeah.
When they start going on a run, then you get really excited.
Yeah. There we see the spread, how much. I'm usually talking about spread on the cushions when you're getting out of a snooker, but so how important the spread is there, the white wandering off to the side cushion. That's how much spread is happening, folks. Interesting shot here. See playing the red in the middle. Cue that well. That was effortless with the screw back. See some people trying to shoulder that shot. No need to shoulder them on these cloths.
It's just looking around, it looks like the whistle has blown on the work week. A lot of people coming in to the room now. It's getting packed, getting buzzing. Great to see. If you are in the Nenagh area, admission's free here at the new Institute Snooker Club.
It's great seeing the amount of people come in and give this tournament a great lift. Atmosphere is brilliant. Any of the Irish snooker community, please come on down. What Nenagh and the lads have done here is truly special. Maybe the biggest tournament I've seen since 2003 Liam O'Connor Memorial Pro-Am was in Gleneagles, Killarney, when Ronnie O'Sullivan, the late great Paul Hunter, Matthew Stevens, Ken Doherty all played in this tournament, and there was maybe a 64-man field, maybe a 128-man field. Ken Doherty actually won it, beating Ian McCullough in the final. And before that, you're probably going back as far as 1991 Mint Pro-Am in Dublin. A 15-year-old John Higgins beat newly professional Ken Doherty 8-3 in the final, and it was $5,000 for the win prize in 1991.
Good stuff.
Great days, great tournaments. It's just brilliant to see snooker like this again.
Yeah, we kind of start our season in September back in Vancouver where I am. And, you know, we're getting close to November. and we probably already had about 5 events. These offices are different rooms that are putting them on. It's not, I'm heavily involved in promoting as well, so it's not all just me, but other people are stepping up to put on snooker tournaments. So, jokingly with some people, it seems like we got more events than the pro scene.
The Irish game has more tournaments. I have any money with anyone, has more events than the ATP Tour in the world of tennis. And I would imagine, I don't know what the main golfing tour is called anymore, in the sense of, is it the World Tour, the American Tour, the USPGA Tour, I know that. But the one, I think the top lads are playing here, there and everywhere. I think Rory McIlroy was in India. But the Irish Tour has 78 tournaments on the calendar.
Wow.
And has maybe, I'm not sure with different categories, but maybe 9-10 different categories.
Yeah, this country will be a buzzing in a couple of years' time when the Ryder Cup comes.
Yeah.
Should be great fun.
That is going to be awesome. That is going to be awesome. The 2006 Ryder Cup was brilliant. Obviously, Darren Clark was the headline that weekend, wasn't he? He had just lost his wife at the time, God love her. That was amazing. Ian Rosenham was European captain.
This is looking very good for the young Ukrainian.
Won't be impressed. He's not impressed with that shot. A little bit straight on that black there. Pot isn't the problem. Getting the white ball. Going for the pink. This wasn't in his mind. Great shot. Cue that well. I like that, the way he played that. I like that he's gone through the shot, not getting flimsy with it or touch it in.
Yeah, not trying to just will it and just struck it with authority.
He struck us, yeah. Very John Parrott strike, what I would say. Go Cannon. Starting to get full now with people coming in. I think you're right, Dave. They're all coming in from work.
I thought they were coming in for Rodney.
I think they were coming in for you. They're not coming in for me, and Rip.
Who's this weird foreigner? He doesn't sound Irish.
Oh, hello, Michael Meehan. Great coverage, lads. Hello to Rodney. Good to hear your knowledge again. Hope you're well, bud. I am well, Michael. I hope you're well, and I hope everyone in Cavan as well. Aaron Goldrick, that's playing in this tournament. He's from Michael's club in Cavan CYMS. Done an exhibition and a bit of coaching up there. It's actually just before Sacramento, and beautiful club. It's Cavan CYMS club. It's beautiful. Great atmosphere up there as well. All these little hotbeds in this great country of ours.
Yeah, I don't know if you went around much when you were in Sacramento back in March, but that's getting to be a little hotbed in America. As I think there's about 3 clubs that have 8 or more tables. Our streaming producer, Christian Youngers, he's involved with Ox Billiards up there in Seattle. They've done a wonderful job up there. Christian and Mike Dominguez and the whole team. We appreciate everybody's comments. Keep them coming in. If you got either support for Mark or Denis, we'd love to hear it.
I don't know yet, but there certainly will be. Yeah, to be proper.
.46 break there from Dennis. Tony Seymour and Joe Mayer 3 frames all, and Tony Seymour is 50 points to 0 up. Just Potter red. He's in.
Yeah.
One colour, he's 51 with 5 reds left.
Tony has been a fantastic host here. It's nice when you come to the rooms and he's just a yes man. What do you need? Yes, yes.
He's a great chairman. He's very open-minded. Imagine Brendan O'Donoghue asking a chairman of Tony, can we have a tournament here next October? It's going to be big.
And I'm going to bring in a Canadian and an American. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, how do you feel about that? We're going to redo them lights, and we're also getting a pro table, and you're going to have to redo the ground first. I know what some committees and chairman would say.
And please hold off the rain a little bit.
Yeah. And we need half the town to come in. Oh, there's a shot. Has he
Very
got him?
nice.
I know what some chairman would be saying. Get out of this club.
So it's easy, Rodney. It's a family show. Let's keep the language clean.
That's a good escape from Merrick.
You're playing the double here?
I think I would risk it because green is safe, isn't it? And obviously you get white ball safe as well. Good double. 26 ahead. 27 on the table. Needs to make sure this yellow. And even potting this, he's 30 ahead with 25 on the table, but not quite out of the woods yet with a victory. Because if Mark pots green and brown, if Dennis happened to miss this green, it's only 1 foul 5 snooker. So he'll be conscious enough. That's why he didn't take it on. He knows there's still life in this. Oh, I thought he was going to get a full ball cannon on the blue there with the green. Game is still going. Very much alive.
Yeah, 30 in it, 25 on the table. Definitely safely able to take green. Should be on the brown. Just arrived in no man's land.
There we see again the speed of the table taking effect. Quickest way to end this frame at the moment would be the snooker mark. And Tony Seymour got a 4-3 victory against Joe Mera, 61 points to 14 in the last frame in the decider. Great victory there from Tony.
Just got a piece of that brown. Fortunate enough he didn't leave it there, though.
That's a great shot. Touch of a banana on the white ball there. That's a good shot as well. Vital to keep that black into play. As he was he knew he was getting a touch on the black. Didn't want to stick it to a cushion. Keep it open for a possible snooker. Oh, I can't believe that. He was actually on that, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And he's missed it completely. I was like half expecting him to pot that. Still, he's 23 behind with 22 on the table. But it just gives him a bit more light. Oh,
that was dangerous.
That is dangerous because you need the snooker room there 100%. Strange shot selection. Just percentage there. Keep the brown safe. Oh, then I feel Dennis is a little bit in between with his cue in the last 2-3 shots. Not going through that cue ball the way he was getting through earlier. Maybe just feel, Mark.
Yeah, they're both feeling it here. That's the tension of a decider, but we're only in the 6th frame.
Be disappointed with that just to keep the brown safe.
Probably should do it. Impressive stuff by this young Ukrainian, but hometown boy Mark Gleason definitely put a good out in here, and there's handshakes there. So Denny Kemlevetsky wins this match 4 frames to 2 over Mark Gleason. We're going to step aside and have a post-match interview with the young Ukrainian, and then we'll be back with another featured match of Joe Delaney against Michael Kutuk. Stand by, everybody. We'll be back. Hello again, everybody. It's David Burney here in the 2025 Nenagh Open in our post-match interview here with Ukraine's Denny Chmelevsky.
Chmelevsky. Something like this, yeah.
All right. Well, hey, congratulations. That's a great match. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm happy with a good break. Maybe a little bit of luck that during this break I put a fluke, but anyway. But also I made a lot of mistakes, so I need to improve my game if I want to compete for the trophy.
Well, what I was seeing, you were striking the ball very purely and very nicely. You weren't hitting right in the middle of the pockets. Is there a lot of good training in Ukraine for
Unfortunately,
youngsters?
I can't live in Ukraine now, so temporarily I live in Switzerland, in Bern.
Mm-hmm.
And I try to practice maybe 5 times per week, thanks to owner of the club in Switzerland, Franz Staley. He let me practice as much as I want.
Okay.
So,
Does Switzerland have a good scene then? Do they foster the snooker community?
yeah, they have snooker community, but only Alex Wurstenbacher is a pro player in main tour from Switzerland.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a lot of snooker fans, but high level only one player for now.
Okay. And you were up 3-1, but Mark came back and took that 5th frame. Were you starting to feel it a little bit? Or were you just like, I've got a job to do, and you came back and won that 6th frame?
In that frame I made 29. My split was not good and I made safety shot. Safety shot not good and I lose the frame. And next frame, yeah, I also made mistake on the black, but then he made a mistake. Or he left me long pot. And then, no, I think my mood was the same.
And how are you finding this Nenagh Open, the tables, the atmosphere?
Very nice, thanks to organizers. Everything is good, I like it. Every table is with heating. Everything is nice, big pockets, so you should see a lot of good breaks.
Well,
I hope.
You're a very proficient potter. It was a treat to watch you, so congratulations on your match win.
Thank you.
All right, this has been David Burney with that post-match interview from Ukrainian zone Denny Chmelevsky.
Chmelevsky, yeah, it's better. Nice.
Okay, I'm working on it. But thanks everybody, tune in. We'll be right back with our featured match on our TV table. And welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the 2025 Nenagh Open, live here at the New Institute Snooker Club in Nenagh, Ireland. Another exciting group stage match with Michael Kotek of Poland taking on a local legend, Joe Delaney. So it's kind of a battle of the old versus young. Joe, who was on the tour, dropped into the booth a little bit yesterday, took us a little bit of a flavor of what that life was like. Obviously, we had a chat about a few Canadian players that he remembered. So we heard Bob Chocolock. Still have to find out who that is. Definitely, a fellow Polish by Daniel Holojda, who plays at the Pan American Championships. Chatting with him, know that Poland has a strong contingent of snooker players. And we're just about to welcome another great guest into the booth. He's definitely a strong player. He's the England under-21 champion. And just recently found out that he has got a pub in Newcastle after his namesake. Will be Callum Beersford. So if anyone's tuning in and has any questions. And welcome to the booth, Callum.
Thanks for having me.
Excellent. So you've got 2 victories. That's good. You've got a good seed in the knockout phase tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yeah, just lost the 2 frames to Michael Judge, winning my other game 4-0. So it looks like it's going to be one of the top seeds, definitely. So, yeah, it's can be a little bit misleading sometimes. Don't know exactly who you're going to get. There's a few people that have lost a few games that, to be honest, I really wouldn't want to draw in the first round in the last 32. But, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
This is your first time in Nenagh?
It is. First time in Ireland. So I'm really enjoying it.
Part of the same club.
That's yeah, lovely pint of Guinness.
Yep, true. But the work needs to be done first, and then we can relax.
Exactly. Yeah, we'll celebrate on Monday night.
I'm pretty sure that Guinness coming out of that trophy cup will be very tasty if you're to hoist it in the air.
Absolutely.
How are you feeling of this club? First time in here, like the conditions, the whole atmosphere of the tournament?
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. It's my first time playing on this type of cloth. I'd not heard about them before this tournament, but I'm really enjoying it. It's the conditions are lovely, very slick, and yeah, it's the first time getting used to them and watching the cue ball. It's get a lot of pace out of it. It's lovely, especially with the new heaters that they've got, the Justin Gatrix heaters. Yeah, beautiful conditions.
You're obviously coming from the motherland of snooker over there in England. So.
Yeah, well, originally my parents are still living in Sheffield, so in and around the Crucible, playing in the academies in Sheffield, the Victoria Snooker Academy, and originally the Star Academy. So yeah, I come right from the middle of it, really.
Well, that's a good place to grow up if you're a snooker lover.
Absolutely, yeah, just complete luck, really, but had a great few years playing at the academies, and then went up to university in Newcastle. Some great practice up there. Loved the city, and the practice with Gary Wilson, Elliot Slessor, David Lilly. Again, dropped on that, just pure luck, really. Played out of the what was the Northeast Snooker Academy, owned by Paul Rinaldi. He was, again, absolutely brilliant. really helped out a lot of the junior players and the serious players out of that club. So again, really lucky where I've ended up. Now I'm down just above London, 25 miles north of London in Harlow, playing out of JP's Snooker and Pool Club with Zach Surety is the sort of resident pro there. Amazing. He's had a few breakthrough seasons these last 2 years, and it's great to see the improvement from him. So yeah, I've been all over the place really. It's nice getting to know a lot of the players and a lot of the pros playing out of the different clubs and the Chinese players, and it's I love it. Love the game.
Well, then how close are you to knocking onto the pro scene?
Yeah, sort of the improvements coming all the time. So I can really see it in these last couple of years since graduating. But I'm sort of pulling back a little bit as of late, and sort of focusing on other things and trying to get a little bit more practical. I'm getting that little bit older. I'm still sort of trying my best and everything. For the next year at least, I think I'm really going to give it my all still. But we'll see how things go. It's a very, very difficult game, and sort of when you think about making pro, that's just the first step. Then you've got to sort of earn enough money as a pro and stay on the circuit. And I see it a lot with the players that I practice with, and they so difficult. You get players like who are on the amateur circuit at the minute. Jamie Clark from Wales. He was one frame away from getting to the Crucible quarter-final just 5 or 6 years ago, and now he's off the circuit, and I know he's focusing on other things, and he's got a club which is great, but it's frightening when you think about how even the top players can have a couple of bad seasons on the circuit and drop off, and you're amateur again, and it's very difficult to make money as an amateur, and you've got to really to have that security. You've got to be sort of pushing the top 40 in the world.
Yep, it's very intelligent what you say, because in any sport, really, not alone just snooker, is tough to make it in the pro ranks and maintain that. Say you were a footballer, one bad injury, and you might not be playing football ever again, and then what are you going to fall back on? You've put your whole life into something. Yeah,
exactly. And but I do think in snooker it's one of them games where we can keep going and going and going. You see the top pros now. I mean, Mark Williams still winning ranking events like well in their 50s. It's brilliant for the longevity. You really can crack on.
I think Fred Davis, wasn't he? He's 74 and he still played at the Crucible.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. I mean, Ray Reardon making century breaks in his 90s. There's not many games where you can really sort of play to a top level late on in life. So there's plenty of time for the game. I mean, even you see the top players. David Lilly, he's been a pro for close to 10 years now, and he only broke through as a pro in his 40s. It's obviously he was a top amateur for years before that, but only really broke through as a pro in his 40s, and he made sort of into the top 40 in the world at that stage. So there's no rush really, and you see a lot of even the top players playing out of the academies that they're not putting in sort of as many hours as you think. They putting in a good amount, but 5-6 hours a day of good quality practice, and then you've got the rest of the day free. Why not use the rest of them hours? I think sort of with my degree and things, I thought it was perfect. In my first 2 years of a degree, I was a full-time player and sort of getting a degree, and then I'm quite a big believer in the backup plan and having that in sport. I know it was my dad originally that pushed me into it, but I completely agree with him.
Yeah, it's interesting. Way back, obviously, Stephen Hendry's practice routine was 6 hours for 6 days of the week, and obviously he became number one. But that's you got to do a lot more now.
Yeah. I mean, the level that you've got to play. I mean, it's you see different players break through at different stages, and it's all individual. Yeah, there's no sort of one tactic that's sort of proven more than others. Really, you see even the likes of Louis Heathcote, who recently said in an interview that he only really does 3 hours a day. He says three good quality hours. And I remember when I played in the English Open a couple of years ago, I was speaking in the practice room to Anthony Hamilton, and he told me the same thing: 3 to 4 hours a day. And sort of the experience that he has, I completely agree. And I'm only really sort of starting to understand that now, and how doing fewer hours can help you prepare better for these tournaments. You're going to have long days for these tournaments. You can pull back. You don't need to be doing 8, 9, 10 hours a day. You can pull back and leading up to these tournaments and still just trust your game.
Well, my background is in the arts, and I see, being a snooker player, you are an artist. This baize is your canvas. And one thing came to me once, that the problem with repetition is it bores the artist. But with great repetition, it paves the way for genius.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's such a repetitive game. You see the sort of pre-shot routines of the real top players, and you can't tell a difference between one shot and the next. It's absolutely perfectly the same from one shot to the next, and that's what creates that consistency in your potting and being able to get on the line of the shot. That all comes from that repetition.
Well, that was a lightning quick frame by the one of the old timers, I guess, in this tournament, Joe Delaney. He takes that first frame. That's Callum Beersford. He's got 2 match wins, so he's going to be in the big draw. I'm David Burney. See Rodney Goggins back there just taking a little break. That's how the man looks. You may hear his voice a lot throughout the weekend, but he's come in to substitute. And Joe Delaney set to break off for frame 2. Definitely a local favorite here. So it seemed like quite a whirlwind that first frame. Joe was just running around the table like a 20-year-old almost, seems like. What are you feeling if you're in Michael's shoes right now?
Yeah, it's a tough one. You just want to stay relaxed. You don't want to worry too much one frame to the next. He knows he's going to get chances in this match. You just got to be a bit more patient, and you can start to panic straight away when you see your opponent sort of coming out the bat and playing aggressively and quick. It can be intimidating at times, but you've just got to try and take it one shot at a time. Don't panic, and just trust that you're going to get chances.
Probably remember your game. You don't want to play that speed that your opponent's doing. Kind of march at your own tempo, shall we say?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's very easy to sort of get in the same rhythm as your opponent, especially if they're the one playing a lot of the shots and you're picking a lot of balls out and you're watching them play. You've just got to try and sort of put it to the back of your mind, forget the rhythm that they're playing at, forget the pace that they're playing at, and just when you come to the table, stick to your own pace.
So being from Sheffield, you must have walked into the Crucible a time or two.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've been really lucky with some of the opportunities that I have had. One of the main ones was the final of the Ding Junhui Mark Selby. I was playing out of the Star Academy at the time. I got sort of all 4 sessions with balcony ticket seats to watch Ding. It was amazing, absolutely but it's an amazing arena, the Crucible. It would be a shame if it left the Crucible, the World Championships. I know they're talking about it not being a big enough arena. I think if you talk to a lot of the top pros, they want to see it stay. But it is also about the money and trying to generate the more revenue to for the players. It's all about you see these, but you want them to be paid as well as possible. You compare it to some of the other sports, and it's not. You see darts now and how that's growing, and so we want to see the same with snooker. And if that means sort of moving these tournaments, and yeah, maybe it will be worth it.
Yeah, it's just a little unfortunate. It's the World Championship, so it's too bad early in its inception at the Crucible it didn't jump around. Because before the Crucible, it did jump around throughout the world. Yeah. But now it's just found a great home there, and it's such a tradition, and that's so tough to break sometimes in sport.
Yeah, it's all the talk from all the players. They make it what it is really. For the way they talk about it, and even the top players, Ronnie O'Sullivan, the way he talks about even the way he goes running out in the Peak District close by, and just everything about it it's got that aura around the Crucible.
When it's on in the city, there's definitely a buzz around, and if you love snooker, I encourage it to people. I've been there the past 4 years. And anyone making the trek from Vancouver, it's a long haul, but if you love this sport, there's no better place to be. And you wonder just if it went somewhere else, would it have that same buzz and intimacy? And would people go? The friends that you meet there, I've met some great people there, Michael Packman and his wife Lucy, Mark Williams, not that one. Yeah, the other Mark Williams, a security guard. But, you meet these friends, and we don't see each other all the time, but every year we meet again in Sheffield.
Yeah.
Now, if it was in Timbuktu, would we be there? Who knows?
Yeah, I think it would be a shame. You look at some of the tournaments now, the well-paid tournaments in, say, like the Riyadh Masters and the Saudi Arabian tournaments, and it just doesn't have the same buzz, the same crowd as some of the English events and the UK events. I think China as well, it's really growing out there. They love the snooker, and again, great buzz in them, and the crowd and the supporters, they make the tournament really.
Mm-hmm. It's tough because it has that prestige of the World Championship, and you would think the World Championship should have the highest prize fund, but the one in Saudi Arabia is equal. I think they're £500,000 as well.
Yeah, the winner of both gets the same. A few of the earlier rounds is slightly edged by the World Championships. They pay slightly better in the earlier rounds just to keep that prize pool the highest in the World Championships. So, but again, the shorter format in the Saudi Arabian tournaments, it makes it amazing, the sort of drama that you get in them short format games. Your best of 11s playing for £150,000 in the best of 11. They're great to see.
Yeah, maybe it's not all about the money maybe in the World Championship, because it's such a battle. Like, you make it to the semifinals, you're only halfway there, as they say. And as well, the small arena that it is very intimate, where you see some of the other snooker events that are on the calendar. They have a table and a lot of space around the table. So,
yeah, absolutely. But it has caused a little bit of controversy. I know Neil Robertson's one of them that says that it's a little bit too small. Says it sort of interrupts and his walk-in to the shot. He likes a bit of a longer walk-in. And for that reason, he's never got on, really, at the Crucible.
Well, I'd have to agree with him here. Like, I've been over here and I think I've been charged 2 minutes for elbowing the shower. Got a pretty small flat, what I'm used to over in North America. So Joe not running away with this second frame. Have you got a chance to play either of these gentlemen, Joe or Michael?
I've not. I know Michael from some of the European events. We've been out when we was playing in some of the European men's events, but never played either of these players.
Oh, we do have curses in the commentating booth, so maybe this will be one of your opponents in the, the knockout tournament.
Yeah, definitely could be. Yeah, that was a lovely pot to the right middle. Looks like he's a little bit straight on the black. Just couldn't avoid the knuckle of the corner bag with the cue ball. A little bit awkward with the safety shot. He's going to have to put some pace into the cue ball and doesn't want to bring the red back down the table. Is this a little bit of attempt to left centre? If he plays at the top of the cue ball, he will be leaving the red to right centre, so he might be screwing back.
This might be curtains.
Yeah, the way he played it, he was always leaving balls on.
Who's been your toughest opponent that you ever had a snooker match with, Callum?
Well, sort of in my sort of competitive matches that I've played, had a few when I won the national under-21s. I got some invites to the English Open and the UK Championships, which I really enjoyed. That was in my last year of university, so it was a great break from all my exams. To get out and go and play in some the UK qualifiers. I won a match out there to Sean O'Sullivan, 6-1, and then lost my second match to Chow Yupeng. That was an absolute demolition job. He did me 6-0. In every frame he had a break over 74 at least, and then he had the tournament high break of 144 in the last frame. So we went out afterwards. He was playing in the same academy as me at the time. After the tournament finished, he found out he'd made the high break for the tournament, so we went out and had a couple of pints on him. It was £15,000 for the high break of the tournament. So that was definitely one of them. I have played practice matches against a few of the real top boys. Ronnie O'Sullivan, one of them. That was an amazing opportunity while I've been down in London.
And how long did it take you to get over the moan of like, I'm playing Ronnie O'Sullivan?
Oh, yeah.
Just be like, okay, I'm just playing an opponent.
Yeah, well, I actually won the first frame, so I can take that. So I got over it straight away.
So So about 6 years' time, we might see on Callum Beersford's epitaph in the cemetery. Took a frame from Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Yeah, I was 1-0 up. I should have stopped there.
That's nice to see. Our good friend Ray Fong is in the chat. Hello to you as well, Ray. Thanks for the well wishes. Yeah, we're only in day 2. There's 3 more days in this tournament. So, Ray, if you want to fly over to Ireland, we'd love to greet you. It's David Burney in the booth. I've got Callum Beersford, the under-21 English champion. Definitely, if you want any insight, we can pick his brain about anything snooker. Are there any youngsters in England that we should be looking out for? Have you seen any promise?
Yeah, I think there is. Obviously, the players that have sort of already starting to make it on the tour. I think obviously Stan Moody, he's really kicking on now. 19 years old. Sort of now getting well into the top 64 in the world with a few great results. I think the other one who not quite made it onto tour yet. He's had a few matches to turn pro. I think he lost to Julian Boyko in the final of the European under-21s this year. Is Oliver Sykes. I believe he's 18 or 19. I think we'll definitely see him kicking on and really getting close to the circuit within the next year or two.
Do you think there'd ever be a pro event in North America?
Oh, I'd love to see it. Yeah, it's all about the sort of growing of the game, and to get it over there would be brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
I know there was talk of getting this tournament out there maybe next year.
There is, yes. Actually, Andy, chief organizer of AMCQ Sports, ran this first tournament in Sacramento, the American Masters, and hearing rumblings that they might want to do the American Masters this year, or next year, shall we say, in Seattle. But obviously, all the deals and all the I's got to be dotted and T's to be crossed. And then I loosely talked to Andy when I arrived here. Well, what do you think about coming north of the 49th parallel and into Canada and having AMCQ Sports put on a Canadian Masters? And it was like, I'm intrigued, but I got to get through this one first.
Of course.
So Joe Delaney with a 34-point advantage with 35 on the table. Second frame of this best of 7.
Yeah, it only takes one good shot to really flip these sorts of frames. You can see he's snookered now. You never really know exactly where the red's going to go. And there you go. If you can hold for the black, because it looks a little bit awkward with where the cue ball's going to go from this pot. But a few good shots, and they are all there. just creeps in. Alright, so that should be 2-0.
I think that yellow is to make sure of it, but doesn't have the pot on.
Well, yeah, he'll be giving up now.
So Joe Delaney takes that second frame, increasing his lead to 2-0. We'll step aside and be right back with frame 3. That's Callum Beersford, and I'm David Burney. We'll talk to you soon. And welcome back, everybody. 2025 Nenagh Open. We're at the New Institute Snooker Club. Great facilities here. Multi kind of purposed venue. It's a great snooker room, but they also have basketball courts, squash. But we're really left to our own devices here in the snooker room. Not much distractions. And Joe Delaney, the local legend, has a strong 2-0 lead. Good friend from England, Callum Beersford, is in the booth. It's in his relaxed clothes.
Yeah, day off today. Got both my group games over and done with yesterday. So it's been a nice, relaxing day.
Do any little sightseeing around Nenagh?
No, I've not yet, actually. I've been in the gym and the sauna a little bit too much.
Well, that sounds like the newer player. More the older players. Well, spending a little time in the pub.
Yeah. Yeah, drinking and smoking. That's their preparation. That was their preparation.
I think the great hockey player Phil Esposito once said, "I'm not sure what these new guys are up to with all this workout routine. Like, this was our workout routine," as he shows bending some elbows of sipping on some brown pops.
Yeah, it's always amazed me how some of the older boys can play so well after 5 or 6 pints.
Well, there was the great Canadian Bill Wernick, maybe after 5,000-6,000 pints.
Yeah, he's got one of the best Wikipedia pages for me, Bill Wernick, when he talks about his alcohol consumption. I love going back and reading that.
I think it was either last year or the year before when I was at the World Championships, and I was just talking a little bit to Dave Hendon in the booth. He was getting ready to do a match with Joe Johnson. And I remember hearing the story of when Bill got in a drinking competition with a gentleman, and Joe just jerked out. He's like, "I was there." Yeah, they were having many, many pints of lager. You know, Bill had just finished his 46. His opponent had 45 and was rendered unconscious.
Yeah.
And as soon as Bill finished that 46 pint, he's like, "All right, let's go to the bar and have a proper drink."
That's one of the great Wikipedia page drinking contests that is mentioned on there. Another one with Nigel Bond, which was at the UK Championships. He lost in a deciding frame, and I can't remember the exact numbers. It was something around 20 pints and 16 whiskies, and then he lost the match in a deciding frame and then went to the bar for a proper drink.
Yeah, just a little unfortunate at the latter part of Bill's career that with the tremor that he had, he was taking some drugs that were on the IOC banned substance list. And so Snooker was tightening their reins on the drug scene. And unfortunately, he had to be suspended. He's famously quoted said, "I would have got a easier sentence if I did cocaine."
Yeah, I know a few people have always been surprised when I say that it is a thing in snooker to get drug tested. You don't see it too often, but it does happen.
Yeah, Bill was from the western part of Canada where I live now, and I do know some of the old guard that used to know Bill and just said he was a fantastic gentleman, just life of the party, always smiling, loved playing the snooker, loved playing cards, cars, women, everything, just enjoyed life to the fullest. It is quite amazing when you think of a guy of his stature, how big he is. But you look back at some of those old clips on YouTube, he was quite a player.
Absolutely. Yeah, brilliant player. Oh, caught that one far too thick. It's been a little bit fortunate with a few shots, was Joe Delaney. The previous brown that he missed it thick and didn't quite get the pace out of the cue ball. He has left this red. Yeah, but it wasn't too easy. Yeah, you see, that's been a problem with a few of the players. Just not getting that stun run through on the cue ball. Want it to be the top side of the blue. Just got into the cue ball a little bit too much. Looks a little bit straight now. You've seen that on these reactive tables. It is that little bit more difficult to judge that stun run through shot. Yeah, it's a lovely pot. Don't think you'd have seen a lot of the pros playing for that red on the star tables, but taking full advantage of these slightly bigger pockets.
It might be an Irish thing, as our match last night featured Benny O'Brien, and he enjoying those reds just down the cushion.
Yeah, that was a great pot as well. Played it obviously with a little bit of safety in mind. A little bit unfortunate if he's finished too straight on the green. Not sure about the brown as well. Looks a little bit too thin. Yeah, at this stage, when you're 2-0 up and you're growing a bit of a lead in this frame, you don't want to gift your opponent a chance. Because although you are 2-0 up, you've got a good advantage, but best of 7 is still a short format. And you see it all the time, players coming back from 2-0, 3-0 down.
Yes, fortunate enough you made it out of that match yesterday. Don't want to bring up bad ones, but you roared ahead 3-0, and then your opponent came back to win 2 in a row, and I'm pretty sure there was some kind of that feeling going on in you.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a horrible feeling when your opponent starts coming back to you. I had a few chances to win the match earlier, but they always say that last frame is the hardest to win. Especially when you know that these group games, they're seeded through, so you want as good a seed as possible. You want to be winning matches 4-0, 4-1 if you can.
He's got an open red just above the black to the top right corner. Well, he's got a better view of the table than I do.
Yeah, I think he did have that red. It was just that brown was in a slightly awkward position. Had a chance of snooking himself on that bottom red if he had played position on it with the brown. He was relying on a little bit of luck with the cannon to the pink. It works out well now. It's always nice in these positions where there's a good few reds safe. Takes all the pressure off of a miss. If all the reds are in the middle of the table, There's always that little bit more pressure that if you do miss, your opponent can come and win the frame from that visit. What I will say though is if Michael does get a chance, obviously there's still 5 reds mostly in the open, but the 4 reds by the left side cushion, it's an absolutely enormous target if you're wanting to play a cannon to them from a colour. Bound to be on 1. That cluster of reds grows to 5. He's looking to bring them out. Yeah, and he's played that well. He has left a red to the right centre of the thin cut. But it's very risky.
Definitely a huge frame for Michael here. Doesn't want to go down 3-0. So we've talked a little bit about the tradition, Sheffield at the Crucible Theatre. It's another tradition. What do you feel about dress code, Callum?
Yeah, personally, I still quite enjoy the traditional waistcoat, bow tie. I do get sort of some of the players that have spoke about sort of trying to relax the dress code a little bit, like in the polo shirts. And for a tournament like this example, I think the polo is absolutely perfect. Really nice, warm venue that we're in. I mean, all these tables are heated. There's 5 lots of tables, all with heating, and it gets really, really hot in these rooms. A lot of people in some of the bigger arenas. I do think that that's not as much as an excuse to get out of the waistcoat. I think there's a place for that. I think also I like all the ideas of trying these different tournaments. I like the ideas of these shootout tournaments and championship league where you do play in polos and you play on different tables and the different formats. And you see players like Sean Murphy, they advocate for more tournaments with shot clocks and things. And yeah, why not? Why not sort of try and draw in a different crowd and to the people that like the sort of shootout style where you can get a few people drinking and shouting out. And if the players want that and they want a few more tournaments with that style, yeah, why not? Why not try that out?
I think that might be a good direction to go to America and have a shootout tournament there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Just at least introduces the rules a bit, but it's, a little quicker of a format. Shootouts are fantastic for tournament directors. It's going to be a 10-minute frame, as we've seen in snooker. A frame of snooker can be 5 minutes or 2 hours.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Michael, you overhit that one by quite some way. I think he was playing for the green too. The yellow pocket.
Awesome.
But you definitely see that atmosphere a lot more in the American cue sports. If you can cheering, the shouting out, the rowdiness that the shootout brings.
I think just was it last year or 2 years ago when the Moscone Cup was in Florida, you definitely see it. That was a raucous room. Nice double by the young Polish player.
Yeah,
I agree with you, Callum. I like that the mixing it up. You know, then it just becomes stale if it's kind of the same day in, day out.
yeah, absolutely. Why not? Why not try these different tournaments and different styles and just see what sticks? You don't have to commit too much to these tournaments. Just try them out for 1 or 2 years. And if that's what the players want, and especially the players of Sean Murphy, I think Neil Robertson as well, said similar things.
One of the great promoters and a big heavy hitter in the game, Barry Hearn, always was willing to try something. Snooker loopy, who would have thought?
He's been great. Barry Hearn involved with Matchroom. Very fortunate. Very nice flick off the middle knuckle for the pink. So just two slightly awkward reds. You want to finish nicely on the one towards the left side cushion. And then also the red. Don't think it passes into the green pocket, so you might have to play on that one to the yellow pocket. If he's on the brown now, maybe you could play on that one, or all preference now. The route that he decides to take. I don't think he played the cannon. I think he wanted to come behind the back of the red. Play it into the same pocket as the yellow. So just the safety, but he's played a really good one.
Yeah, 43 points on the table, 12 in it. Michael Kotek with the lead.
Yeah, that was a pretty good chance. He was always going to have a nice angle on this yellow to either play on the red, play the cannon. Yeah, he's not particularly good on any colour really, so just dropping up behind the yellow. That looks a little bit loose. He has got the snooker. It's going to be a very simple one cushion. Yeah, but I don't think he has.
have been some pot, but he's had a result. Let's put Michael in the snooker. So Michael should be able to get out of the snooker. It's just the only thing is, where is he going to leave that red ball and cue ball? Oh, but he didn't. And
yeah, quick decision to put that back. It's one of these, you're always looking to come 2 cushions and hit the red just about full in the face. Might be able to just send the red past the black if he does.
oh,
Wow. Wow, that's very unfortunate. It was made a good connection with the red. Obviously, he would have been very lucky to fluke it into the yellow pocket, but for the white to go into the black pocket is very unfortunate.
There are no gimmies right here, though. This is still can be tricky for Joe. But if he's successful, you got to think that he's going to be able to take the frame, because it'll be a nice position for the green after the yellow.
Yeah, not too much to do now. Dropping the green in. Should be simple enough.
So it looks like Joe Delaney, one of the oldest competitors in this tournament, is on the verge of a whitewash victory. $12 in it, 13 on the table. So just needed that pink. And Michael needs pink and black to steal the frame. It would be a big steal for the Polish player. Maybe swing the momentum in his direction.
This looks a little bit firm. Pink's going to bounce. And with that previous safety shot, he's got the black into a nice position. But this is not easy for him. The cue ball being tied to the side cushion. You can see the really long bridge. Oh, very close. This looks like it's going over the pocket. Yeah, it just stopped short.
That dream just turned into a nightmare.
So a little bit fortunate for Joe Delaney. He does take a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Michael maybe just excuses himself to use the restroom, maybe give himself a little pep talk, but we'll see what happens in frame 4 when we return. And we're back here with this fourth frame between Joe Delaney leading 3-0 over Michael Kotek of Poland. It's David Burney in the booth, joined by Callum Beersford. So what is your mindset if you're in Michael's shoes right now, Callum?
Yeah, it's very difficult. You've just got to try not to give up. Take it one frame at a time, one shot at a time. And the momentum can very quickly shift, especially if you get one frame on the board and then two. And then the doubts will start coming into Joe Delaney's head, but like I say, the best of sevens, they're short formats. You can get on a little bit of a roll, these players. They're good enough to make the breaks.
Yes, the standard's not quite there in North America, so a best of seven could be an eternity sometimes.
Oh, at every level. These best of sevens games can go on for a long time, even at the top amateur pro level.
Yeah, Black's really in a tough position right now, kind of engulfed by a bunch of reds.
Yeah, I'm sure both players will be thinking about trying to sort that out. If it's not getting on a colour to split the reds and try and open the black, it'll be from some safety shots. Maybe some slightly thicker contacts off the reds from some safety shots will develop that black.
How do you feel about the universal polo? It seems like all players have the polo. It's the same color, same for everybody. Do you?
Yeah, this one in particular I really like. Really like the idea of the polo.
I don't know, maybe it's my creative mind. You want to have your own personal freedom. Have like your own kind of look that you identify.
Yeah, I get that as well. I can see both sides to it. I think with some of the tournaments now, the shootouts have this that you sort of name and number on the back, or in the Champion of Champions where they're all personalised and you have your nicknames. And
because I guess you have to keep your baby blue suit back at home, or you're a more traditional player, the black and white.
No, yeah, black and white, or all black as well. I like. So there you see, I mean, the black got out quite quickly from the pack and it's back on its own spot. And with a good few reds open, so a good chance. And this is what we're talking about. I mean, I know it's really early days, but a big break here and a few quick frames, if Michael can rattle them off, then you never know.
A lovely shot there, using those reds to just flick off and being nicely on this black. So
yeah, and he's opened up a couple of reds as well with it. There's a red that goes now to left corner and I believe one to right corner as well. can just about see in the top left of your screen, Michael Judge just came and sat by the table, but me and him had a similar situation in our group game yesterday morning. I was 3-0 in front, but he really did put me under some pressure. Came back to 3-2 and had a chance to force a decider.
Yes, Michael Judge definitely has an extensive CV. He made the last 16 of the World Championships some years ago. Actually beat out Jimmy White, I think, in 2001 in the qualifying stage of the World Championships, and that's the first time the Whirlwind failed to qualify.
Oh, that's a brilliant
That's
thing
kudos
to
to you.
Absolutely, he's very experienced, a very good player. Well, if he's not on this bottom red, that is very unfortunate. Because I don't know if there's anything else. Maybe be able to flick this in with some right-hand side. Looks like that's what he's trying. But you've got to think, if this does go in, they're all there for a really big break. Well, I don't think he like it. He's just called what I believe is touching ball. So now looking for a safety shot. Really unfortunate. He played the split well.
But some good form there by Michael.
Yeah, it was going well there. Break of 48 was with all blacks. And there would have been a possible 139.
I feel the high run so far is a 138 in this tournament.
I'll be a little bit disappointed with that one. Just misjudged it slightly. Wanted to bring the cue ball more up past the top side of the black. Yeah, so with a good lead, definitely the right idea to be putting the black safe and side cushion.
Something might have thrown him off. It's definitely a busy room here. Just getting up to about 7:15 here in Nenagh, Ireland. So everyone's done the work week. They want to kick back and enjoy some great snooker action.
Wow. He took his time over that one, but it was worth the wait. Seems like he was forced into it. And it can always be really dangerous when a player's forced into a pot. They can commit to it 100%. Oh, and then misses the much easier blue.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're aware of the Canadian player Tom Finstead.
I'm not.
He told me, you know, Dave, the one secret to this game, patience.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a fine line between trying to play the great game aggressively and being a little bit too aggressive and pushing the boat out too much. It's very difficult, for example, when you run out of position to not want to go and push the boat out and play a more difficult pot than you should be. Instead of just playing safe when you've got the advantage.
Now, Joe's looking at the scoreboard, just trailing by 52 points. 67 on, but it's Callum a little earlier. Oh, 56, my apologies, so 55 in it. Alluded to a great shot by pushing that black safe. But pink is in a bad second place.
Yeah, slightly out of position now on the pink with that little cannon. But there is plenty on the table. Yeah, that was a difficult think up. I think personally would have preferred the yellow. He still could have won if he'd have played the yellow instead of the pink. Yeah, so there we go. Relatively quick frame there where one frame's been pulled back. It's going to be 3-1.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Joe played on. We want to concede and get into a new frame and give himself a good opportunity to put a high break. That res not there.
Yeah, so
Balls come out of the pocket. And we're moving on to frame 5. So Michael from Poland staying alive. Can he get another one? We'll see when we come back with frame 5. Back of the action here. Michael unfortunately goes in off on the break, but if you're going to submit 4 points to your opponent, it's probably the best time. Would you agree, Callum?
Well, that all depends on if this red disappears. Let's see how aggressive he plays this. He's got the chance he can screw the cue ball back, maybe for blue or bolt colour, or maybe he can top through. Yeah, decides the safer option of the two. Trying to screw the cue ball back. So can Joe see the red to left corner? Looks like that's what he's queuing up at.
Just needs to tighten a few more screws and those long pots are going to start dropping for him.
Really is a wonderful shot. Found the gap with the cue ball back round off 2 cushions. So he's definitely getting into a little bit of rhythm. Oh, Michael. It's a very intimate room. Spectators really close to the table, so close where they can just reach forward and pick some of the balls out of the pockets. And again, early into this break, but it is a good chance. Get down, try and clear a few of these reds. I'm sure the idea he'll be thinking about the red closest to the cue ball. Ideally, you want to leave that one there. You can play a split into the reds from the black and you're guaranteed to be on that one. I think it's always interesting to see how these players go around their break building. Some players go into the reds as soon as possible. Others like to pick off the open reds first. Well, that was always something that needed a little bit of care. Where was the red going that he was cannoning into? And with a little bit of hindsight, taking a little bit more pace off that and leaving the red a little bit close to the black cushion so it wasn't going to play close into the black. I think black still does pot, but position now difficult for the next red. Pot was never easy playing with such pace in the cue ball.
Seemed like Joe was doing quite well with his long pots earlier in this match, but was kind of broken down a little bit. Yeah, struggling a bit.
Just be tightening up that little bit as he's getting close to this winning line.
He's got a mid to long range red just left of the pink. And just waiting for player on the adjacent table to take his shot.
Yeah, with how tight this arena is, really looking forward to seeing the setup in the final. Going to get a lot of bodies in there. It's going to be great atmosphere. Yeah, there we see another long pot. Played it aggressively, just stunning the cue ball for the pink, but with that he was always going to leave this ready if he missed.
At the conclusion of this match, we will have a post-match interview with the winner. As well, that will be followed by our last television match of the day. Noel Gleason taking on Frank Starsfield. Or Sarsfield, I should say. Do you know either of those players, Callum?
No, again, I don't, I'm sure. They're all really good players in this tournament. A few that I'd never heard about before. I've been around quite a lot, but never this way in Ireland, and I've been really surprised by a lot of the players. Been around the European scene and played in a lot of European men's tournaments. So you see a few of the Irish players, but a few of them sort of never come up on my radar. Very talented and all making really big breaks, and they're going to be really dangerous in the knockout stage.
Yeah, it's a small island, but definitely very rich with a good snooker history. As I was talking to Rodney, the previous match, kind of surprising, only one world champion. Well, from the Republic of Ireland, obviously. Alex Higgins from Northern Ireland and Dennis Taylor.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see that the support that snooker gets over here. You see, even with the sponsors of this event, got to say that I think in England you'd really struggle to get the same level of sponsorship if you was hosting a similar tournament there.
Yeah.
So he's looking for a plant. His bottom two reds. Yeah, really well controlled for the pink. Looks like he's opened the other two reds. The two reds directly below the pink. Now go to left corner.
He probably knows that exactly.
Well, he's cueing much better now. Michael, he looks a lot more confident.
How many years has the same person been in power?
And this match could start getting interesting.
Yeah, Michael's able to take this one. Joe's going to start sweating a little bit. But he's got to get there first. Got to take it one step at a time.
Yeah, straight away we said when he went 3-0 down, he had to take it one shot at a time. He's doing pretty well with that at the moment. Well, he was going really well. And that was a surprising miss.
It's not a clean runaway for Joe, but definitely can get back into the frame.
Yeah, a couple of close, good positional shots needed.
Don't know if he has really an angle to come down for either of those two reds near the top cushion.
No, he does. He looks really straight. Maybe he can force something, and if not, maybe the best he can do is just to top spin for the red in the centre of the black cushion. Oh yeah, you can see very straight, so just pops the screw back. Yeah, that's the problem. You start running out of position and slowly shots become harder and harder. So he's got a thin angle on this blue. Trying to maybe find the gap. And he's found the cannon.
I think he's okay. He can get past that red.
Well, he walks around quickly. And he's not paying much attention to the red to the left corner. I don't think he can see it.
No.
So just opting to bring the red off the right hand side cushion.
Well, he trails by 17. Joe is, and 59 on the table. So we're nowhere near a clear winner right now.
Yeah, and got to say they're all in good positions now. So the one more in the centre of the black cushion, that's the more tricky red. But the pockets are playing slightly more generous than some of the other tables here.
You played on this table. How did you feel the pockets were?
Yeah, definitely. Well, a lot more generous than the tables that I'd be used to practicing on.
Okay.
It changes the game slightly. Some of the shots that you decide to play, you're not looking to develop as many balls from cushions. You can play them down the cushion at a good pace. You want sort of much bigger angles on the reds down the rails, and you can play them much softer and dead weight, drop them in, and much less likely to miss on these.
Interesting, because I was talking to Rodney Goggins at lunch, and he said they're not that generous on this TV table.
No, don't get me wrong. They're not
buckets.
They're not buckets. But sort of the tables that the more professional tables, the star tables that you'd be playing on, yeah, you'd say they are relatively generous in comparison.
Which I think on the inner scene, why not make them a little bit open, you know?
Yeah, it's a funny one. You see a lot of pros have different opinions on whether they like to practice on tight tables or slightly bigger pockets. I think there's a lot to be said about having the option to play on both. You want the challenge of playing on tight pockets. If if you go from playing on a tight table to one that's slightly more generous, you definitely see a benefit to being that, practicing on that little bit more of an accuracy. But then again, does it affect confidence to be playing on a table that's a little bit too tight? I think absolutely it does.
Very valiant point. Yeah, I'm just thinking on this this trip, it occurred to me, like, over in North America, we want, like, top-notch conditions, want it kind of pro tightness, but we are trying to promote the game, develop it, get it attention.
Absolutely.
What gets that attention?
Yeah.
A 10-shot safety play or a 50 break?
Yeah, exactly. It's it's definitely a more exciting game when you get on these on the slightly more generous pockets, and it's a bit of a leveler, really. You see these players when you go into the slightly bigger pockets, everyone can make the big breaks. So I think it does become a little bit of a leveler, and it makes for much more exciting games, which is great for viewing. So it's difficult to see exactly how much you can see in between the brown and blue. Can you catch the red? But at first glance, looks like he's in a little bit of trouble. Well, that was quite well played, really. He won't be too disappointed with that at all. It's not left anything easy for Joe. I'd be actually quite surprised if Joe did actually decide to take this red on. So it looks like he's put the cue ball into place. Maybe trying to find that gap between brown and blue for the red to left corner. If you can get through to that one, you'll have the chance to screw the cue ball back up the table with a fraction of safety in mind.
Very close, very close.
Yeah, and decides to play it that little bit more aggressively as well. But again, the problem with that is if you miss, you're leaving it much more easy.
There's no easy shot on a snooker table.
No, that's for sure.
Can't take anything for granted.
Yeah, so you see, just a slight tap on the table. This is now a difficult safety shot. Yeah, really try to catch the finest edge of the red. So you've got to say this is a really good chance Joe to get this match done and dusted.
Yeah, Joe's got to know he's got that great chance that you alluded to, Callum. He'd be kicking himself if he squandered it. But he's got to keep in the present, can't get too far ahead of himself.
Well, where's he going to finish here? You saw the poor positional shot straight away from that last pink. Finished dead straight on the red. There was a really big margin for error in being able to finish with a big angle and being able to go down for blue or bulk colour. You want to be up there with that other red. So now a difficult blue. Yeah, and doesn't even Really get that close to the pot.
So 35 on the table, just 4 points in it. Michael Kotek from Poland in the lead. But Joe Delaney from Ireland leading the match 3 frames to 1.
Yeah, this looks like a great safety shot. So all of a sudden, within a few shots, Joe Delaney's gone from having a really good chance to win this frame, and now he's in a bit of trouble.
And all of a sudden, this room is a buzzing. People are just coming in droves.
And that couldn't have gone much worse. Joe overswerved around the green. Cue balls used 3 cushions and got back nicely on this red. So now he'll be trying to work out if he can not need that blue. As you can see, eight points in the frame. He's only going to need 11 points up until that blue, so any colour here. And that blue, there'll already be snookers required by the time he gets to the blue.
Oh, when he can't convert on the yellow.
Yeah, it was just a poor positional shot from the brown to yellow. Finished with too much angle, had to go around the table, around the back of the bolt colours for the green.
A little fortunate that it is a thin cut for Joe, so he's not going to be able to control his cue ball too well, but a couple cushions.
Yeah, and Joe will require the blue in clearing up to win the frame. But you could see straight away he realised he'd underhit that yellow. He knew he was going to be in a bit of trouble. You could see from his reaction. Well, he doesn't want the cue ball in. So with them 4 points, I believe it's going to be just green and brown needed for this match to go 3-2.
But these ones are no gimmies. They may look easy in your head. You've got ball in hand, so it should be a shot you should make.
Just.
I think his heart was in his throat there.
Yeah, so playing down for a shot at the double. That would seal this frame. Well, no attempt.
22 in it and 18 on the table, so joking if he can get the one snooker, can win it, can clear.
Wow, with that blue stopping over the middle pocket, that's going to be 3-2.
So the comeback is on. Let's see what the Polish player can do in frame 6 when we return. And welcome back from that little break there. Joe Delaney has a 3-2 lead over Michael Kotek of Poland. We'll see what frame 6 can bring. We really appreciate Callum Beersford stepping into the booth, providing some great insight. But the encyclopedia, the almanac, everything in between is back. Rodney Goggins. How you doing, Rodney?
All good, David. Thanks for having me again. Callum was very good on the commentary, wasn't he? I was listening to him. Joe was dictating to this match early on, wasn't he? His concentration has wavered the last frame.
Yeah, that first frame, I think, was maybe about 15 minutes. He just came out blazing. It seemed like it was going to be done before we even started.
Yeah. Has to get back to focus here. Oh, he's looking at it. Big shot. This will be opening up the pack. Beautiful shot. Didn't overhit. Trusted himself with that shot. Oh no. He will be seriously disappointed with that after playing a home dinger for first shot. Just a little bit floaty on that black. Too floaty. Just momentum has swung for Joe.
Is this the swing that Joe needs?
Yeah.
Pull up his boots.
Next 4 or 5 shots just to settle him down. Just to pop him, stay on the table. Joe will be acutely aware about this frame, how important it is. He doesn't want no decider.
Nope, you get to a cider, it's like all bets are off.
Definitely. I don't think he apologised there to Michael. I don't think that tells me he wasn't playing on that shot that he just potted. Might have been playing for the red in the middle. Alex Higgins, Jimmy White and Ronnie O'Sullivan, they're known as people's champions. In the professional world underneath them, Joe Delaney will be known maybe as one of the most popular snooker players to ever play the game. He's universally liked, one of the most liked players that I've ever known. So many stories about him. A lot of them are true. As crazy as the sound. Strange shot there 2 shots ago from Joe, missing that rest shot. Wasn't expecting that. Gives Michael another chance. That's a nice shot. That shot can run away on you on this type of table, but he's held that white well. Textbook style. Always good to see. David, there's a serious crowd in this canteen and this snooker room.
It's true.
I can't even see outside on the other tables. Thank God we can see on the laptop here.
Ooh. Michael.
Yeah, that was an important shot as well, not in the miss, just the position. I think he was concentrating so much on the position. What can happen, yeah, on these cloths? This is very slidey, slipping. White ball. It's the sheen on the new cloth. Liberen, sponsors of this tournament for the cloths. Great cloth, by the way.
Yeah, they're a relatively new manufacturer on the scene, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, last couple of years, I could be wrong in saying that. Were they involved with pool somewhere along the line? Or did they just jump straight into the snooker? So many different manufacturers now, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
But we are glad for the sponsorship. Goes a long way.
Looks like the president of the Rodney Goggins fan club is here.
This white ball's starting to run away on him here. Not in a good way. He's usually good at these. Lovely shot. See there, Dave. He could have played for red in the corner black pocket where he played red in the middle, that same side. But he didn't get caught with the sucker punch. He ran the white, so that meant he gave the cue ball a bit more weight into the shot. You try to slow hit that. That's a completely different shot. That shot wasn't as easy as it looked. That shot he just missed into the green ball pocket.
Yeah, Rodney, you are alluding that there is quite a fan base in here, but you can hear a pin drop in the room.
It's unreal. It's absolutely unreal. This is what amateur snooker is about, folks. Any type of snooker. Loving it. That's a good shot. Intelligent there. He's kept him on the right side. On the right side of the green, so he's cutting off the table. The safety worked. Really has to settle down with these chances. And I'll ask you a question, Dave. What did you think of today alone? Forget about yesterday.
Today's phenomenal.
I thought today was brilliant, wasn't it? And it's not even finished yet. And knockouts tomorrow. That's going to be even better.
Oh, yeah. The drama will just
I really got involved there today in regards looking at a couple of matches, but doing a little bit of commentary.
Sure, I
It's
think,
brilliant.
as Nigel said from Spinal Tap, it's going to go up to 11.
Yeah, I think so. We'll go up to 11 tomorrow, and there'll be some serious appearance.
Yeah, it's probably going to be some really great match play snooker because you're playing for your livelihood tomorrow. There are going to be some players that are going to unfortunately be going home at the end of day tomorrow.
Yeah, do you know, you've mentioned the word there, match play. I actually did, of course, match play comes into it, but I think it's the scores that's going to be big benefit of this tournament. It's the one that's the players that's going to be hitting the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s. I think, okay, there's going to be one or two frames of, shrewd safety play. You can't score all the time. But these situations, you need to take these situations out. Good shot.
Yes, I think I was talking to Ryan Cronin a post-match interview, and he was saying that, well, today was all right having 20s and 30s, but if I want to go further, I got to start pushing it to 60s, 70s, having those one-frame visits to kill off the frame.
Yeah. I like that. I like that strike there now. I could be very fussy here now, folks, but I just like a player hitting a solid shot rather than a floating shot. And to me, Michael at times his float was a little bit extra than what he needs. I don't blame him because of the speed of the class, but you need to push that cue through the ball. I think if he just starts playing a touch bit more solid with his striking, he'll be making better.
I thought I heard Joe just say 24, so that red makes it 25, and that puts us at 34 apiece.
Played that well. Beautiful shot. Well controlled. I like that. He had very frustrating to look at him earlier because he was floating a lot.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, I put the commentator's course, have I? Oh, he's just starting to get into a rhythm. That's not even nerves, that's just concentration.
Yeah.
There's no way that...
Just get ahead of himself. Just.
Yeah. He's trying to get up on the blue on the low side to make it handier for the yellow. Oh, he will be like a devil with himself.
Yeah,
I don't blame him.
Might have been a 34 that I heard. Is it
15 ahead.
How's the advantage? But...
Every way he goes here, green or blue, he'll lead up to the pink and including it. Oh, Joe.
Say it ain't so, Joe. Say it ain't so. Just pressure of getting deep into this match.
I think he's totally decelled on that one, did he? Beautiful strike. He couldn't have picked that white ball up better with his hands. I know, folks, that was easy pot, but that white ball could have slipped away on him. Lovely strike. Just be giving this the extra second or two. Just the brown to make it 3 frames all to 20 ahead, 18 on the table. Great comeback. 2 down with 3 to play.
Oh, he was down 3 frames to 0. Just won 3 in a row, looking very comfortable to do that. The big question, can he win 4 in a row? Yeah, amazing comeback.
Oh, was he 3 frames down, was he? Apologies. Commentators mistake.
Well, we had 2 color commentators here, so might have been talking to your president of your fan club.
He's done well.
So that's a good session there. So we're going to step aside for a quick short break and come speedingly back for a decider.
And welcome back. 7th and final frame. 3 frames each. Great break there from Michael. Oh. Just want to play a dump shot there. Don't think that red up by the middle pocket is on. Strange shot. Strange shot for me there, Dave.
Deciders make you do strange things.
Yeah. I think he was expecting the red to react in a different capacity there. And it's checked. See that beautiful.
Could only imagine the press room if we had a big one here with all the journalists scantily tearing up their sheets.
So I was wondering if the black, once he pots that black, will it go back on the spot high? From what I'm seeing on the laptop here, I would say no. Black is going up on the blue spot.
Certainly is close. They might want to call in head referee Desislava Boszhilova. And on cue. Here she comes.
I'm going to say no anyhow, from what I'm seeing. Not a chance. Joe's played that really well. He's given himself options of playing into the pack or take out loose reds. Joe can do either.
Does look like that red will pass the black.
The break goes to 20. Cherry picking at the moment would have been a decider. Maybe earlier in the match, 2 shots ago, he might have been going into the pack. All those years of playing pro qualifiers coming out in this decider with the shot selection. And even that shot there, that's experience. A lot of younger players there would have been trying to get back for a proper position there. And he's left red up to the yellow bag. That's a great shot, and whilst potting that, he's just cannoned the red out from himself. 29. Seats are starting to fill up as well. See at the sides there, Dave.
Mm-hmm. It's probably the hot ticket in town here in Nenagh.
Friday night. It's free in, everyone. You're going to be entertained. Some great matches to come.
True. We do have one more TV match. The last batch of matches. Actually, Rodney in the booth with me. He'll be doing battle against Andy McCloskey. So wishing you the best of luck. But glad that you came in to provide some color commentary for the final stages of this match.
Oh, great pass. And see there, once again, he didn't commit to the position. Maybe just wanted that white ball to go a little bit. No, he's getting out of Dodge City here. He's going up to the long grass. I would imagine he'd be trying to put this green to the side cushion and get a great white. No, just looking for the white, and he's got it buried underneath that bottom cushion. .45 of a break. Welcomed like a warm cup of tea on a cold winter night.
Or October night. It's pretty chilly over here.
It's definitely dropped last week. I think back in Wexford, I thought the nights were this past week was definitely dropped. great save, great length of white there, and if he's left that red, he can count himself. He hasn't left it on because he's apologised to Joe.
Plant possibly there. Below the pink and that one red. Kind of tough to tell from our angle. They're not welded together.
He had a good look at it. Might be trying to leave the white where it is now, I would imagine, whilst going for the plant. No. Didn't try to make something out of nothing. Important. Played a simple shot. And the reason he's played it that way is if he plays the plant and the plant don't go in, he's given Michael the first red that he's hit, it stays there. So if the white comes back, and even if he blocks him on the left hand red, if that makes sense, near the pocket, he gives Michael a free shot. And that's Joe's thinking there. It looks pretty negative in what he's doing, but there's a lot of talk on behind that. A lot of years of experience getting caught the other way. In Blackpool and Prestat and qualifiers and all. Joe has played some of the best players. Got the last 32 of qualified for the Crucible Theatre. This man is no mug at a snooker table. He knows ins and outs. He's got himself out of tight situations in cubicle qualifying matches. Matthew Stevens beat him in 2007 in the first round. Beat Alan McManus to qualify. Oh, what was he doing there? Maybe thought he needed a dab of side just to hit the red. Wow.
The costly miscue that opens the door for Michael.
Yeah. Oh, he'll be annoyed with himself there. Needs that black off that side cushion because the pink is slightly stuck as well with the red. Do you just clip it out and play the white back to the top cushion? Yeah, now you should concentrate on getting a bit deeper. White is stuck on the cushion there. He's giving Joe options here. And also with the black, he hasn't got it out proper out. He's kind of half and half. Interesting. All the moves.
Yeah, haven't reached checkmate just yet.
No. Another great shot there from Joe. Just a simple little shot, but there will be a lot of people attempted with shots in the yellow bag or the middle pocket there. Experience of making the right moves at the right time. He got away with that.
Oh, he's got the cover.
No, I think he's looking at the angle, is he? The way Joe went over. Great temperament Joe has over the years. I've seen him win matches, I've seen him lose matches, and 10-20 minutes after a match, it's all one with him. Unbelievable character. He's a lot of people would have this misconception of Joe that he's this or that, he's a bit of a hellraiser, but them days are gone. He absolutely loves snooker, and another thing what people don't realise about Joe, he's an absolute fighter on the table. And it never gets spoke about. He fights for everything. And he's just a happy lad. He is, but he's wanting to put you into the ground when he's playing, which is great to see.
Yeah, kind of on the outside, he just looks like a gruff kind of individual. You know, don't really bother him. You know, he's doing his thing, but
yeah,
nice to hear.
Lovely temperament.
Oh, he's left that red by the left middle.
I think he's on the left middle as we look at it. Might come back up and down for brown, blue, or yellow. Don't think he'll risk playing for the pink. Could be wrong. 37 ahead. Want to be making sure of these pots. Yeah, back up. As long as any. Oh, that's he's judged that well. That's a hard shot to judge on these tables. Stopped playing pro snooker in 2011, I think. Went over in 1991. And that first year wasn't Blackpool. There was a couple of seasons consecutively. It was Blackpool. 92 was the start of Blackpool, not Narberwick Hotel. 91 there was 3 different venues, as I can recollect. One was Stoke-on-Trent. Another one was Aldershot. Can't remember the third venue. That season was the season that Alex Higgins came back from his 12-month or 11-month ban. He started off something like 100 and he dropped down from 14 to 120 something in the rankings. A flicker of hope.
$59 on the table, 41 in it. So certainly anyone's frame in this decider.
I think going back to the 91-92 season, I think Higgins' first match back after the ban was a Scotsman by the name of Adrian Rossa. All the news stations, and when I talk about news stations, not sports news, all ITV and BBC had kind of gave a little piece of it that day, that Alex Higgins was coming back to play professional snooker after his ban. Good pot. That was a good pot. Still hanging in there. Break of 8.
Yeah, as much as Higgins was a hellraiser, and sometimes you read a bit more, it doesn't seem like he was a pretty nice guy. Can't blame what he did for the game. Really brought it some flair and out of the back rooms and into the forefront.
He brought it to the masses. He was rock and roll, whether you liked him or didn't like him. He was the driving force. Him and Pop Black, the TV show, without a doubt. To not have Alex Higgins in the 1970s, that would have been very hard. I think snooker still would have got there, but not as quick. there was something charismatic and enchanting about Higgins. He was pure theatre. To this day, I've yet to see a character like him, and not even a character, just the aura that used to like. There was times he was up in Goffs and just people used to live for him. And the only person, one of the few people I can think of very similar would be John McEnroe when he was over at Wimbledon. You had to have a look at this sports star. You didn't know whether he was going to be a genius for that day or deeply flawed. It was great days to grow up in. So fortunate to grow up in the 1980s.
Most geniuses do have a little bit of flaws in them.
Taking these well. We'll be under a little bit of pressure here, just for this white ball. 32, 9 behind. Needs the black. Black won't be entering his mind at the moment. It's just play one shot at a time. Position, position, position. Ooh.
Just looking at the scoreboard.
Good shot. The pot was easy, but see the way he's left the pink and the angle to go over to the black. I like that. I was really concentrating on his white ball there.
Oh, just couldn't make the pink, because if you got the pink and black, that certainly would have been the break of the tournament so far.
That's a pity now. Just for himself.
Mm-hmm. I think it's fully sold out.
I think it's 50 points all. I think that was break of 41. Yeah. So pink and black, 2 balls for both players. Beautiful shot.
What a pink.
Oh, the speed at the table. We're not in Nenagh, folks. We're in Georgia.
What do you say, Joe? You got one more great pot in you. Black for a 4-3 frame match win.
Oh,
boy,
he's
was
hit that well.
close.
He's hit that well. Yeah. That pink with the cue ball going around, that just shows you the Augusta speed, as I would call it. Augusta being the golf course, US Masters. Brilliant pot. Where's the white ball?
No.
Oh.
No, my goodness. Can you believe it?
Great
the black
pot.
goes in there
Great
for
pot.
Michael. And it goes in off. What a win for Joe Delaney.
Oh.
We got 3 more days. And you got a match to get to. All right. Joe Delaney takes that match 4-3. We're going to just step aside. I'm going to go catch up with Joe and get some of his reactions in a post-match interview. And then we'll return with our final TV match of the night between Noel Gleason and Frank Sarsfield. Hang on, everybody. Here's a replay of that final black. Great pot on the black. And then...
Angle was always there, unfortunately. Oh, he's hit that so well.
All right, everybody. We'll be right back with our post-match interview with Joe Delaney.
Good evening, everyone. And we've switched to the match between David Cassidy from Cork and Tony Corrigan from Dublin. Tony Corrigan, 3 frames to 2 to the good. He was 3-1 up in this match. He was cueing the ball really well.
Hello, everybody. It's David Burney back here at the 2025 Nenagh Open in our post-match interview. Well, the great American actor Jack Palance once said, upon winning his Academy Award, he heard the producer say, well, can we trust the old guy? Can we risk it on the old guy? Maybe we should get someone younger, but the old steed, Joe Delaney, pulled it out. How you feeling?
Oh, it was a very weird match. I was very lucky there at the end. The poor chap caught in the black and went in off. But I started off very well. I went 3-0. And the match changed totally. Mm-hmm. And I was gone then. Gone. And he had a great break there in the last frame. And he was just unlucky. I missed the black, jangled in the pocket, and then he potted. And the white came all the way around the table. And I was looking at it. I was just going straight in. Terrible.
Yeah, what can you say about that? Just it's so unfortunate for Michael. He
battled
hard to come back.
You know.
What you're starting to feel like, you're up 3-0, feeling in control, and he starts climbing back.
Yeah, the nerves were gone. Like from about 3-2, he started playing well, and my sort of game changed a little bit. But I'm actually glad in a way that happened, because it'll give me a bit used to it again, you know.
It definitely we saw the little decline, as you mentioned there, but then when we came to the decider, you got back to your old striking ways that was early on.
The concentration came back, and there was a bit of tension then, so I like playing when there's a bit of tension. It's the only time I can play.
I feel like it's a good wake-up call, really.
Yeah. So it was the same at the start. I was nervous, played well, and then under the decider, nervous, played well. But that was a crazy finish, you know. I enjoyed playing him. He's a very good player. Very good player. Very steady, great cue action. Nice kid.
Yeah. Where I think we're going to see a lot of them, but we're going to see more of you in this great tournament.
Yeah.
And I won't keep you too long, but a great victory there. Go enjoy a nice cool drink somewhere, because you definitely deserved it.
I'll have a nice 7-Up now.
Good deal. Sounds great. So Thanks. Congratulations,
Cheers,
Joe.
David. Thanks. Talk to you later.
All the best, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
So that's Joe Delaney, fresh off a deciding victory. It's David Burney at the Nenagh 2005 Open.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll be standing by and coming back to a great featured match on our TV table. Take care, everyone.
And welcome back. Joe Delaney, what a character. Some interview. Interesting shot there from Tony Corrigan. Double kiss, purposely double kiss. Not a bad get out sometimes. Slightly Chinese snooker hair, David is. He'd be happy with that. Great white, great blue. I thought at one stage he was canning the pink out. I haven't seen Davis play snooker for a while. I'm not saying that he's not playing snooker, but he's not playing competitive snooker around the country. I can't remember if he entered the Irish Amateurs last year, but he definitely played in Killarney last year. Or should I say this year, last season. But Killarney, last January, he's competing well. Great fighter of the ball, David Cassidy is. Bit fortunate there. Went for it fully blooded. Full blooded. Tony can do is play blue full in the face. Not 4 cushions. Yeah. Oh, the black ball might be getting involved here. I think he snookered him. Might be able to clip it. He's been extremely fortunate there if he doesn't get the clip. David 4 points ahead in the 6th frame, 3-2 down. The last few frames has gone a bit fragmentary. Stop and start. David reckons he has a clip on it, but he's asked Tony to come over to see, just in case, good sportsmanship there, just in case David misses the shot. Two of them will know where exactly the white ball is. That's what's going on there, folks. Oh, good clip. Great buzz around tonight. It's 9:15. There's no sign of anyone getting disinterested. There's a couple of matches going on from the 8 o'clock session. The Feast of Snooker. Absolutely brilliant. This atmosphere reminds me of Pontins back in the day of Prestatyn. Just snooker, snooker, snooker.
I just ran away with my mic. Screw up. You guys keep it.
The mic. Just laughing at you.
Good shot there from David. Tony play double safety, if that makes sense. He'll play diagonal right hand side cushion. Be looking for the blue down by the black spot end. He won't be getting a killer white. That's all he could do. White ball was always getting killed off this left hand side cushion. Ooh. 4 behind, but he needs the 3 of them. Cue ball is everything here. He's coming in around the vicinity naturally on the pink. Beautiful shot. Couldn't have put that better with his hand. Great pot. 7 ahead, just the black. Great finish. Great 3 balls there, especially blue to pink. Cue ball. Great victory there from Tony Corrigan from Dublin. 4 frames to 2. And I think that means Tony goes through second in the group, because Brendan O'Donoghue would have beaten David Cassidy last night, and he would have beaten Tony Corrigan yesterday morning. So Tony, well deserved second there. That was a tough group.
Well, dynamite work there, Rodney. Thanks for filling in and taking us home in that last match. We know you got to get in there and battle hard against co-tournament director Andy McCloskey. But for all of you at home, this is your cue. We're just going to reset the stream just so it doesn't shut down mid-match here. So reset your browser, and we'll be right back at this 2025 Nenagh Open.